真，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿。这是掌握
混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！ 阿姐在。这不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐， 将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半。过眼的葱郁疯狂，细数泛了黄。
出征时机已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
准图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
啊，这姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是掌
混沌真气，乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. My name is Hitbrain and I am joined by Seb for today's trio action. Seb, been a hot minute. How you doing, mate? You alright?
I am amazing. It is really great to be back doing the NBPL. You know, we had a bit of a stretch. We finished our J Cup. You know, we had our little downtime period, and now we're going to be coming back into the Pro League. We've got an entirely new set of rules. There is so much that is different with this game, but ladies and gentlemen, one thing that's never going to change here at the NBPL is your Twitch drops. So our 2026 Spring Split Twitch drops are going to be available, and we've got finals for stage 1 and stage 2 finals. We've got those champion bubble gift and the daybreak glow icon. We've got some stream event stuff, some treasures, and some always Arte and our silk, and that is going to be looking really good.
Yeah, we keep some stuff the same, but obviously there have been major changes coming into this season. I was able to join us on Sunday for the first round of trio, so I got to see some of the hands-on action. The big change is lobby sizes have gone down. We still have roughly the same amount of teams, but we split our groups into 2 groups of 8, so 16 trios teams total, and then they'll be playing in their individual groups, but then lead into a losers bracket. We'll bring that up in a little bit, and we'll talk you through that then. I think it's really cool this way. We get to see, you know, a very different play style than the bi-weekly final system. I was talking to creatives on Sunday when we were casting about it, and the thing about the bi-weekly final system was you could kind of afford to have a bad week 1 of like bi-weekly finals and then just hope that like 2, 3, and 4 went well. This way, like if you fumble, you'll find yourself knocked out very quickly from that losers bracket, where you then find yourself having one other chance, because we do this bracket system twice per season, And then when that's done, you're then into playoffs. So if you fumble this week, you have to go really hard on the next round of the bracket system. Otherwise, you're totally cooked. Also, we're playing less games, like in-game games. We're still playing 6 rounds, but 5 of them are on the maps as you know and love. And the first map we play isn't a map, it's a tournament. It's played on the martial arts mode, which is something we saw started in solos last year. And we've now transitioned it here for trios. It's really interesting. I do think some of the comps feel a little bit solved already. Maybe there's some more fun stuff to come. I think in-game trios, there's still a lot of flexibility right now. But in martial arts, it does feel a little bit like we have Ainur comp, Monk comp, and then maybe we'll pull out a Viper comp if needs be. Like it's very solved in that sense.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how that's going to be working for this duel mode for our 1v1, because I wasn't able to catch trios. I was at a different event last weekend, so busy with that stuff. I am so excited to see how this new format is going to play out. I wanted to go in blind reaction. I did check out some of the solos yesterday, but the stage looks so good. The white and gold this year, I am so excited with all of that. It's looking really good right now. I'm excited to see how these new teams are going to be shaken up, because this is going to be Group B now. So you're gonna be getting first reaction to some of our new teams coming out. We have RW that's going to be playing today. IG, Invictus Gaming, which I know you are super excited to see. TE, SS1, Fun Plus Phoenix, Wolves Alliance, and GG, the OGs of the Pro League. We've seen them for a while. How were some of the new teams on day number 1? What is something that we could maybe expect to see from Invictus Gaming?
XKG and WFG both took an MVP, so they look really, really solid. I'm very excited by these new teams. Obviously, I'm gonna be real. I come from a different game. We all know what game that is. Having IG here for me is super exciting. I mean, also having like FPX back in the day join as well, because they used to also play over elsewhere. We're slowly developing into a league where loads of teams I love and come over from other tournaments. It's cool to see IG here. You know, very, very storied org in other esports over China, so it's cool to see them actually make an appearance in NARAKA, this scene that has been growing so consistently for the last few years. Here's today's schedule. Like I said, we'll be playing that first martial arts round on for game 1, and then games 2 through to 5 will be played on the regular maps. The 2 to 5 are Firefly maps. Game 6 is a mirror match, where it's not Firefly, so the most played comp of the day will be getting mirrored for that final map. We still are running hero points, but it's a little bit weird. We're not banning heroes like we did previously. It's just you start with 0 hero points, which means you can pick each character twice. So they're guaranteed to play a different comp at least twice today. But I would like to have seen the ban system stay over, just so we have a little bit more variance, because I do think we are getting quite a lot of some lobbies being a little bit more full with other comps than not. But you know, we're in the early phase. We're still testing things out, figuring out what works and what doesn't work here. But yeah, martial arts is really fun. One thing you'll notice, Seb, and me and creatives noted this, was the pace of the lobbies are so much faster now in trios that martial arts felt like the longest game of the day, and that was just them fighting. Yeah, it's crazy how quick. Like, we didn't see a circle close once, like fully close once.
Really?
On Sunday. We did see it get down to it where like the circle was moving towards that final close, but most of them would wrap up before final circle was even like established. Like they'd wrap up 2 or 3 circles out. Like it was, because you're in an 8-person lobby, people are a lot more confident to be brawling one another, because they're less likely to get third parties. Also, the Remy Yang debuff. Almost 50% of the lobby gets Remy Yang debuff, so they have to fight. It's just absolute like it's a massacre. It's the mosh pit after the first Remy Yang, when 3 teams are running around with Bird's Might and 3 teams are running around with debuff on, and then only 2 teams are running around with nothing. So it does get absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's going to be an incredibly difficult match for players to get a lot of value out of if they don't win these early fights. Like the early game is going to be coming into so much more consideration. You're going to have to win your off spawns your loot scaling coming in to the first realm of Yang is going to have to be a lot stronger because there's less players. Players are going to be playing a lot more cautiously, and winning these off spawns are going to make it a lot more difficult for you to or losing the off spawn is going to make it a lot more difficult to scale when there's less teams in the lobby, because you aren't able to take more and more fights. If 4 teams die off the spawn, that means that only 4 teams have revives left, and that gives those teams the only opportunity is to go and fight they're not able to put themselves into more and more fights, which means points are going to be harder to accumulate, and that's going to give lots of these teams who, if they fall short in the early game, it's going to give them a struggle to put points up later on in the season too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those ones where actually I felt like there was less early fighting. There was like obviously those drop spots fights, but after that it kind of chilled out. Like some teams would not lose or really get any risk thrown on their revive pre-Realm of Yang 1. So it is interesting that the playstyle has changed. Also, big thing to note, SR, who won trios at Jacob, they looked lost on Sunday. They looked really, really lost. They
really
struggled to really make anything stick, and I think the lobby size shrink and the tempo of the lobby now really caught them off guard. They won the martial arts tournament, and then that was the most impressive thing they did all day. They had like 2 goose eggs. They really did not perform, and I think it's one of those ones where some of the players are going to be really caught off guard by the changes to the meta. Having 4 less players in the lobby does actually really change the game. 4 less teams in the lobby really changes the game.
Yeah, and it definitely makes it a lot more difficult for some of these teams. Like there's the strategy and micro decision making and everything that comes into like everything that doesn't have to deal with like your fighting style, like when you're fighting in your 1v1s. Everything about the playstyle has had to change and adapt this year, because if they do end up playing fast in the early game and they lose both of their lives, they're going out in 8th place, and it's going to be so difficult to get points. And since we have this martial artist now, so we're losing a game to put up those extra points as well. There are a lot of things that have come into factors that these teams are really going to have to look to re-strategize on. It is a completely different game than just your traditional Immortal War now. It is so much more advanced, and I'm excited to see how these new teams are going to play into it as well. I know there's a lot of trades that have happened too, so we're going to see quite a few different instances going on in these games, and I'm so excited. This is the first week of the season, so it's going to give us kind of a feel for what we're going to see in the future, but nothing is going to be set in stone. We have so many more opportunities for these teams to learn new strategies and grow, as well as there are going to be so many updates and rule changes throughout the season. There's going to be game updates where the meta is going to shift, and then after there are possibilities that we might get to see some rule changes coming in after the first stage.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we've had it quite a lot over the years on the NARAKA, but like mechanical skill is part of being a pro, but the other part is actually just ability to adapt and read the changes and what they're going to do to the game and be able to adapt to that. Because obviously we're in group stages right now. This is Group B. Group A have already played. Group stages are done this week. Once we finish this round of games, we're done with group stages, and then we move into the upper and lower bracket system. So it's important for the teams to make sure that they have adapted as quick as possible. I was also saying to creatives, I was very interested to see what happens when we get onto when we get into this group, because Group A, I felt like they kind of established a playstyle. I wonder if the groups are different or not. But here we are into martial arts. We're gonna have TE versus GG off the bat. It's a Ainur comp versus a Monk comp. We've seen a lot of this this Ferrier, Monk, and Syra getting played here in the martial arts. Not so much in... Actually, no, we did see it quite a lot in the main game, but here we go. Gonna see the transform breakout here from 330 with enough fancy new Monk skin. I love the skin, it's so goofy. Looking for the grab behind the pillar. Hasn't actually been able to find a connection on that. Does get a slam down onto Zem. Can't grab him though, as he's on that Einor transformation. It's going to be a little bit harder. Trying to see if he can get that wind-up grab to go through, but not going to see the opportunity to do that. Zem is just going to jump away to safety. 3-3-0 trying to close that gap with a launch, but not going to make a connection yet.
As we're going to be jumping through, that's going to be LXM on the backside. Jump LMB going to come up from TXJ. We're going to see the Hottie ultimate coming into play now. Nice to see Hottie coming back in some of these fights. This is cool to see that we have the ultimate abilities available, which we don't get to see in solos. Syra ultimate coming out for LXM. Going to be popping that. TXJ now trying to back off, trying to avoid the powerful dazzle, as One Fang going to be taking a lot of damage in that ultimate form, but he's got the zipping ult to help him out. Huge double parry from TE Zem on the backside. TXJ going to be trying to come through. One Fang getting hit with the 1.0, but the jump LMB from TXJ is going to be able to give him a decent amount of stun. Huge parry coming out from TXJ, and that's LXM down.
It's a best of 3 though, so GG going to go toe-to-toe once again here. First round. Going over the side of TE, who this time they're the ones on the Monk. They've got the Viper ACOS variant versus the Ainur Hardy comp on the side of GG. Feng goes for a transform, isn't going to find the grab there. He's going to throw down the ACOS there. Nice throw play from that, but does mean that this Viper can just look for the guaranteed stun. See a lot of Viper ACOS doing this, where you pin them in the cage, throw down the ultimate, and then they're just going to grab, well, get an easy stun off. But unfortunately for TE, this Monk has not had all that much value, unfortunately. Goes for the slam down, but doesn't really achieve much with the Monk here from One Fang. It's 3-3-0. He's going to take a little bit of work from the fist weapons from One Fang. He's now just going to back off and try and relocate. The cube comes out from LXM, able to break away. 3-3-0. Goes forward. Look for the parry, didn't quite make that connection, but there's the parry onto One Fang. They're going to follow up a little bit more damage on to their members as TE starting to get a little bit burnt out here. Another parry lands onto One Fang. He's able to pick up the flying knives, but down he goes. GG will equalize. It's 1-1.
There we have it. And we got the heart rate monitors as well, ladies and gentlemen, so you can check up and see how heart rated up these players are. And it looks like TE incredibly high in those heart rates, as we're seeing Team GG a little bit more controlled, but CJS still up there. LXM gonna go to the top, and are they playing the same comps every single time, or no? We're seeing
No, they have to play different comps.
Okay, 3 different comps. Okay, so we've got Enor or Yueshon, Takeda, and Kurumi. This is a fun comp. I like to see this. We're gonna see the F ability coming out off of that Yueshon ultimate, and both these Yueshons just going head to head, trying to see if they can create an opening into this fight for their team. It looks like they're both just going to be holding each other on the front side. There's LXM. Beautiful back off to help his teammate for the peel. But TXJ is going to be able to get the impale off onto LXM. That's going to be a lot of damage now. Zem trying to see if he can make something happen with the Takeda ultimate available. That is going to connect off of there. So the flying knives are coming out. I think every single player just using these flying knives because they have access to just about any weapon. We are going to see the staff coming out there from LXM. But everyone else using those flying knives. 1 Furen shove left for Zem. He is going to send it through. Now, all of these players, both at full health. Ultimates all expend on the side of GG, but we still have the TE Kurumi ultimate available.
Yep, Zem looking to jump down. Has the F lined up, but I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to throw it out there. As Zem is a little bit of HP. It's just going to dash away to safety. LXM, no armor to speak of. He's going to try and get himself a pot off behind the pillar, but his team is getting incredibly low. So see the Kurumi ultimate come down, and LXM pinned against the pillar will probably not be sticking around for long, as the Kurumi ultimate will get thrown onto LXM, but he's just too low. He can't find a place to reposition and get that armor back. Kurumi ultimates have both timed out, and that has just given TE the opportunity to take down CJS. And with a 3 versus 1, and now another Yueshon ultimate to go through, GG. Gonna get themselves taken out as TE take the first round.
There's the WA shot is just disrespectful at that point. I know this is the competitive stage is a little bit different, but the double ult it's a crazy move. We're gonna see ZK coming out with the Monk ultimate right away. We're seeing Monk Syra Feria for both of these teams is that I think the only different matchup we saw was round 1 and 2 of our last match. But we're seeing ZK now with the new monk changes as well. I don't think we've seen this in competitive play yet, except for our first days. You're able to hold that grab and charge it up, giving you a bit more leeway to play around with catching these players. It is definitely a nice change that Monk players have loved to see. We're going to see ZK now hopping into that Faria mech just in time, and oh my goodness, the Diva Faria mech looks so clean. Unfortunately, we cannot get this customization in global, but it looks so cool.
It does look very cool. See ZK here though, just trying to get some shots off with the cannon. It's got hand-handed on top of him. Both of them are just going to be cannoning into the enemy team. ZK hasn't really been able to build up all that much rage though, unfortunately, as XXL will be going down here for IG. Wolves able to take their first kill in this fight, but getting jumped onto. ZK going a little bit low here. It's going to have to look to try and see if he can get a pot off and heal some of that armor back. But IG down a man. Still keeps some fire up here on to the members of Wolves. NiHQ going incredibly low. Parry lands here onto XN as well off the back of that one, as these two IG players are desperately looking for that window to find themselves the 2 versus 1, and they've been able to pull it off. IG coming in hot here. Wolves taking out one of their teammates early, but it does not matter to IG. ZK now left in the 2 versus 1 as he is going down. IG will take round 1. 161 heart rate, Han?
He's going up there.
He's gonna keel over. That's crazy high.
Just gonna see it. It could be a bit of a health concern, but I don't know how accurate the readings are on those. It could be a false high reading, but definitely the heart rates are going to be getting up there. So let's hope everyone is happy and healthy. You know, I think that's going to be our #1 priority before the anything. But I think he's going to be fine here. He's gaming it out right now as Han gonna try and make something happen. Is XXL with the huge parry on his ZK into the jump LMB follow-up. Tries to get a second one. NiHQ coming into cover. We're seeing Akos, Viper, and Karumi on this side of the comp, with Enor, Faria, or Enor, Hadi, and Zipping on the other side. No more Shunhuan trios, it looks to see, as we do still have that Viper ultimate available for XXL, and there we go. There comes the ult from the Akos, ready to drop down, and that stuns are coming in. And I think they missed out on those stuns. Nobody seems to have gotten themselves into that stun position. They have that ultimate now from the Zipping or the Karumi, giving them a little bit of heals. But IG's Han is going to go down. Nedge's might available, but we are going to see that ultimate coming out. XXL not in the best position in the 3v1, and wow, Wolves really came to play today.
Yeah, nice little start there for them. Get themselves equalized out. It's crazy. Last week, well, sorry, not last week, 2 days ago, we actually only saw a couple of teams make it all the way to 3. They were mostly 2-0. So see, first 2 games both go to the big 3. Nice to see here. Moving on to our 3rd and final round between these two teams. IG able to find himself that first victory, but kind of fumbled. And honestly, XXL, he kind of just line of sighted himself with the Viper ultimate. He had the ability to find the guaranteed CC, but he decided to chase down one person in particular who was able to break it. And XXL was just getting heavily bullied here. He's trying to outweight the Einor on Wolves XN so that he can then have as much time and as much variance away from that as possible, as he is going to look for the damage here on to one member. Gets the execute off, tries to finish him up, doesn't quite get enough damage down there, but IG now have that time where they have the Einor and the enemy team do not, so he needs to see if XXL can find that slam down. But right now he's struggling to really get that execute position, as IG's health bars are going incredibly low. Wolves, they honestly look barely untouched as XXL comes out of his ultimate. Obviously, they have that Karumi as a healing, as a network of healing for them, which is definitely making life a little bit harder. But there you go. There's the parry from XXL. Instantly executed on for the kill. Very nice pick up there for the side of IG. Is now NiHQ finds himself in a little bit of danger, getting pretty heavily punished out here. Health bar going low. And IG really feeling the sting here. They've lost XN. Wolves found an opportunity to turn it around and make it a 2 versus 2 for this matchup as XL trying to get up the pillar and break away from NiceQ. NiceQ doesn't quite finish him off there, but hasn't given XL the opportunity to get a pot off. He's just playing Scale Rush, but it's not going to take much here for NiceQ to find the kill. And he's got the Karumi Tether on him. Meanwhile, IG's hand was in a fight versus ZK, and ZK I don't think is going to be able to really hold for too much longer. So XL gets a single health pot off, is going to get some healing down, but now the Karumi ultimate just proving too much healing here for the side of NiceQ. The parry comes through, and Han is unable to find himself the kill, and it looks like the tome is up. I haven't seen the tome actually come through. ZK gets hit here. XL's looking to get that. If he can get it, it might just be the window his team needs for the stun. He's going to transform. Can he hold this? The tome is so close to popping. XL's just being a nuisance. It's a massive stun onto the enemy team if he can get it. They're going for armor swaps and everything, as it looks like XXL catches the kill he needed, but NiceQ's been able to full pot off in the middle of this. 3 seconds until the tome gets popped here. I don't know who's getting it. I don't know what happened.
Who won?
I don't know, Seb.
What? I think Wolves might have won. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to have to take a look. That was insane. The Enor clutch from the second ult right at the end there. We're going to have to take a look. Now we're going to be taking a look at FunPlus Phoenix versus Alliance. Monk, Syra, Feria meta on the board for them. As we're going to be seeing the Ice Monk versus the classic one here. Water trying to see if he can go for the grabs onto Revenge. And it looks like Over and Kiki trying to hold on the backside. One grab is going to be coming through. Over almost gets re-grabbed here. As we're seeing on the pillar, the stun into the re-grab onto Over. And they're going to try and see if they can do the same thing again. Yuma not able to get the third one, as Over and our Asira from Team Alliance, Revenge, both going to be popping those ultimates. Fairy ultimates now live as well. No powerful dazzles on either side. We're going to see the 1-2-3 coming out. FPX Over trying to hold, goes for the overhold there, is going to be able to connect on the follow-up focus. Ryushi getting hit, tries to go for the combo. F ability release for Over, and now Revenge on the front side is going to be taking a lot of damage, as we're going to see Water getting extremely low. Revenge now getting hit by the overcharge. That's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Will he be able to escape this? Trying to scale away, holding blue just to threaten the space. Kiki coming in with the jump LMBs with a follow-up from the other. Faria mech is going to be helping. Finally, Kiki able to find the pick on to Revenge with the spear. Yuma coming out of that Fairy ultimate now. Oh my goodness, Shotgun Burst is going to connect from Yuma. He needs to get that healing off from the F ability. Just that little extra bit of scaling is going to be so valuable. Ryushi now taking a lot of damage. Shotgun Burst is also going to come out a couple of times for Over. Now on the other side, Kiki taking a lot of damage too. Oh, big clank coming in. Ryushi and gets hit with the Shotgun Burst. Over's going to get the kill. 1 HP in a dream. Yuma's following in the backside. Kiki's going to eat a 1.0 to the face now. Yuma is going to be in the 1v2 situation now, though. Over just goes for the one pop. Big parry, and what a comeback from FunPlus Phoenix.
Very nice there from FPX. Able to find himself that comeback. Let's move now into round number 2. Man, these heart rates are... Yesterday Sunday we capped at like 145. 160 is absolutely insane. That is a crazy heart rate to have right now.
It kind of
proves how much emphasis they put onto these martial arts. It's 8 points up for grabs. It's not quite a full game. But it's still something that these players take very, very seriously, and getting that 8-point start could be the difference later on in the day. That's very important, but also, most importantly, gives them a round order selection and stuff, so they get a little bit more kind of control over that. As Revenge looks here for Over. Over's going to just break away briefly. Alliance have already been able to take down Water, though, so FPX are down a player. However, all they need to do is find that 2 versus 3, and if they can, they have the ability to make this a clean 2-0, but it looks like with Over just getting absolutely hounded by the 2 versus 1 here. Over's life is getting harder and harder to survive. Finds himself a cheeky knockup, but Yuma's going to be able to secure the kill, and that probably is going to be all she wrote for FPX, as Kiki goes down off the back of that as well. Nice little start there for Alliance to equalize out back 2. So it's now down to this last game. And there you go. You wanted your Juanhan. Haven't really seen much of him, to be honest. He's been a little bit underwhelming in trios so far this season. I know he had a little bit of a run in J Cup.
Yeah, I mean, we saw decent work from them coming out in J Cup. But you know, it wasn't too great. Fun play. Alliance now. Yuma going to be just going for those 1.0 shots. Oh, and Shunhwan has gotten himself back in here. Like, we saw Shunhwan take over the meta. It looks like people have started to find that counter strat. Alliance still opting to run for it, and I'm loving this composition. Enor Justina now. I believe we saw something else getting played with the Shunhwan. And sorry, it is a U-shot in Justina, as Yuma is going to be able to get the light hypernova in Pro League. Oh my goodness. Dash into the uppercut onto Kiki, but it's not going to kill him. Yuma now going for the 1-2 with the spear, is going to connect off of it. Takeda trying to come in and peel for his team, but it's not going to be able to help him too much, as Yuma Revenge and Yushi going for that Dragon's Rush. Nejas is going to connect, gold focus, double focus follow-ups from the Fist Blade, or from the Flying Knife. It's going to do so much work for him. And there we go. That's 2 eliminations now in the 1v3 situation. Beautiful parry.
And the Lions are going to take that round. Goes through over to them. There's now SS1 going up versus WB. RW. What the hell? Where did I get WB from? RW. It's because it's AB. That's why I got confused there. RW, one of our new organizations, although players and names you will definitely recognize from previous seasons. AB opens up the transform here on the Monk. Is going to be looking for a grab onto Fu. Able to connect it to get a couple of shots in with the flying knives into the slam down into Fu. Strips away most of the armor, unfortunately. And AB is going to be able to reposition, look for another grab. Has been able to find one, gets another slam down. It looks like AB is getting heavily chunked out here now in the back. The flying knives just coming in response onto him. He's now going to drop that transformation. The pillar does get dropped for him, but Fu's going to get a bunch of damage onto AB. Fu himself, though, pretty low. Is caught by the uppercut from Yuan there. Into the scale rush from AB for the takedown. Beautiful little pickup. With Lue able to cube away to safety. AB is going to keep the pressure up here now on to Mian. Mian gets himself just a lot of shots coming in from the mech. And it feels like RW, a brand new org with players we know and love. Showing up very, very strong off the back of this start here. Been able to chunk away a fair amount of HP. There's Yuan. Gonna throw down the ultimate there on the Syra and look for that big stun. Youth just potting up as Lue trying his hardest to escape, but getting caught by the dazzle. RW, they're gonna take that nice and easy.
Yeah, it's really nice to see youth coming from TE Yuan. I can't remember exactly where he came from, but you know, he's definitely a strong player, and I'm enjoying their synergy together so far. Just off of the first fight, he's looking incredibly strong with that. We're gonna see Luo Yi jumping through. Beautiful jump. He is gonna be able to catch Yuan with that. You're going to see Temi Ultimate coming out now on the side to try and get that regrab. And Yuan is going to get himself regrabbed here, but they were able to get the zipping ultimate in time. You're going to see a little bit of healing, but now Lu Yi going to drop out as we jump through. As we see Lu Yi still looking for another pick, as we do have the one down and their healer. So their main help is coming in, as we are going to see Youth getting absolutely blendered in. 1-2 going to come out. Fist blades in hand for Luo Yi. He's trying to go for the connect. Fan coming up for AB here. Big parry on the side of Mian. He's going to be able to deal a lot of damage on AB. And there goes Youth. And wow, what a quick finish.
We've had a tie every time, though. It's been really, really beautiful. See everyone go all the way to 3. On Sunday, we only saw 2 matches go all the way. Now, RW Youth here on the Justina. We're going to see if they can get some big freezes off. Immediately Seeing the Kurumi ultimate get thrown down though, as they just get heavily chunked out in response. Mech's been thrown down, Lue is going to jump into. They're able to get a fair amount of work off there with that cannon, but Freeze comes out from Youth onto Mian, able to get a lot of damage out onto them. Just going to try and see if they can get a little bit more, but it's not going to happen quite yet. There's now Youth able to break away, takes a cannon shot off the back of that pillar there. There's a lot of effect going on off the side of the screen as there's a Yuetian jumping about. He's able to get the impale there as Mian's able to translate that into a kill onto Yuen here. Youth has to freeze himself up. It's the armor recovery freeze, I think, actually. It's going to get a bit of work, but Youth is incredibly low, and this looks like SS1 are going to be able to take this. There we go, Youth. It would take a bloody miracle here to 1 versus 3. Somehow, well, not somehow, thanks to their ability, able to get at least a single pot off, but not able to survive. And now we can see what happens. So IG did find the first victory in that game we got a bit confused on, and now they're through to SS1. It's going to be SS1 versus IG for this next round of our martial arts tournament. As they all start with dropping gear. We've seen a lot of teams do this in case they get parried. There's just some gear that they desire lying there for them. And it opens up with the transform. It's going to be looking for a potential grab, but everyone is just going to scatter away, and they've got a bit of interruption here from the Ainur. And getting heavily harassed here by the Ainur, not finding the opportunity to find a single grab off. Fu is trading a fair amount of HP to do so, but he is trading heavily onto IG in response, and Han, this monk transformation has achieved nothing. He hasn't found a single slam, a simple grab. Nothing has come out from Han here. And now that it is timed out, SS1 can open up a fight, but a great parry comes out from Han off the back of that one, just to find a turnaround as the Syra ultimate has now been committed from the side of IG. IG going to be looking for a big dazzle onto the members of SS1. Mian is going to get caught. They can get a nice focus attack off, but it does get broken by Fu just to stop them from getting the window of all that damage as cannon fire coming down. Han able to hold the line here briefly, but IG's health bars are starting to get pretty heavily whittled down, and SS1 has successfully evaded damage until right then, when all of the armor and all of the health got stripped away from Fu. The cannon fire from XL in the cannon, in the mech, sorry, is absolutely destroying SS1's health bars. Fu very low here. Lue has been able to recover health, but that armor remains pretty heavily stripped away as Han finds himself the parry. The follow-up doesn't quite come through though, unfortunately. Team aren't able to capitalize off that as Zen is slowly going low here. He's going to try and put the dazzle down for a bit of space, and Han, his job is to buy time for his team. Fu's going to transform though, and that's going to make life even harder. The bell gets thrown down by Han, so he has a bit to work with, but Han is down, and SS1 have been able to take IG in the first round.
Wow, what a quick cleanup from SS1 there to be able to come out and just absolutely roll IG in that first round. Now we're going to be seeing Akos, Kurumi Viper versus Temi Monk. This is going to be an interesting one. If XXL doesn't grief himself like he did last time with the Monk, we're going to see the Temi ultimate coming out so quickly. Now we've got... Oh no, it's gonna be... This is such an unfortunate ultimate that we're gonna see here. They're gonna be able to escape out of this. Pillar play coming out from XXL, trying to see if he can get a good Viper grab to come out, but it's just not looking optimal right now. XXL is gonna get himself grabbed out here. He has that combo break ultimate available for him, as we are gonna see as he falls down. Ultimate is gonna get released. Will he be able to get a grab onto a single one of these players? And now Fu gonna be taking so much damage here as they bring the Kurumi circle back over to health. Ultimate is gonna get released though. Fu gonna be able to get some of that HP back, but does end up going down. And IG in the 3v1 are gonna take the second round and tie it up, and we're gonna go to a round 3.
Nice turnaround there from the side of IG. Able to keep this going. And again, I don't think we've had a single clean 2-0 in Group B. Very close matches across the board here. Fu is going to get himself up, look for the scale rush angle. Isn't going to quite make the connection off that, but the pillar has been thrown down, so there is a fairy mech to be pulled out if needed, and that's immediately going to be taken up. Lue jumps inside. Fu staying aerial here. We'll be looking for the ultimate. Has got a couple of people lined up for the shots, and is able to get a nice amount of burst off that hand. Heavily chunked out, and honestly, we've had Juanhan being played on Sunday, I didn't see much from them. That's probably the most impact I've seen one have in the last 7 games I've casted in NARAKA. As XL going to jump forwards here, and still armor taken away, gets absolutely decimated by the Ainur here. Able to put a lot of work in as oh sorry, it was actually Yuechen decimating Han's health bar there, but he's going to lose that transform fairly soon. And now both of the transformers have lost that. They're going to be looking for a fight on one another. Mien very low here. XXL went for the scale rush, didn't make the connection. It's just going to be using those flying knives for a bit of zone control. So he evades away. Mian able to answer onto XXL though. He is low health. Both of them looking to find that opening, that window onto one another. IG are going to come to the backup of XXL and secure a kill for their team. This could be the victory here for IG with the 3 versus 2 in their favor. And SS grouped up looking for the kill. Nice kill there for XL, and that is a turnaround from Fu. He's been able to secure 1 kill in response, but IG, they have the pressure here. The 2 versus 1. Fu not quite at that ultimate, but he is close, but he's being caught by the parry. The follow-up comes through. IG go through to the finals.
And nice parry coming out, and that is going to put IG in that final round. Alliance now going to be facing off in our second semi-final against TE. We've got Monk, Syra, Feria versus our Ainur Hottie competition. And now we've got Alliance. Yuma going to be hopping in, and now his job is just to deny that Ainur ult value. He's going to be defending. He's going to be making sure that that Ainur ult can't make a breakthrough into his team. So as much as possible away, allowing his team to just hold this area. And it's going to just keep space. Right now, the Monk ult is not trying to go for too many grabs on these other players, and that's specifically because he's just trying to deny the Ainur ultimate space. And now we're going to see the ultimate released from TXJ. He's going to be coming up in the Hottie. Comes through with so much power from that ultimate. He's going to be trying to get some damage off onto Revenge. He's going to be able to get a few shots. Triple charge going to come out here. Revenge eating up another little bit of damage. Syra ultimate has been used, so no more extra healing from that ultimate is going to be available to the team of Alliance. We're going to see a cube getting taken out from, I believe that's TEZem. TXJ going to be able to get a successful double charge off. And now we're going to see another ultimate available for Alliance. That's going to be their Feria Shen ultimate coming through, dealing a lot of damage on to the members of TE. But that's going to be Yuma down. And it looks on the backside as we're going to see another one of our Alliance members going down. That's Revenge. And now in the 3v1 situation, Ryushi, it's going to be a bit difficult to get the win for him here.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit of a wrap off that. Is just going to demech here. And there we go. Ryushi down. TE able to take first round versus Alliance, round 2. Again, still no 2-0s. Let's see if TE can be the first team to do that. Akos, Viper, Monk. For anyone who hasn't seen this comp, Akos takes the cage version of the ult, and it guarantees Viper stun connects into the grabs. It's a very strong little comp, especially in these isolated fights, because you are investing a lot of ultimates to make the big thing happen. Transform breaks out. You see a good opportunity for the Akos get that big ult off, as looking for a grab, not able to find it. They are going to get a massive chunk of damage down onto the Alliance members, and there is the Akos into the Viper stun. You cannot escape this, so it's going to be a guaranteed grab. Revenge should be getting picked up. There it is. Beautiful stuff coming in, and they did get the interrupt to stop the slam from coming down. Oh no, they didn't. Revenge is dead. It is absolutely abysmal playing into this. That comp is just impossible to evade. Once the Akos pins you, you are guaranteed dead. As now, looks like with T with the man advantage, you're going to look to finish up these last 2 members of Alliance. Rushi incredibly low, no armor, especially when they're getting caught off by a parry. TXJ just playing away from the rest of them, but Yuma's getting juggled around, kept in the aerial, losing all of their armor. Rushi's already down, and it's a 2-0 for TE. IG versus TE is going to be this final round.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one as we get to see some of our deciding factors of exactly what weapons these players are going to be playing here. Yeah, they're dropping each other weapons so that they can have all 3 of these players can get themselves flying knives, and then We're going to see fans coming out from the side as well for some of these players. Fist Blades, Fan, and Flying Knives, the top 3 weapons. We're going to see Staff coming out a little bit as well. We did see a little bit of Whip Sword play coming through for TE earlier. I don't know if they're going to be running too much of that anymore, but the tech chase from the Whip Sword definitely going to be something that these players are going to want to look for. Now, it's just waiting to see if that Enor is going to ult force. They're going to keep the space. Big parry from TXJ coming out. We saw the parry onto TXJ earlier from Zen, but now we're just backing up. Flying Knives are going to be getting collected. As on the other side, we're seeing he's starting to push in, but everyone's just getting chip in. XXL going to be able to get a nice parry. Han with a bit of follow-up damage. They almost take them out completely, and now they're actually in a very, very good spot. We just see the Syra ultimate coming out. We're waiting for this Monk ult to come through, as they are going to focus the Monk as much as possible. They're going to hang out in the circle to get themselves a little bit of extra healing, and now we are going to see the Monk ult come out pretty soon, but the double charge into the shotgun burst. The double charge from XXL from the back end on a Onefang was so clean, allowing him to extend that combo. Onefang now hiding on the other side of the pillar, just going to go for the scale rushes. He is going to be getting a bit of health back. Oh my goodness, the cube just at the perfect time, going to allow Onefang to be able to get himself out of that situation. Now he's hanging out on the backside. He's taking a lot of damage. Slam going to come through. Doesn't knock anybody up, but Onefang going to get grabbed. Gets eliminated. Doesn't even go for the double. Just confirms the first elimination, as he didn't have too much ult time left. Big parry on a TXJ. Oh my goodness. We're playing dash parry. Oh my goodness. That is a cool thing. We'll go over that later, but IG Han trying to get the parry up on the Zem. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful parry comes out here into the combo, into the double charge. Zem's going to go down, and IG wins. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful and coordinated play coming out from Invictus Gaming.
IG looking real strong right now. Starting off their first NARAKA game ever in absolute style, looking incredibly good. There comes the A-Cost lockdown. TE gonna look for the freeze, but there is going to be a return Viper ultimate as the double grab comes out from Onefang. TE are going to get that slammed up.
Oh!
What?
Oh my god!
That was over in a blink of an eye! That was crazy!
Oh my, and that is why that comp is so good in
it's weird,
this meta.
It's actually a comp you don't actually see that much in the main game, but it's so good in martial arts.
No, you're never going to see that composition in the main game because it just ruins every other composition in the main game. But in the 1v1 situation, it is the most lockdown crazy comp. You have no sustain, you have barely any support, but it is such a crazy lockdown comp that if you're able to have it happen like that, that is the ideal play that you want to be seeing. And IG just performed it so beautifully. And now in the tiebreaker round, we're going to see TXJ on the top side. They are going to be taking a lot of damage in this Yueshon ultimate, as we are going to see the Enor ult coming out on the other side for Team IG in just a second. TXJ tries to bump through with the F. He's now getting healed from his Kurumi, but he's still taking quite a bit of damage, and now the Enor comes through from XXL. IG on the rampage. They're going to be able to grab Onefang out into the double charge, the impale, but they knocked him away too early, and he's able to get the ultimate off. IG almost had the perfect finish 2 games in a row. And now we're going to see the Kurumi ultimate coming through for support. They are going to be able to take Zem out. Zem gonna go down, and now TXJ on the backside gonna be taking quite a bit of damage, as Onefang is also gonna be taking quite a bit of damage through here. Parry attempts coming out for Onefang, but he isn't gonna connect. Shotgun burst is gonna come through. He's staying alive for as long as possible. He's gonna get another shotgun burst off. The parry from XXL is gonna come through and seal the deal as your winners of our duels of Group B are gonna be IG. Wow, Hitbrain, that was so exciting to watch. This is a great way to get in to NARAKA as we just start this out. Game 1, martial artists. That's so cool.
Yeah, really nice. IG also getting 8 points for that as well. It goes 4-2-2 after that in the point distribution. So IG opening, turning up as the brand new org to NARAKA. Obviously, like we were saying, very storied org elsewhere within China. But see them rock up here to this game 1. Absolutely slam it. in the martial arts and get himself a very, very fun matchup. Now, what I will note is how different not the comps, but like how different the match went. In Group A, we saw a lot more of the games be 2-0s and very more one-sided. Here, it looked a lot more evenly matched. Like, all but one game went all the way to 3. I was saying to creatives, I wonder how different Group A and Group B are going to be, and if it's going to be different playstyles once we get onto like Royale and Fedora and all the likes. I've got a feeling we might see a different style of game coming in today. I feel the comps are going to be mostly the same, and a lot of that is the teams are kind of playing what's safe because it's very new territory. You're playing in a much smaller lobby size. The game tempo has just been quicker off the back of that. So I feel like, you know, I don't think we're going to see too many wacky comps. Maybe 1 or 2 teams will have something they want to test. But the margin for error right now is lower because if you lose, you go to loser's bracket at the end of the day. And if you win, you stay in the winner's bracket, which basically means you have a second life. As long as you stay in the winner's bracket, you have that little bit of extra breathing room on the run up towards the grand finals, the big stream event. So, yeah, I think, you know, we'll probably see mostly safe picks today from the players while they figure the lobbies and the playstyles out. But man, IG opening very strong off the back of that one.
Yeah, and I definitely think that they did a really good job of getting themselves into a situation where like they were able to create such a good level of like control with that Viper Akos Monk comp. Right? You've got 3 characters. It's basically just a revamped trios wombo combo, right? You're taking the duos comp of Viper Monk, or you know, you could even put a Valda in there. I definitely think Akos is going to be better just for the lockdown, but Valda V1 is also a viable option for these. I'd love to see Valda V1 coming out here. I know you're a big Valda enjoyer as well, so having that coming out for you could be cool to see. But I think that this creates just such a good warm-up for the players to get into these games, and it's like you're not playing the comps that you traditionally see in the games, because in the Battle Royale, there is a lot of different aspects that go into creating the comp. When you're playing in these martial artists modes, you are looking simply for one thing, is value and kills in the quickest amount of time. You want to be able to beat your opponent out as fast as possible and get yourself into that next round. What's the quickest way we can 2-0? Let's try this crazy wombo combo out. And I mean, it did start to work. And now we're going to get to see our answer for treasures after game 1. Who won game 1? Was it IG? Was it Alliance? Was it TE? Or was it SS1? Make sure you drop your answers into the Twitch chat, and one person will be getting themselves a win and getting themselves some nice cool Twitch drops.
I know we will see some people probably play that Akos comp in lobby. It was one we definitely saw in like regular games on Sunday. It's not like an S tier pick in the eyes of the players. The S tier pick really does seem to be the Einol comp for solos at the moment. We do see some Monks also getting thrown up, but Monk is actually quite flexible in what they're playing with Monk. We've seen the Valda variants, we've seen the more traditional variants. I mean, not like old school Transformers Yuei Monk, but we've been seeing, you know, the cannibal version of it where you have the Farrier. We've seen some with the Temi as well. We've seen some with the Decader. On Sunday we saw a lot of different Monk variants, because I just don't think the players have figured out or solved what is the Monk comp. I also think, you know, it's a somewhat situational comp, and, you know, with that flexibility, you can then make it work depending on what the rest of the lobby are playing. Because, you know, if it's a lobby filled with Monks, Temi's really good. That wall from the ultimate shuts down the ability for your team to get grabbed. It gives you a safety net where you can grab into as well and kind of borderline use to guarantee kills. The one Monk comp we haven't seen, and I'm so happy not to see, I mean, I don't like seeing Monk comps at all, but my least favorite has been the Kai Lin variant. I think Kai Lin is such an uninteractive, that's what I'm looking for, uninteractive character. He just spams dash, and you just spend the entire time getting staggered. And I know the follow-up is like the grab, dash, so the grab, punch, dash, grab, dash, punch, like, you know, same loop. It's a horrible loop. Luckily, I think Kylan is kind of dead in the water at the moment, so people aren't really playing him. But Group A has already proven to be different from Group B, so they may pull something funky out here. I also know there is a Jeonhan comp kicking about. We saw a couple of teams play it towards the end of the day. It was okay. I don't really feel like it achieved too much, to be honest.
I think it definitely.
I can't even remember what the full comp was. That's how uninteractive. That's how how my brain can't remember what it was.
Shunhwan is definitely like he was really busted at J-Cup because it was pre-nerf Shunhwan that they were playing. Right? We got the new version of Shunhwan, the nerfed one that was not good. We got it while J-Cup was going on. The update that happened during J-Cup was the update that nerfed it, but the patch that they were playing on at Worlds was different. So since they were playing on such an older patch, they were able to abuse the fact that Shunhwan was absolutely busted. The amount of control that you were able to get, the amount of damage that he did, is so much better, right? On launch, he was insane. Now he's kind of faded a little bit, but it's okay. Like we're still seeing him come out, but it's just not as optimal, especially in the Battle Royale space.
Yeah. I really want to see a Zenda comp in trios. I want to see if they can make Zenda work. She has not shown up at all, and I've got a feeling she probably won't. But I would like to see.
I was surprised that we saw her in solos.
Yeah, she definitely feels a bit more solos to me than we're seeing in trios. But I feel like there's a world in which she could be used in trios. I just think the problem is right now is transformer comps are just astro broken. Like it feels like so many comps are reliant on Ainor or a Yue Shen or a Feria or a Monk. Like right now we are very much in a transformers meta, and I feel like characters like Zenda probably just won't have all that much impact versus them. It's the same reason you see like Jeonhan has fallen off the ladder a little bit. We also used to see a bit of Lani in trios. Not like a massive amount, she was definitely like a solid like low A, high B tier pick, but we were seeing a couple of people pulling the Lani out in trios as a kind of like off support, off utility, off DPS character. But we moved away from that now. And we're very much in a Transformers meta, at least from what I've been seeing so far. And honestly, I think until we see some nerfs on some of these characters, the meta is probably going to look like this for a little while. Very, very Transformer reliant. And the zip is quite high value right now. The fact we saw some Kurumis in that martial arts caught me off guard. We didn't see any Kurumi on Sunday at all. Like no one was playing her. Everyone was favoring the zip as their kind of healer. So interesting to see that, Group A and Group B have some differing opinions on what's good and what's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see who's playing what. And I mean, from this duel alone and just from the replay of listening to their comms of my limited Chinese ability, I'm already absolutely enamored with IG. They are their gameplay, first of all, really, really strong. In their 1v1 fighting scenarios. We're going to see how they handle the Battle Royale space. But they are definitely looking incredibly strong, incredibly well-versed to be playing into this. And I'm excited to see their first real Battle Royale game of the season. It's going to be coming up in just a second. I'm excited to see what we're going to see as we shift into like later seasons or later into the season. Because I guess with this new format, we're only going to be playing 2 separate patches during the whole season, oftentimes only one. Or I don't even think there would be a single time where we would play on 3 different patches throughout the NBPL. So
I think unless there's like a hotfix or something.
Yeah, of course.
Because something's like really bugged. I mean, Duncan was telling me that Jeonhan has a bug, but like only affects people who live in the wilderness like he does, where like when he ults, it tanks your bandwidth.
Yeah.
So I mean, I have regular internet, so that's not really an issue for me. But for him, I think it literally stops him from being able to play the game whenever Jeonhan ults near him. So yeah,
I know
like
that lots of people have been experiencing.
They'd have to hotfix for everyone's sanity and for the state of the game. But yeah, we're probably only going to see 2 patches really before we get into the end of the season. And it feels weird talking about the end of the season because we're literally just at the start of the season and we're trying to figure it all out still. And new metas, new comps, new rule sets, which has changed the way in which the game plays massively as well. But I think the big thing is we do have to look a little bit towards the end, or at least the halfway point, which would be the end of this this loser bracket, winner bracket tournament. Swiss style, I believe, is what we actually call these type of tournaments. And, you know, because we only get 2 of them, you have to kind of focus a little bit on like the outcome of what happens here. If you fumble this, how much better the second round has to go for you. Otherwise, you find yourself in a really, really bad position heading towards playoffs in the end of the season. So it's... I love this style. I think this is a bit better than the bi-weeklies. I love the bi-weeklies because they were fun to kind of have like an evolving narrative throughout the season. But this gives us a world where you kind of keep the good teams together and the worst off teams go lower down and they have to kind of scrap with each other. And it means that you get an opportunity for some of these good teams to really test one another. And also, it means they make more mistakes, which means they then drop into the lower bracket and they have to fix those mistakes. And, you know, it sets up some potential heartbreaks where like a team who, you know, you might expect the likes of SR or someone dropping out of that lower bracket.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see that, like, you know, a team that was doing so successful last year could be dropping to a lower bracket this season, just as purely on rule changes alone. Like, their skill didn't change, their teamwork didn't change, but they were not able to adapt. And so now they're not going to be, now they might not be able to do anything crazy. But now we're going to be getting ready to jump into game 2, ladies and gentlemen. And something I wanted to talk about and just build on what you were saying earlier was we were talking about how with the new format, you liked it a lot more because it was going to allow better players a chance to really test each other and shine. And it's going to be a lot less forgiving on players who make mistakes. And this is where the thing that we've been harping on since the first season of NBPL came out is you need to be consistent in every single game you play. If you are putting up a good amount of points, you are not going to have anything to worry about, but you have to be doing it consistently across all games. The one pop-off game isn't going to be enough to save you anymore. Because of how this works now, if you find yourself with one pop-off game, you're not going to be able to, and no points in the rest of your games, you drop down, the drop down is just so unforgiving when it comes to your playoff season and your grand finals. You have so many less chances, and I think competitively, this is the way that things should be, because in lots of other esports modes, if you lose, there's brackets, there's double elimination, and you're out. When it comes to Battle Royale, it's a lot more difficult to kind of certify, okay, there is only one winner, so we can't just have, if you lose, you're out. Right? They have to find a new way to adapt into it. And I definitely think that this is going to be a super interesting season, because with the bi-weeklies, we do start to get a little stale, right, with the gameplay. And that with the patch changes, it does up things a little bit. But let's take, for example, our fall split of last year. We had basically the exact same meta all the way until the very end. And it was just, it took so long for the meta to really shift into something else, and it finally shifted, and then we started to watch that meta get stale. And with this, it's going to spice up the it's just going to make it more interesting for the viewer and for the players to be able to compete with such more intensity.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, have a look at the pick order. Weirdly, I feel like pick order's less of a big deal nowadays, just due to the fact that there's no hero bans, there's no oh my word, words. Yeah, just no real consequences for picking the same hero. Obviously, you can only pick the same hero twice because you have 0 hero points, and that system still works. But because there's no bans, we do see a little bit more of teams playing somewhat similar characters to one another. As here we go into, oh, we have round bans again. Oh, we wait. No, we were on. That was the solos. That was the solos overlay. I got very confused there for a brief second. We'll probably bring up the trios overlay in a second. Get into that one. Bit weird that we'd play one group with hero bans and one group without. Be a bit punishing. Here we go. There it is. So I know comp's getting thrown in for TE and GG. See, a lot of teams favor this. This is the variant of the ACOS comp. You don't take the monk, you take the Syra instead. IG running this one. We have seen a lot of this, and this is horrendous as well, because it is just massive CC, massive lockdown, burst potential, and then Wolves going to be locking in the Juan Han comp. One which I'm still not sold on, to be honest with you. I haven't seen it really achieve too much yet.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any of the games so far in the new season, so I'm still yet to make a decision on that. But I'm sure it's going to be some pretty interesting stuff. We are going to get to see Takeda making a bit of a comeback too. Monk Takeda is something that I definitely love to see as a Monk comp. This alliance composition with Tessa, Wu Chen, and Akos, I do also really love. That's a very fun one to see.
Yeah, we saw a couple of people bringing the Tessa out last week. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Wu Chen right now. I think the problem with Wu Chen is the game moves too fast for you to kind of play that turtle play style where you jump in, find a kill, turtle away. There's also not as many of the matchups. But speaking of turtles, AB on the Sheol here. I'd heard rumblings because Sheol did get a light rework, which means she is now playable in trios, being able to share the shield. Damn, nice to see it. We didn't get it at all last Sunday, so it's cool to see that this shows up. And then Justina showing up in a Monk comp here for the side of SS1. We did see a lot of Justinas, more as a counter pick to the Monk comps than the Einors, being able to freeze them. So see how that works out. But my eyes are very much on RW right now. This guy is on the Sheol comp.
The Sheol is actually crazy to see in trios. They did get a rework post J-Cup where you do see the Sheol shield gets given to your teammates as well. So it is viable. And that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to see what these pro players could make happen. Everyone was like, oh, it's not that optimal. It's not that good. We don't really need it. There's so much more value that we could get from another character. But I mean, if they could make it work, it would be really cool to see. So keep your eyes on Alliance, ladies and gentlemen. The popcorn buckets, get them ready, because we're going to be jumping into game number 2 in just a second here. And this is going to be a good one.
There's a couple of interesting comps getting thrown around. Mostly the unexpected was picked up here, but to see Sheol show up is a big one. Seen as not as many of the Justina comps as well, because it's normally like the Justina Syra, and we see some of those with ACOS, or you don't see it with the Viper because the Viper kind of gets played in lots of places. Actually, we did see a Viper variant on Sunday. It was Viper, Justina, and Syra. You do have lots of windows where you could look for various different Justina comps. She's so good into these transformers. Like, they waste so much of their time being caught out by the freeze. And if you do have a Viper, you can also get that silence down as well. It's miserable. It's absolutely miserable to play a transformer into that comp. So as transformers become more and more meta, I do think that comp will come out as an answer to that. Another character who got a light rework, was the Yoto one. And we were seeing some Yoto last year, but she's just disappeared since J-Cup for me, unfortunately. Haven't seen any Yotos coming out. Maybe one day I'll get lucky and get to see her back in trios, but I'm going to look at the comps. Obviously, no one has a pick rate for them because this is their first actual game of NARAKA to the year. And yeah, eyes very much on RW here with the Sheol. And I'm also very excited by the ACOS lockdown comp. It's so much fun to watch. Oh, yeah. And it's IG rocking that one.
The ACOS comp is very, very troll. But ACOS Viper definitely something that's you know, in the past seasons it just made no sense to play, but now is incredibly interesting with how this is going to work. Like, I know that a lot of players in NA tried working around with ACOS into some of these compositions. It just wasn't optimal to run it with Viper Syra because Justina and Temi were so much better with that lockdown. But now ACOS has been proven that it can pull up and it can contend with that Tumult. And now since Tumult and Justina have sort of migrated to the Transformer comps, you can use Viper Syra with ACOS, and it's just so much more. It's so optimal. And I really like to see it because, you know, last season, definitely not something that you would have seen come out, but we're going to get to see it this season. Super cool.
Here we are getting locked and loaded for game number 2, our first of the regular maps. Teams taking to the lobby. GG already opening up by finding wolves here. Get a little bit of damage down. already. Blue armors, grey armors across the board. CGS unable to really find a major connection here on to XN, and then finally finds that window, finds that opportunity. He's able to get a lot of burst damage out from XN here. XN has to just back away, can't continue to take that raft there, but CGS keeps the pressure up onto him. Fan comes out, there's the parry into the follow-up. CGS able to open with that kill, and now GG can just look to clean up the remaining members of Wolves. As ZK also under fire here, low HP, taken down. And GG opening strong with 3 kills for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, GG doing a really good job of cleaning up those eliminations right off the start. They're able to just do so much right off rip, getting themselves 3 eliminations on the board. We're seeing a couple of other teams with a few eliminations. IG picking up that first kill onto TE's TXJ. It looks like Alliance and RW going to start their little scrap off here, as we are going to see big Meow, the Tiger Ultimate, coming through as Ryushi going to go up. He's managed to trap all 3 of the players, but this is going to be an interesting fight to jump into, because the Shio Ultimate is just going to provide so much value for them and create so much more of a difficult time for these players to fight in the lockdown. Now Youth going to be coming through with the Shunhuan Ultimate. Shunhuan Shio. I really like to see this. They're going to be able to get Ryushi with the attack, but look at the nerf. The nerf is crazy because you see absolutely no damage done to Ryushi. Big Meow going to come through, gets the stun off onto 2 players, but the armor swap's going to come through for AB, and the juggle of Ryushi is going to have him go down. And now we're seeing Alliance in a 3v1 situation. IG picking up all 3 eliminations in their scrap off, as now Yuma, last remaining player, getting... Oh, big parry going to come through onto AB. He's going to be able to get the follow-up damage into a double jumping LMB onto Yuan. 2v1 situation now. Can't he make anything crazy happen? F ability is going to come out into the grab of AB, as he is going to be able to get his soul back. The parry is going to come through. Yuma putting up a decent fight, though. 1.0 from the Fist Blades as the follow-up from his teammate. And Youth going to be able to clean up that kill with the help of AB as they revive Yuan. But Alliance managing to get themselves an exit frag into that is going to be nice, as they're going to join the rest of their team off of the revive.
Alrighty, well, IG on 3 kills, SS1 on 3 kills, RW on 3 kills, and GG on 3 kills. Starting off nice and strong here. Romyang won't spawn up for a little bit, and I mean, I'm going a little bit off what we saw on Sunday, but my expectation now is things will probably cool off for maybe some of the teams of the revives may try and push it a little bit more. But, if I'm IG, I've got purple staff. I can never tell if that's the pole sword. I think it's the pole sword. Purple sword, purple armor. They've got some of the tools they're going to want to take into a Romyang. Risking a parry or even getting taken out could cause them a bit more of an issue, so they may just wait for the next kind of 3 minutes for the Romyangs to spawn up and see if they can take that. But GG, on the other hand, they see SS1 and they figure it's actually go time. They're going to look for LXM with the whip sword and that purple armor. Feeling capable and confident to step forwards. Lue also got a whip sword to work with himself. Looking for the catch-up. CGS getting heavily chunked out, though, losing half his armor and half his health. Is going to be forced to throw down the transform, as Lue doing some really nice work here with those focused attacks from the whip sword. And the sandstorm's going to get thrown out as they find the freeze onto CJS. CJS just about able to break away from that one with the Einor, but he's going to re-engage on, as the rest of his team are just going to try and heal up and back off. CGS is going to disappear, though, soon, as he's got that ultimate timing out. Lue with ultimate available. SS1 able to successfully fend off GG, but GG feel confident. They've been able to get some healing out, but Lue still has the transform available, so GG are now going to have to scatter, as Lue will be looking for those grabs onto them. Goes through the doorway to try and find 330. Almost finds the grab. Doesn't quite get it, as the cube gets broken out, and GG are going to be able to back away.
Yeah, GG, the monk ult in that specific area just doesn't seem like they're the correct play. They're losing out on that Temi ultimate value. The Justina ultimate's gone. Now he's just become a target. All the teams just that are in this vicinity, mainly GG, but I do believe there's a couple of teams lurking close to the side. They're going to see that D ult. They know that there's no ult available for them. all ults burnt for SS1, while GG still have that support ult of the zipping available for them. This is going to make them have so much aggression into this fight. GG just getting ready to take out SS1. Fu going to be taking so much damage into the scrap off. Trying to get out of this. He's going to be able to get another Justina ultimate available for him as he takes to the skies to get out of this scrap off scenario. Where's the rest of his team at? Where's the rest of SS1? They just dipped out. Look at them go. They're gone.
Yeah, scattered to the wind there. Almost ran into IG as well. It could have been 2 versus 3. Very rough situation for them, especially with the fact that Mian has no revive. They lost their revive earlier, so if they lose Mian, they're going to have to either get the res off or find the revive. RW, I always see AB and say RB. RW have been able to pick themselves up that Volpine Essence. So that's going to be sitting on them, on the Sheol here.
Yeah.
Blind Knives in pocket
Essence
as well.
Volpine Essence and Trio is just something that's so difficult to deal with. And now with the Child changes, the amount of stun prevention that you're able to do with this new Child ultimate is so good. Like that.
Wait, these guys are so geared though. Like purple armor, purple weapons on everyone before the first round with Yang, and they've got the Volpine Essence. They're going to go into this round with Yang. Honestly, RW, they're going to be terrifying, and it is them versus GG going up in this one. And let's see how they play this one out. I haven't actually seen this comp in trios yet, so very excited to see how they execute it. Obviously, we start as standard. Everyone goes aerial and just looks to try and evade, play up nice and high as long as possible. AB is going to be forced to the ground, though, as he looks to try and get some damage off. Transform is going to get thrown down. Ultimate also gets thrown out here by AB, so shield is up for the team to work with. But he finds himself briefly caught out. Is going to be able to back off here for a second. Again, throws another shield up. Is going to block out AB. So a good job of just keeping the team nice and sustained here, as they are taking a little bit of poke. Gets caught out by the execute there from the Ainur, and suddenly AB's health very low. Is just going to have to back away, trying to break away from that Yue Shen. Has the Yue Shen slam for back up, but there's the Volpine Essence pop there for the side of AB. But it is just GG constantly sitting on AB, who's going to have to get a pot off here, but GG is going to be able to keep LXM on with the Hardy and just keep that stagger down. I don't think AB is going to be able to break away and find a pot. As CGS looks for them, AB gets the knock up and just breaks away. He's going to try and play away to safety, but LXM is there to catch them as they land. As CGS now getting harassed out by the remaining 2 members of RW, but down goes Youth. And now it looks like Yuan in a little bit of danger, left on their lonesome to 1 versus 3, and I don't think they've got enough in the tank to make this happen. Being constantly caught out, maybe a miracle parry, but it's not going to happen as they're the ones getting parried in response. GG take themselves the run with Yang. Seb is muted there, unfortunately, so...
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. I'm so sorry.
Hello.
As, it just being so scaled into that fight is, like, they've got themselves all purple armor, all purple weapons. They're questing, and they managed to get themselves 3 kills in the early game. They had the money to buy extra armor. Their RNG was good. They did such a good job, and then the execute against GG was just not there in their Realm of Yang fight, as Ryushi going to be coming through against SS1. They've got themselves that Mystic Might. I believe they managed to claim themselves their Spirit Well, as GG Wolves and TE have got on that Vermilion Bird Might buff, which is going to give them an extra life to play around with. These mid-game fights are going to start to happen pretty soon, as we see these depletion teams are going to try and cleanse, and these Volpine teams are going to start their assault onto each other. CJS going to try and go for the grab up on his F ability, sends it forward, lunges through. Ultimate's going to come out almost immediately. Yushan ultimate activated for the members of Wolves, and now it's going to be XN versus CJS. He's going to be able to get the stun off, but he doesn't get the full connect into the impale. And we're not going to see too much coming through there. CJS still going to be able to do a lot of damage onto NiHQ. Parry is going to come out from NiHQ on... Oh my goodness! ZK with the follow-up from the help of his teammate is going to be able to take that Ainur down in ultimate. Huge play coming out here with so much damage as LXM going to take to the skies, the Haughty ult.
Yeah, that's big. It looks like GG are getting heavily punished here. And the big thing to note is these are two Birthmark teams fighting, which means the teams of the Realm Yang depletion, it's just one less option for them to get a heal off that. As we do see Wolves able to secure themselves yet another kill and get himself back into the mix, as it looks like it's going to be TE coming in with a third party and joining into this now mosh pit phase of the game, able to secure a single kill. They're just harassing on to that Ferrier mech. As well, TE able to secure himself yet another kill, and that's just a nice one for them. They've still got the Bird's Might for a little bit longer than everyone else, just under a minute now at this point, as Bird's Mites are getting popped left, right, and center. RW jump into the fray, secure themselves a kill, which will be at least one Soul Bloom for them. Looks like they're not quite done yet. They're going to continue to apply a little bit more pressure. They've got a minute left on this Soul Bloom, so they need to get some kills fairly soon. It looks like with these health bars all blinking so low, this should just be a freebie here for RW to at least secure themselves a couple of Soul Blooms they need. Transforms are getting thrown out though, and it looks like these teams are not done fighting. FPX, obviously, with the fact they've got the deep depletion on, do not want to be losing members. They find a grab on to a member. They're not going to get caught out here. Oh, XXL jumps in last minute, finds the lockdown, and IG jump into the fray, pins people in places. They don't really get too much off that yet, but that's going to be a kill for RB as they secure a 6th kill for themselves and all the Soul Blooms they need to get out of there. IG were able to get 2, but they need to find another one, as XL is the person getting bullied off the back of this one. IG needs to come to their safety, but GG are just shooting bows in, and that is going to be the end of IG's Viper. XXL goes down. They're going to have to buy a rebirth charm to get them back. Actually, they lost their Syra as well, so it's only the ACOS for IG standing. Horrendous start there for them.
Double XL gonna end up going down as their Syra does get eliminated. 2, IG with 1 player left alive. They could get the buyback. This late into the game is definitely a little bit more difficult, especially with less money available for them. But now, Over from Funkless Phoenix found himself a nice little bit of an armor swap. Big 1.0 release is going to come through as Yuan from Team RW going to steal the kill from Wolves right under their noses with a beautiful cannon shot from downtown. As where was that? The members of RW, like, they were pretty far away. That cannon shot is, look at how far away they were. A beautiful cannon shot to come through and snag that kill out. I want to see a replay of that one. As GG's CJS looking to go for that second Realm of Yang entrance here, as TE looking to contest as well. We're now going to see F abilities popped. Will IG be able to get themselves in there? Or sorry, will GG be able to get themselves in there? IG going to purchase themselves a little bit of a rebirth charm. As TE versus GG. These are both winners of the previous Realms of Yang. So this is basically like a finals in our martial artist scenario. We're going to see GG jumping through CJS. Gold flying knives in hand. Going to try and make something happen. We are going to see Inor ultimates coming out on both sides. TXJ going to try and go for the drop down. It's not going to connect. And now we're going to see on the back side, Nbpl is going to come through. He's able to dodge out of it pretty quickly. They want to get One Fang eliminated. If they're able to make that happen, CJS with beautiful tracking on to One Fang. And there we go. No more zipping ultimate for Team TE. And this is going to be incredibly difficult for them to make any sort of comeback. Now CJS is going to be taking the cube. He's getting himself so much extra HP. Look at that. He's back up to full health there now. Almost, as they were able to get himself so much. Kite, beautiful F ability. LXM is going to be able to take out XEM as Yuan going to pick up 2 in the kill feed as well. We're going to see TXJ now against the 1v3 situation is going to go down, and GG pick up the kill.
Very nice there for GG, able to secure that one. So I was just going to grab himself the goodies, back off. SS1 versus RW is still going on inside their Realm of Yang, but we'll probably be getting a resolution to that one fairly soon. Alliance were able to secure themselves the Draco Storm. I was talking about this with creatives. I'm not sure if the second Realm of Yang is as worth it now, because there's just less teams, so you're less likely to find those rebirths.
Well, if you lose, yes, it's less optimal. But
well, that's the risk, right? Like, the risk is higher because if you do lose, Soul Blooms are so much harder to come by because there's just less players, and you're less likely to be able to find a third party. Like, you see a lot of people fighting at the Vermilion Birdsmite phase, and that's the only time you really get a third party until later in the game. And by the point I mean later in the game, I'm talking your Soul Bloom would have worn off. So, your depletion would have worn off. So, it's a hard one. I think the second one can be very risky. So we'll see if SS1 can make it work. Same for TE here. IG have been able to revive XXL, but they haven't been able to revive their Syra yet. So I don't know if they just have enough Dark Time codes. Because another thing to talk about, and I talked about this with creatives as well, there's just less currency floating about because you're not fighting as much. So, I mean, technically, yes, there's the troves and the stashes and things that give you some Dark Tide coins, but you're fighting less, which then means you're probably just got a lower economy to work with in general. So while there's more resources for stashes around the map, there's less resources you're going to be purchasing. There's less rebirth charms you're going to be able to afford, but there's going to be more rebirth charms floating around because there's less people reviving. Speaking of which, IG were able to get their revives off, but GG gatekeeping the edge of the zone. Han's going to try his hardest just to make sure that his team can peel away, but IG with the grey armor, very exposed. Han has been able to break away, but has lost a lot of his armor, and GG feel comfortable to push up. They're not going to full send for IG, though. IG have been able to break off, and it's going to be a tall ask for them. They need to find some gear pretty quick. Just rocking that grey armor is not going to do them well in the late game.
If I'm GG and I'm seeing grey armor there, I'm taking that fight. Like, you're so scaled. You have Mystic Might. Like, I understand the third-party potential, but I think that like the cleanup of that, they have one ultimate available, and it's the ACOS one. That you're able to take these other two players out with grey armor so fast. You're in a 3v1, and even if you're not winning all three of those fights, like, you're able to take out two of those players, and that's 2 extra kills to just set you a little bit ahead. Even if they get the revives off and go into late game, that's a potential for even more kills. RW, though, are going to be the kill leaders of this lobby, leading the scoring with 12 eliminations so far. GG with 9. TE, Wolves, and IG all tied with 5. 3 for SS1, 4 for Fun Plus Phoenix, but they've already gotten completely eliminated. And only 2 on the board for Alliance with this ACOS comp. It's not really working too well for them.
Yeah, ACOS comp, unfortunately, hasn't really sprung into fruition here. TE with the Romeo depletion looking to fight, but they spring a trap. There's quite a few teams in the area, but they're going to jump up to SS1, trying to force them into the edge of the zone where they can maybe find themselves the kills. They've only got 1 minute 13 to do this, though, so TE having to pull that trigger fairly quickly as we head into the rock cave. That was, I think stuff hasn't loaded in perfectly here.
No, this is just how this cave is. Every
Really?
single time you play game, it's the low res cave.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was just my computer too, but I mean, if they're showing this, wow.
Oh, you know, sometimes it doesn't quite go to plan, eh? Looks for the grab. Not going to be able to find anything off the back of that one. Oh, there we go. Grabs one, but they can't turn it into a kill. They only have 50 seconds to get 3 kills here. This is going to be so hard for SS1. And Mien's already gone down. Lue used the bell. He's taking zone damage. TE finds the parry. And SS1 fall. Down they go out of the lobby. They tried to aggress onto TE. And TE played it cool, calm, and collected, knowing that they don't have that Remy depletion. And they're just going to force the mistake from SS1.
The textureless cave is definitely... It's a risky spot for the fight, and you know they tried to push it there to just isolate and make sure that nobody else would come in for a third party, but they didn't even end up winning the fight. So it was unfortunate to see that there. GG actually almost losing a player here. They're forcing out 330's ultimate, and LXM forced out the ult. That's 1 HP, but they're going to be able to secure this Spirit Well completely uncontested now since they're able to push everybody off. And look at this, Shiol and Shunhuan and Yueishan are leading the lobby. And look at this. They're going to be able to min-max this so hard. Nobody can test them. Everybody's going to try and get out of this Yang depletion range, but they want to keep that buff and everything else for as long as possible. So there they go. They're finally going to capture everything. gold armor on all 3 of them, gold weapons for all 3 of these players, and now every other team in the lobby has this Yang depletion, which is going to force a lot of fights. TE now going to try and come in and go for that heal, but now they have burnt ultimates. No ults available for Team TE, and they're going to try and go for this flag capture, but every single team is going to want a piece of this action.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see Wolves actually managed to position themselves far enough away that they didn't get hit by the zone when it went off. That's going to be another team cleanse, and that actually only will leave 3 teams with the Roma Yang depletion on once TE pull this capture off. But they are getting harassed a little bit here. The Flamer's coming down, and I believe the cap hasn't quite gone through yet. It's about to come in, but One Fang's losing a lot of health to the zone. TE have been able to get the cap off, so they will be clear of the mess. It's hit by the urn there, though. All in sight. TXJ going to take a lot of damage from the Flamer as he comes down, caught out by the charm, but has been able to break away. And that is going to be TE repositioning. They do actually look to aggress onto Alliance. Alliance taking a lot of damage here. Getting very dicey for them. Roshi getting caught by the Flamer, caught by the Execute. Looks like he is going to struggle to break away. Throws down the dash to safety. But man, Alliance got close to going down there as GG are able to take down at least one member of TE.
Yeah, Alliance not really playing with the optimal ACOS comp. I definitely don't think it's working too well for them. Only 2 points on the board so far. The Wu Chen has just not been very successful recently. After we saw like the Wu Chen actually getting banned out because he was being used a little bit too improperly, these players haven't really found a way to use him without just completely abusing him. And I think that's just kind of been the Wu Chen downfall. But we're seeing a huge Viper ultimate from IG here, and Han going to be able to get the kill onto Yuma. Ryushi is going to go down 2 as a Revenge going to be the last remaining player. 1 HP in a Dream. Are they going to be able to get the hit off? But no, the wind ball comes out from the Wu Chen. A Revenge going to be moving and schmoving, trying to get away from this team. IG, as RW Youth actually going to be the one to pick up the kill onto IG's Han in the back end of this. 2-1-1 is going to be able to take out Alliance, and we are going to get the Bloom covered onto these players, so they're going to be able to get themselves a little bit of a risk-free coming through, but they lost one of their players. They're going to have to try and get that player back, which it's absolutely
one more Bloom.
not possible right now. They need another Bloom as well. So do GG. GG definitely needs that extra Bloom. And I mean, this is getting pretty exciting. I thought with 8 players, we're going to see a lot less fighting, but I feel the pace feels pretty good. The fights for, there's a lot of fights because there's a lot of players on the Yang depletion still. So I definitely think that this game mode is going to be incredibly viable. Like this is I was a little nervous at first, but this is looking really good as oh my goodness, the lockdown with the Jades coming out. We've got the Stanchion Sky Pillar coming out from CJS into the Dual Blades Gold Jade, or the Dual Halberds that we were going to see coming out there.
Did you get another rebuff chomp? That's crazy.
We did. Oh my goodness.
Whether or not they can get it off is a different question.
There is a shop. I wasn't able to see it with the icons, but there is the shop in the storm, and there is a revive thing that is very, very close. But I think TE's One Fang is going to go out here. Will they be able to go through? Zen is going to go down. That's unfortunate. So they do have the Rebirth Charm available on their one player, right? But he's going to have to go. If you do look at the mini-map, you can see very close in the zone if he's going to be able to go through. XXL. It's just not worth it anymore. The zone take. Oh, he's going to do it.
He's made a break for it. There he goes. He's going to get the rebirth off, but they are going to be very low on their way in, and I think XXL could be punished. I think RW missed that. I don't think they saw it happen. IG were able to pick up a single
Where is
player.
He, though? He's not back up.
XXL jumps into everyone else. No, he must have cancelled the revive.
Okay.
Oh, he cancelled the revive. I think he almost got busted and just had to cancel it. He looks for the members of RW. Is not going to find the stun. It's an honest attempt there from XXL. But now he's got GG hunting him. And I think this may just be the end of the road here for IG and getting not back into the parries, as that is IG taken down. He gave one last kick on the way out, though.
Beautiful
one
last stand.
Little fight. But it's just going to back off. I will say, Seb, by the way, from what we saw on Sunday, this is actually a remarkably slow version of the meta as well.
Really?
Like, we saw games move way quicker than this in trios on Sunday. So if you're excited by this, wait till you see some of the tempo we get to. The players feel less threatened because there's less players in the lobby, so they're less likely to get third party, so they'll just go for it. They'll send it. Absolute madness as Yuan here looks for some of the GG members. Doesn't quite make a full connection, but 330 is getting blitzed in the corner. I don't think he can move. I don't think he can escape. He's going to pop the healing, try and keep himself up, but that was an absolutely disgusting amount of damage coming out there from Yuan. Able to do so much work here with the nunchucks. Just ripping through health bars.
Yeah,
RW looking genuinely terrifying.
The 330 is back. RW did a very good job on that execute, but the one frame that you see that 330 is spamming his ult button as hard as possible, and then the second that he's able to get into a single frame that he isn't getting CC'd, he's able to hit that ult, and it basically negates all the damage. He was back up to full health so quickly. The team came in and did a really good job of peeling for him, and those gold dual halberds with the will form hook Soul Jade that he's got on there, they're going to be a problem. But that being said, RW with nunchucks with Dragon's Roar, that's going to be another one that's going to be really hard to deal with, as GG, Wolves, and RW are remaining 3 teams alive. We've also got one player from TE still lurking about. 10 players left alive. Zem, there he is. Enor, he has ult ready too, so he's going to be dangerous, as GG going to be holding this last sliver of space inside the building, as RW's building actually going to be the one that's going to have more of a favorable zone. Wolves do have the high ground right now, though. They're going to be able to get a few extra shots in, using that Dragon Sword just to claim a little bit of extra space and make sure that these range shots aren't going to be getting too much value from the other side.
AB dropping down off the high ground, doesn't want to mess around anymore. XN holding this high ground. I can't believe we're about to see the zone close with 10 players left. This was something we did not see on Sunday. We only saw the zone close like 2 times as well, or get close to closing 2 times. I don't think it ever fully closed, but it looks like we are actually going to see one of those kind of classic NARAKA endgame circles, especially when it ends on a multi-layered like wall area where people can just turtle away from each other, and it's going to be a bunch of isolated fights and last man standing. RW wanting to hold that low ground, got himself 15 kills, so definitely looking to take this lobby, take it all. No kill multipliers, remember.
The Juan is
actually coming in there from the Juan Han, able to lock down multiple people, and RW able to secure themselves a single kill, but GG do fire back with a kill onto them in response. GG are taking kills everywhere, but RW also throwing out their transforms and are looking to tidy this fight up. This could just be a huge win as we time out. I think that's an RW victory, though, at the end of the day.
Yeah, RW with the sheer amount of kills. We're not going to see any multipliers coming through from the kill points, but wow, RW going to be able to give themselves a huge jump after that first game. Even though IG did manage to win themselves the first game in our martial artists, we're going to be seeing RW just skyrocketing in points because of this game, and they've managed to climb over top of our IG at a significant pace. As Team GG as well, they did manage to put up a lot of eliminations, but near the end there, they weren't near the sheer amount of kills that RW had, especially with less players in the lobby. 17 kills is going to be quite a bit for them to have.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. Here we go, getting ourselves off the stage after game number 2. Man, a complete brain fart there. It's interesting to see, again, over in Group A, we saw SKG and WFG find a victory. Both look really consistent throughout the day as well. And then we come into today, IG win the martial arts. They kind of got a little bit ruined by their first run with Yang, but they were on track for a relatively decent game. 7 kills under their belt, but just fell so far behind the tempo, having to constantly revive their teammates due to the Roma Yang debuff. And then we see RW in this game win their Roma Yangs, win their fights, and walk out with a victory at the end of that game. It's cool to see that we had 4 new teams join trios, and yet a lot of them have picked up players and story players from the region. But they've been able to actually have some pretty big impact here. Now, for you guys at home, there are some goodies. You need to answer this question. How many players chose to mulch in game number 2? Was it 1, 2, 3, or 4? ABCD in Twitch chat. Let us know. Check your box, because that's where you will be informed when you find your victory there. If you find your victory there. But yeah, very interesting start to the day. Different from Group A. Group A was a lot faster tempoed. I felt like this was actually a lot more measured and almost... It was still a relatively quick-paced lobby, but it felt like a bit more like we saw last year kind of tempo of a game, where Sunday, it was like, we never saw the circle close. We got the final circle a couple of times, but we never saw it fully close. So crazy to see 4 teams in a final circle close, where before it was kind of like down to last 2-3 teams by the time we got onto that second to last circle. So very different so far, but it is only the first game. It could change. It could change massively.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried that it was going to be like a very, very slow and boring first game. Right? I wasn't really banking on the fact that the amount of Yang depletion was not going to cause players to not want to fight, but need them to fight more. I thought that we were going to, since we were going to see so many players buffed with like, oh, half the lobby is going to be buff, half the lobby is going to be Yang depletion. We're not going to get to see we're not going to get to see these players fighting, because Yang depletion is just, they're just going to wait out the Yang depletion and everyone's going to die. But we do see the fights getting forced. Half the lobby goes out. There is a lot of action. The third party action is crazy. The isolated fights are really good. And we saw the fight in the low res cave was really, really interesting to watch. Like TE had the right idea, or SS1 had the right idea of forcing the fight into a zone that's completely isolated from everybody else. But you know, we did see them lose the fight. But I mean, other than that, it was still a really good effort coming through from them. Yeah,
no, absolutely. It was very, very solid effort coming in from all the teams. I think, you know, I've still got my eyes peeled on the likes of RW after this game. You know, new teams do excite me, seeing new players. Same with IG. So, you know, they both started with some victory, but you have to look at GG, for me, are a big team that I was a bit concerned about coming into this season. I talked about it a little bit on Sunday, especially when the games were moving at that fast tempo where the maps were closing before we even got to the final circle. GG are a team who have always thrived at just picking all their kills up in the last moments of the game. They're very good at stalling out the game and then securing themselves the points through there. I worry, without kill multipliers, without those kind of playstyles, if the maps do start to move a bit quicker again, that GG may fall behind, so they may have to look at potentially adapting their playstyle. But RW will take that first game. GG were able to play a little bit more of their old style and not be punished so hard for it, walking away with 14 kills at the end of that and taking a second place. Unfortunately for Alliance, yeah, I'm gonna be real. That comp is bad, man.
It didn't really work.
It's real bad. It doesn't work.
IG made something work with the Viper Echoes, but like honestly, just it's a lot. It was way more. It's pretty disappointing from what I saw compared to like Viper Echo Syra. Like Viper Echoes Temi or Viper Echoes Monk in the 1v1 mode. Very, very cool to watch. Viper like Echoes in such an open world area, it makes it so much more difficult for him to grab value. So it's a cool concept, but it's just not.
I don't disagree with that. I slightly disagree with that. I know that it is harder, but we definitely saw teams pulling it off to really good effect in like regular maps. The issue with that comp was the Wu Chen, man. Like, what does Wu Chen do nowadays? Like, you're basically down a player. Yeah, I'm not keen on the Wu Chen. You definitely could have put something better in there, but you know, that's by the by. Having a look at the overall standings right now, 19 points over to RW, starting off nice and hot as we go into the replays. This is GG. Everyone knows where GG drop. They are creatures of habit. Every map they have their same spot they will go. So if you go there, expect to fight.
Yeah, look at that. This is really cool. The exit frag from Yuma, being able to get that parry into the jump LMB chain down the hill. You know, one of their only points of the game. So it was nice that they got that. And then the RW cleanup off of the IG initial attack there. It was pretty crazy. As ZK able to come back and do a lot of damage with that Cavalry Bloom Surge Aid on the dual blades. Zem there picking up a nice elimination. RW and the Rama Yang absolutely dominant. That Shayo just putting in so much work. It's like you're getting pieced up in the 3v1. You can't even do anything because Shayo is just knocking you back. And there we go. Youth picking up a nice kill on the IG's pawn. And then we see here RW just holding out to the very end. And even though the timer does reach 0 and we don't get to see any of those extra kills coming through, they still manage to pick up quite a few points. 19 total points on the board for them. They get the 1 ranking point for getting the tie. And our MVP screen coming through here is going to be 8 kills. First time MVP because it is his first game ever played for Team RW in the trios mode. 26,000 damage, 7 assists. He had Palm Lightning there that we did get to see coming out from the Flying Knives. Advanced Heal definitely helping him with the Myriad Winter Suite, also being very effective for that Shotgun Burst modifier. Shunhuan definitely not posing as much value as we've seen before, but the control is still working. That Jump C attack is still incredibly strong, and his dodge ability is very good. But the damage and control that we get from his ult recast has been incredibly nerfed, and it definitely doesn't pose as much value. But I love the Shayo. I love that we get to see the Shayo and the Yushan with the Shunhuan. Like the 3 of those together, it's a very, very cool comp. But we need a name for it. Because, I mean, Turtle Comp doesn't really seem like an optimal name necessarily, but we need to find a cool name for it. We'll figure it out.
It's early days. Also, that's the first time I've seen that comp. I don't know how much it's going to stick. It's a cool comp that they had cooked up, though. And it's cool to see, you know, a new roster come together under a new flag, under RW, and bring out in the first game, like, a comp that no one else is playing. And I'm sure people are probably testing this stuff in scrims, but to like be the first to play it, to be confident, and then to also get the victory off it, very nice. Especially in a Transformers dominated meta where there's so many comps that run a type of Transformer. Doesn't necessarily have to be the monk, but there's a lot of the Ainors kicking about, a lot of monks kicking about. Feria, you know, there's so many different Transformers kicking about in this meta right now that, you know, you're not playing a comp that's like strictly a hard counter to that. It kind of does its own thing, and you know, they're actually having some pretty solid success there from the side of RW. Now, obviously, that was our first major like proper map game under our belt. So obviously, we have maps 3 and everything coming up after that. So I want to see what RW have cooked up and got themselves ready. But for now, we're going to throw ourselves to a cheeky break, and we'll be back with game number 3 in a second. So see you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Caster Seb. I'm joined alongside my man, Hip Rain. And it's been a minute since we've casted. It's nice to get the game going in off of that, the martial artists game 1, and then our game 2, our first game of the Battle Royale that I've gotten to cast this season. Really exciting to see, but it's nice that we've got ourselves a really good building point for the rest of the season. Like, I'm loving to see that these players are really starting to get into form. Everybody's come out to play. They're showing very, very strong attributes as they're coming into these games. And I am so excited to see how the progression of this is going to work into the rest of the season.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's obviously we're laying the foundation for what's to come over the next few weeks. And we're very much in the like figuring it out phase, but we're not in the same situation we were the last few years, to be honest, where you have like 2 weeks in the first bi-weekly where you can really figure out your game plan and how you want to be playing the game. Now the game has changed and we are in a position where, you know, you have 2 Swiss brackets and then we go into playoffs in the finals and everything. You mess up here, you then sit out for a little bit and you don't really get as much practice. So it's much more punishing for the players who are, you know, wanting to really figure like who take their time to warm up versus those who come out the gate swinging. And, you know, looking at the likes of RW and stuff, you know, they just came out swinging. We also had YZG on Group A had an amazing day 1 as well. So they really came out the gate swinging with 2 victories under their belt and have pushed themselves into that upper part of the bracket for our trios. So it's exciting, but I also think, you know, dropping down into that lower bracket means we get some really fun matches between, I don't want to say like our weak teams, but our weaker teams. And they'll get a little bit more room to kind of to breathe where they don't have the pressure of your YZGs, but you will have the pressure of like SR, because SR absolutely biffed it on day 1. And they are in, I think they dropped down. I'll have to have a look at the bracket later. I'm pretty sure SR did drop down into lower because they got 1 win in the martial arts, so they got 8 points from that, and then double goose egg, and absolutely ran it for the rest of the day. So it proves that even established teams and teams who are proven and capable are struggling at the start of the season because, you know, you've had a long break between playing, mess has changed, and now it's a whole new rule set. It's a whole new game style with lesser players.
Well, yeah,
well,
these players are
less players in the lobby. Sorry.
Yeah. These players are scrimming, you know, a whole lot in the off season, right? They're making themselves, they're putting themselves in a very good position to be prepared for whatever's next. But we got these rule changes. You know, I bet they got them a little bit earlier than we did as casters, but we only got them a few weeks before the season started, right? You know, we were able to review and study the rules as casters. I hope that they got them maybe like a month or 2 before so they could scrib on that platform for a good few months. But I mean, if they only had 3 weeks to learn this whole new system, it's definitely something that they're going to have to try and adapt to. Whether or not they're ready for it is going to be the question of like how quickly are these players going to be able to adapt.
We'll have to find out as we get ourselves locked and loaded for this game number 3. Heading back to Old Faithful here. Morris Isle. Completely forgot the name of one of the best maps in the game. I was flaming with this on Sunday. I hate that we got 2 Padoria. I don't like Padoria. I'm gonna say it. I don't like Padoria. I think Holoroth and Morris are definitely my 2 favorite maps. I have a real nostalgia for Holoroth because that came out quite early into Nbpl. And, you know, we got all of the excitement of doing the first new map. But we only get one game on Holoroth, and I think that's criminal in my opinion. So many cool things that go on that map. Weather effects. It's a dangerous map. It's like the Australia of the NARAKA maps. Everything's out to get you. Everything's out to take you down and kill you as we're getting ourselves ready. Old man's waffling, by the way.
Oh my goodness. The Australia comparison is crazy, Hipbrain. But this is why I enjoy casting with you so much.
Hey, man.
The Unk British banter is very, very funny. As a Canadian.
Someone who's dating an Australian, trust me, they're always trying to kill you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's great. You're great to hear. Wolves and IG going to be first for the hero picks. Second is going to come to FunBuzz Phoenix and Alliance. Third is going to be coming to RW and SS1. And the last picks coming to GG and TE. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see other teams trying that composition that RW ran out. Because like if a team that's like a super powerhouse team that we've seen in the past, like GG, or some of our teams from Bracket A, if they're able to have some success on that comp, I think it could really take a strong shape into the meta. And I'm hoping that that happens because I love that comp. And now we're going to see IG going for the Enor Hottie, with Zen going to be jumping on Enor Hottie from both sides. That's going to be Enor Hottie Zip. Why? It's very like electrical comp coming out here.
I'm actually quite excited to see what comps get cooked up over the season, because typically you have like a period where they kind of almost play a lot of the comps that you are used to seeing from like last year, and then like a few layovers from J-Cup and like a few kind of like test ideas. But if you think about where last year started versus where it ended on the comps, there was a dramatic change. Now, we did do rule set changes, especially going into the summer season, which affected Hero Select, and I'm assuming at some point they'll probably look at Hero Select again for trios. It's one of those ones where they're constantly juggling it and changing it and kind of trying to perfect it. They don't leave it for long. It's one of the things I love about NARAKA is a lot of the things get changed quite dramatically, quite frequently, so it always feels fresh to watch. But so far, mostly what we kind of expect from a Hero Select. I assume this is going to be from SS1. Yeah, it's going to be the lockdown comp. Akos, Syra. Oh, yeah, okay, they just changed the new plays what. But yeah, pretty typical lockdown comps here. This one is, honestly, you find this in Roma Yang, you know you're cooked. You're going to be in a 2 versus 3 incredibly quickly. There's so much crowd control that comes out from here because you got the silence from Viper. I assume they're running silence. Normally they do. You've got the stun from Viper, then you've got the dazzle. You obviously can't escape because the ACOS has pinned you. And even in the open world, it's not hard. If a single dazzle hits you, you're going to get ACOS ulted, you're going to get locked down. And on the other side, TE, locking in my girl, locking in the Valda. I love this. I want to see a Valda CC comp with, you know, the tidal wave, not the spears.
Yeah, the tidal wave is more memes and it's a lot more fun, and I personally love it.
Buff tidal wave. Justice
buff
for
tidal wave for sure. Justice for tidal wave. First of all, a spear needs a lot more damage. It just gets no value at all. Like I was testing it out, actually showing a couple of people who are new to the game. They were like really like, oh, this Valda character is really cool. You can do this whole wave thing and you can trap them. I was like, but like, look at the damage that does. Right? You get the trap, but that's all you're getting. There's no value in the spear. The trap isn't that good. You're able to, like, one instance of damage and you get knocked out of the whirlpool waves, right? Having that movement ability, being able to just move around, so much nicer, so much easier for them in the V2 ultimate. And you have 4 spears and you get more health, right? Or 3 spears, I guess, but you should be able to
one of these things is not like the other, is it?
Yeah, you should be able to send the wave off at least like twice. You know, if you get 2 of those ult charges and it would throw out like Tessa's ult, that would be pretty cool, right? If you
actually better like a Tessa ult charge thing where it's 60%.
Yeah, I feel like that would make it
nice.
a lot more useful, right? And then you just buff the spear damage a little bit, maybe buff the wave distance so the wave can travel a little bit further.
Yeah, or speed, because it's quite dodgeable.
Or speed, yeah.
You pair that, if they did that, Tessa Valda would be a disgusting comp. It's already, like, I promise you people are sleeping on Valda Tessa. But,
Valda like, Tessa Monk?
I saw Valda Tessa Viper was the comp I saw. So you'd get the tidal wave into the charm, into the stun, into the silence, into another charm.
Into goodbye, yeah.
That's brutal. It happened once, and I've talked about this a couple of times. It happened once, and they literally hit the entire lobby. Everyone was grouped up fighting over the same thing. Everyone got hit, and the whole lobby stopped what they were doing and just went, nah, we're not having that again. And the whole lobby chased them down and took them out of the game because it was miserable getting CC'd. But yeah, I think people are sleeping on that comp. It could be big. Anyway, we can see one, I think it was SS1 actually there, who were locking in the same comp as before. It's good to see RW. First of all, got a victory under their belt. That's a healthy heart rate. 71, perfectly healthy heart rate. So they're sitting chill, or at least one of them anyway. Sitting nice and chill. Guys, lower your sodium. Go on a jog. Let's get these heart rates under control. So we're getting ourselves loaded up for our next game. Looks like the circle's so far away. GG are doing their sub spot. Typically, they've been a team who always start at Secret Tunnel. But they have had a sub spot of Shadow Jade Mine for like spawns where they can't go there. So they're going to drop down at Shadow Jade Mine now. And they will be contested by IG in that area. It's getting locked and loaded here for game number 3. Back to Morris Isle. And it's crazy to think this is the halfway point on the day. Everything just moves so quick, and the martial arts gives us a nice little warm-up at the start of the day. Is eyes right now on RW, our team who won the last round, and AP, he's 1 versus 3 sending it into SS1. His team had finally joined him, but man, he went absolutely mad mode there. And remember, we're on Firefly maps, so this is a lot easier to get your abilities. Viper stun's coming down. No one can escape that one. You're just pinned in place. AB is caught out, but they got the Dazzle to break out and find a Dazzle on to the members of SS1, who are going to be absolutely obliterated by RW. This crowd control comp is so good to watch.
Yeah, that's a fun entry right into there, as RW going to be able to make a lot work with this ACOS comp. Really cool to see that coming out there for them. 3 eliminations on the board so far, as SS1 just really struggling to put up points on the board today. We are going to see the Nbpl available, but the Vault of V2 comes out. Just so much value from the Vault of V2. I don't think we're ever going to see the V1 come out unless we do see those changes that we mentioned. ZK going to be taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, what a movement. As the zipping ultimate comes up, we're going to see the cube coming out, and this is going to give them a really good chance to get back into the fight. One Fang getting parried, but now we're going to see the Vault of V2 coming in. The Spear is going to be very helpful for them. Now we're getting the ultimate coming. Oh my goodness. It's just, every single time I see this cat coming out of the ultimate, it's just, I just don't expect it right away. And oh my, it is
so
hilarious.
Good. I can't remember who the cat
hilarious.
is.
We saw the collab
thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a collab with like
I can't remember his name.
A certain anime, Mr. something something. Like I know it's like 2 words, Mr. and then 2 words. But I can't remember what the 2 words are. Bell's gonna come out. One Fang now in the 1v3. It's just not gonna be optimal for him there. And there you see it. Wolves picking up 3 eliminations. This is how we saw them start out their last game. They were able to win their off spawns as well. Now they're gonna be able to advance into the rest of this mid game. 3 kills on the board for RW, GG, and Wolves. The rest of these players with no eliminations on the board. This is a very, like you said, like the off spawns aren't as aggressive, but that mid game, it does get very intense.
You know, speaking of collabs, I'm amazed this game hasn't like an Attack on Titan collab for Monk. Just turn him into a Titan, man. You even got the grapples. There's like, it's there. That's a money printer, guys. Come on. I swear, sometimes. Yeah.
I mean,
sometimes
licensing,
I'm a genius.
right? Licensing,
yeah, no, it's 100% right? Licensing. It's hard. It's probably very hard to get that kind of like. Actually, no. Okay, I was about to say, Fortnite got it, but Fortnite's massive. So
yeah, I mean, okay, with Nettie's like,
yo, hold on, is that? Wait, what is this skin? Is that Michael Jordan?
Well, they gave us. You've seen the Monk basketball skin. Like the Monk training skin, where he's the coach and he's in the uniform. And Takeda is the basketball player, and then with the skin customizations available, you can make your character model have any kind of skin color that you would like. And I mean, we're seeing the darker variants coming out there, and the bald head.
That's pretty.
It's kind of cool. Though. It's pretty cool because you can make those
Michael Jordan.
You can make those face customizations look very similar to real life players. So getting that there, the Michael Jordan customization on the Takeda, very, very cool to see. We'd have to take a closer look at his face to see if it's 1-to-1 with MJ or if it's more of a Kobe, because there's a lot of bald NBA players.
True.
There's so many of them.
I'm British, like Kobe and Michael Jordan, and that really tall guy, Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah. They're the only basketball players I can ever name, but it's not a thing in this country.
I mean, there's a lot of I guess but yeah, there's the trainer skin. that we see there on the monk, where he's got. You can change the colors up, I do believe, or there's like a couple different color variants for both of the skins. So yeah, you can get pretty close to looking like some real players there. But it's a cool skin. It's fun to see. It's also one of the cheaper skins. Lots of the collabs they're more like, you know, skins that are less, you know, intricate, but they're so cool and they're more funny than anything. As I like to think them as, they're often very cheap. As like we've seen like the the Nunclucks, the like rubber sword for the longsword skin, the basketball skins, the
you kind of April Fool's style skins.
Yeah, the April Fool's style skins, the Calabash Brothers collab that we saw with the Frog Akos, the Polar Bear Monk, all of those skins, they're very like cheap. They're like 120 gold in the store. So it's nice that like newer players or players who don't spend that much money on the game, or because, you know, most people don't have, you know, a whole bunch of disposable income to spend on video games. Like, you know, I definitely shouldn't be doing it. Cough, cough. Open NARAKA boxes all the time. But it's a nice thing to integrate so that everybody can have a bit of customization, right? It gives more people the access to get the fun skins, to get the cool stuff. And you know, with the collabs, right? Like you were talking about Attack on Titan licensing, I think that they could be able to do it, you know, in future stuff, and like it's definitely something that they should be looking into. It'd be very cool to see.
You know, they've had some fun ones over the years, but let's turn our attention back towards the game, because we've got about 40 seconds roughly until the Realm of Yangs, 80 actually seconds until the Realm of Yangs spawn up. And I expect to see some more action break out. It's been a pretty chill tempo start to this game. You can see a couple of teams have been able to pick kills up. We're just having a brief look at the Soul Jades. Unfortunately, I cannot read Chinese, so I could not tell you exactly what the Soul Jades are rocking. But
I can try.
GG, purple armor, purple dual swords available to them. Relatively happy with that gear up. And a lot of teams collapsing on this portal for the Realm of Yang. So this is going to probably be a little bit of a chaotic zone. Everyone wants to jump in. Let's see if IG can also redeem themselves from their previous Realm of Yang. Game one, they kind of suffered all game because they lost it this time around. Gonna see who gets in. GG versus Wolves in this Realm of Yang. We'll get a little pop-up briefly telling us who else has jumped into what Realm of Yangs across the board, but we're gonna be focusing on the Wolves versus GG one here. It's gonna be a Ainur comp versus this Zhuan Han comp here. Got the Justina as well, so have a bit of freeze options to lock down that Ainur if he finds himself pinned up here. Opening 3-3-0, finds the knock-up. Doesn't really get any follow-up damage off that, but CJS is getting pretty heavily harassed by the Hardy. Has got the ultimate now thrown down. Can use it to find that free. ZK is going to get caught. The Hardy is such an annoying character to play into. Like, you catch a CC and he just continually staggers through the whole team. Now that that has phased out and the cube's gone, there is a window for a punish, and 3-3-0 now goes for the transform here on the UA and looking for those slams down. Does have the ability to skewer someone if necessary. It's just been a pretty slow tempo fight off the back of this one. Wolves getting caught off a little bit here. 3-3-0 trying his hardest to get some damage off, but hasn't really been able to connect much off this. The zip healing as well, causing a real sore spot for GG to be able to get through. As now the transform's going to fade. 3-3-0 is going to see if he can get a pot off. He will be able to, but CJS has to freeze himself, and I think he's not going to be around for long, unfortunately. Taken down by ZK here, and GG just unable to really make any connections happen. The Hardy was so effective at stopping them when they had their burst opportunities. And 3-3-0 trying his hardest, but he gets caught by the parry, and that's going to be the end of him. Easy victory. IG lost their Realm of Yang, and so did GG. Don't know about Alliance FPX yet.
Quick jump parry reaction from ZK there. It was a beautiful impale catch. One thing that I also wanted to note is GG running the the V2 variation of that Yueshon ultimate, not going for that impale, but having the debuff counter, because he knows that there's a lot of Vipers, that RW running that Viper in the lobby. It's going to get them just a little bit of a better chance to avoid any extra Viper stuns. They do lose that damage and CC that they get from the Yushon, which they would have loved to have against something like an Enor composition, right? It's definitely their worst matchup. GG going in, fighting against Wolves that are on the Hottie Enor versus Yushan lineup. I definitely say that Enor takes it almost every single time, especially when they don't have the Impale. And now we're going to see RW, who fought against IG in the Realm of Yang and did end up winning, fighting against Wolves. Wolves going to come in silence onto ZK, but they're not going to be able to do too much with it. They're going to go for the hold. No insta-ult's going to come out from them, except we are going to see now Syra ultimate coming through. Hottie ultimate comes up, and Cube is going to be available for them to avoid any sort of powerful dazzle. We're using that more just to get the health back for Yuan. Now the back off's going to come through. Hottie ultimate is down and canceled. Big Meow going to be coming out from RW's Youth, as he's going to try and lock in. Maybe we go for the lockdown ultimate here. I don't know if we're going to see that coming out yet. I think they're going to wait in. Oh, there we go. Yes, we do. We don't have the silence on the, oh my goodness, Naichu going to get absolutely blitzed down. ZK going to do a really good job of kiting out all of that pressure and using that Enor ultimate to get out of that situation. But we are going to see now the third parties are going to be coming in as, there we go, the Shunhuan ultimate going to get dropped down in. Able to do so much, and there's dodges going to be able to help him so much as well. He needs that F ability, doesn't get too much value off of it. Impale could have come through, but ZK going to get frozen up by Yuma. Huge Justina dashes coming in as well. So much value off of the Justina, and now we're going to see the last ult recast coming through with a couple seconds left on that ult timer, and now XN going to go down as Alliance Yuma picks up the kill. The 1.0 release on the XXL is also going to be good, as now IG going to come in on the third party. Youth is going to go down. AB is going to go down from Team RW. XXL with the Enor ultimate going to try and push in for the third party. Ryushi going to get tagged up. The Impale is going to come through, but he's able to get the Yushan ultimate off in time before any of that Impale damage is going to make any extra value. ZK going to try and climb up the tree, see if he can make anything happen for the scale rush. He's very low on HP. Revenge is also extremely low. They have that Vermilion's Bird Bite buff though. The 1-2 comes out from Zen into the 1.0 release, and he's going to be able to get that. Ryushi going to get extremely low as well, cleansing all of these players. Yang depletion is their goal, and they're going to be able to achieve this by taking out the members of Alliance as the last jump LMB comes through. IG Han picks up the kill, and IG cleans the Yang depletion and goes to 4.
That's big for IG as well, because if we look at the previous game, they suffered from not getting that cleanse off in time, and this time they timed the third party beautifully, came in, but man, this lockdown comp that we're seeing RW run, I love it. It's so fun. It's got so much burst potential, and in a world where before teams were quite scared about throwing all ultimates out because of the third party and the fear that like one of those Tessa comps or something would show up and blow you up. But because there's just so many less players on the map, the third party is just so much less likely to happen. And what this results in is teams who are willing to blow all of their ultimates in quick succession and not layer them like they were previously. They're happy just to go ACOS ult into Viper ult into Syra ult into kills. It's so much better to see these teams being freed up in their ability to just actually blast ultimates out and secure kills off the back of that. So I think this Syra comp may be one that grows over time in value, as Water, the last member for FPX, unfortunately, has found himself on his lonesome. What happened to IG? They just died off screen.
Yeah, I guess that's just one
just eviscerated them. I don't know what happened. And we're also about to lose FPX. We're losing 3 teams. This is the tempo I remember. Realm of Yang 2 hasn't even spawned, and Water playing for his life here, but he's just a freebie. He's half HP. He has no monk form. He has the bell, but I don't think the bell's going to really achieve much versus the 3 members running him down. He's running out of stamina, throws the bell out, but that stamina still just continuing to slowly be whittled away as RB on the hunt right now for the kill. And RW, sorry, I keep saying RB. RW 8 kills deep into this game. They started last game on fire. They're looking to continue that as Alliance are inside the realm of Yang. Is anyone going to join them is the real question.
You're thinking about the RB Nissan engine every single time? It's every single time I hear RB, I'm just thinking, I just hear doo-doo-doo-doo in my head. As Wolves going to be looking to go into that realm of Yang as well. And yeah, they're trying to go in third. So the first team went in. We're going to see them getting into a fight against Revenge and Team Alliance. Wolves v Alliance in Realm of Yang 1. Realm of Yang 2, I don't know if we're going to get to see another one coming through here, as it looks as if we're just going to see the one. We haven't gotten our board up yet. Big parry going to come through from someone. I don't know who got the parry, as everyone starting to get very wild. ZK going to get pieced up, but now we're going to see huge value coming out from that zipping and the haughty ultimates, getting ZK super low in HP. Now he's going to get back up. Yushan ultimate available. Yuma going to get impaled right away, but the dodge comes through to prevent any damage from Ryushi. Beautiful peel coming out from that Yushan there. F ability invested from the Justina. Oh my goodness, the Shunhuan damage coming out as well. Impale going to be coming through. ZK taking a lot of damage in the back end. Now that zipping ultimate has gone down, Wolves are going to be open to a lot of potential damage getting inflicted onto them. Now we're going to get another F ability thrown out. That's Yuma down. Ryushi going to be taking a lot of damage too. Wolves players are incredibly low as well. Ryushi trying to go for that 1.0 with those gold fist blades in hand. 1v1 situation on the other side, and it looks like NiHQ is going to go down. Revenge picking up the kill. 2v2 situation now. Both of these Alliance players are a lot lower in health. Big parry onto Revenge. The 1.0 follow-up is going to come through. And the, oh my goodness. Oh. Ryushi almost had it. He almost had it. He had the one, and he caught both of them in the ACCA. The uppercut didn't count for both of them, and oh my goodness, ZK was able to F out of it, but he almost had the 1-2-3 combo with the focus attack, and he would have taken both players of Wolves out. It would have been insane.
I'm happy to see that the Shunhan actually is having a little bit more impact than before. I think the character on Sunday, we just weren't seeing much out of Shunhans, and sure, they didn't win that Realm of Yang, but we are just seeing a little bit more life come out from this character in this group. So good to see that there is still some viability there. There's SS1 here, also on the hard CC comp. We have a lot of strength right now. 12 players left in the lobby with 11 minutes left on the game, so definitely moving at a much faster pace than we were in game one. I'll be quite happy just to hold themselves on the high ground. Actually, we're going to have a few more players because Alliance, I don't think, have revived yet. But there we go. Alliance join in, so it'll be back to 15 players in the lobby. It's all to play for. They obviously got to get these revives off. But the problem is for Alliance right now, you've got that pressure on because you have to clear this Realm of Yang debuff. And then there's a potential that you either have to just get far enough away from the Soul Altar, not Soul Altar, from the Spirit Well, or try and take it yourself, because by the time you cleanse it, that's going to pop, and then you're going to get it reapplied. So the depletion, it's a horrible timer, but Alliance might find themselves on here because they're going to not be able to really set up for the for the Spirit Well, just due to the fact that they're going to be trying to cleanse this depletion off them first.
Yeah, the Yang depletion is always a fine line to try and walk. Like, where are you going to get your kills? You need to be able to go in, and you have to be prepared to fight, and then you also have to be prepared to either kite out or fight the third party. So it's really hard when you're on that Yang depletion, which is obviously the risk you take by going into the Realm of Yang. And like you were saying, second Realm of Yang, that risk might not always be worth it, especially for some of these lower skilled teams. If they know that if they know that they're going to win and they're confident in their skills and abilities, then it is the optimal line for them to go into. But definitely some people, some of these teams are going to have to try and take it a different way.
Alrighty, well, team's getting themselves situated. Obviously, RW very set up off this game, and looking to actually continue the power they had in that previous game. But Alliance with 2 minutes left on the clock for them are looking for a window to find a kill, find a fight. There's 6 seconds until the 60 seconds, sorry, until the Spirit Well spawns up, and that is an angle for them. But by the time it spawns up, they're going to have about 45 seconds to make sure that they can contest and take it. And if another team contests them at all, that's them just gone. Like, they're going to really struggle to get the kills in the 40 seconds that I have after that. So it's going to be a hard ask here for the side of Alliance, but they are playing it from a more relaxed perspective right now. I'm not actually full sending it. It's Alliance. I say that. As soon as I say that, they fire an SS1. And what do you know? They full send it. They're committing ultimates here across the board. Revenge gets his ult charged up. Doesn't find the hit there, unfortunately, as they were able to tuck away from him. But you can see Fu lost a fair amount of HP off the back of that one. They are looking for the big dazzle. Lockdown, SS1. They have the combo. That's the scary thing here for Alliance. They're able to break away from the dazzle. They do have that Viper ready to go. The silence can get loaded up if necessary. Yeah, I've thrown it down, and that should just be enough as the chains come out from the ACOS into the lockdown. Mian able to break away as Alliance have come to the backup of Revenge, because this could get dicey for them. They have the Viper stun. I think this is a pretty bad place for the ACOS ult, though. Doesn't really give Mian a good room, a good opportunity to pop that ultimate. Too many areas to hide behind. But Mian's still breaking away. Rishi able to get some damage onto Mian here, and that does look like we might see them going down as Wolves are jumping in with the buff, and they are just looking for the kills. The ultimate has been thrown down from the Viper, but it's not going to make a big connection here. ZK jumps in, finds the execute lockdown, shreds through Mian's health bar. The shield is gone, the golden armor removed from Mian, and Mian trying just to break away, and they will be going down to Wolves. ZK who secures the kill, and that's Alliance denied of anything as they just fall to the Realm of Yang depletion and eliminated from the lobby with 7 kills. It is RW still in the lobby. It is SS1 who have 2 Realm of Yang depletions on them, and GG in the lobby left. Not many people are left in this game.
Yeah, and 11 people left with 7 minutes on the clock. It's definitely going to be a tough one for these players to try and get into. SS1's Fu going to be getting chased down. Oh my goodness, so much damage burst coming through. NiHQ going to be able to steal that shot out with the bow from very long distance. The rest of these Wolves players start to work in on the members of GG. We're going to see the fan list come through. ZK now getting caught out in the ultimates from RW. Now we're going to see the comeback coming through. Oh my goodness, look at that! The iframe D ult to try and peel for his team, but RW still going to be able to pick up that first elimination. ZK now caught in the cage. It was honestly, the D ult was the downfall there. He tries to D ult to just iframe the powerful dazzle and the Viper stun, but it just ended up not being enough. And now, oh my goodness, the re-ultimate coming out here into the re-Viper stun, into the powerful dazzle. Oh my goodness, RW is cooking right now. They have gotten themselves another elimination, putting themselves up to 11. Now it's going to be 12. GG CJS now on the bottom side. Jabbing going to come out for him. We've seen CJS clutch 2v1 scenarios before. He's got the weapon to do it. Gonna be able to kite away from this for a second here. Brings them in. Is gonna be able to get the gold focus confirmed, but it's not gonna follow through. We're gonna see Yuan just doing a little bit of looting here now. Oh, CJS. Ability popped, and now we're gonna see the jump LMBs coming through from that gold spear. It's gonna be so much. Oh, big parry.
Nah, too much backup.
Nah, it's not. Too little, too late. As oh, it looks like AB gonna be fighting in the zone against SS1's Fu. The res.
Trying to get the res off, but I think he's just gonna bleed out.
Oh, no, he's going for the revive first. No way.
I don't know.
This is tech. This is tech.
Just gonna die sadly before they can get out.
Oh no, they totally are. They totally are.
Oh
no. Oh no.
RW just given the win. Oh, that is insane.
That is.
I know we probably don't even know what happened there. They're just like, wait, what? We won again? 2 wins to RW. New kids on the block, or new org on the block, and they just pick up win back to back. Crazy, yeah, absolutely crazy.
AB goes down in that sequence, and SS1 are able to pick up that 1 elimination. But they were going into the zone to try and do what IG did. Or what IG attempted to do in the previous game, and it just didn't work for them. He's like stuttering, he doesn't know what to do, and then the decision making, like he needs to be frame perfect there with the revives and everything, and the timing just doesn't work. The zone takes too much, the panic sets in, and unfortunately they are going to go out second. But RW running that lobby in game number 2 with the ACOS Viper and Siren composition, just doing such a good job.
Absolutely. incredible performance there from RW. And I mean, they kind of got gifted the win at the end there, but a solid try. All the players quite happy just to walk off. I like how the moods are always high here. They're always high here.
Everyone's in such a good mood, right? Because they finish the game and they're like, haha, I got you with that. And then instead of getting upset about it, right, they're all good friends. They're not. It's like rivals. Like they're friendly rivals. There's a few people who may not get along the most, but for the most part, they're all working together, right? Like this is what they do as a career. So this is like their opponents are their co-workers essentially, right? Like you're my co-caster, we're co-workers, right? This is our job. So these guys at the end of the day are co-workers and friends, right? And they're rivals competing against each other in a game, and it's really nice to see the brotherhood and the camaraderie that comes from them playing these games every single week, right? They come and they play against each other. They spend a lot of time with each other. Of course, they're going to be good friends, right? And if you kill your buddy in game and you're like, I killed you, right? Like it's a fun feeling. Everybody knows that. Everyone who's a gamer knows that good feeling.
Yeah, no, it's always good. It's one of the things I like about NARAKA. Everyone's pretty chill with each other. Doesn't seem to really be too much beef going on. But yeah, great game for RW, securing themselves their second victory. They're pretty comfortable right now. I mean, it's one of those things where, at least on week one, and I need to look at the scoreboard again, but in week one, we saw that, on day one, on Sunday, we saw that, you could have a bad game here and that could upset the rest of the day for you if you were RW. We saw it with SR. We saw a couple of other teams really kind of jump up and down the ladder. Because there's only 8 players in the lobby, or 8 teams in the lobby, it means that we are seeing like points actually are quite thin spread, where before you'd see 1 or 2 teams just completely run away with the day and no one would ever be able to touch them. There's still 3 games left. RW are very catch-upable. It's going to be hard work for anyone who wants to catch up with them, because while there's no kill multiplier anymore, you still do get those 4 placement points. So you're getting 4 points on top of the amount of kills that RW have been able to pick up, which is obviously always going to play into it. But because of the lack of kill multiplier, I think catching up and pulling ahead is, it's less likely to happen than pulling ahead, but it's a lot easier to play that catch-up game. Which means that things could shift around as we move in later into the day. But here at the points at the end of this game, 18 for RW. Wolves walk away with 15. SS1 with 8 points there off the back of that one. Everyone else, still relatively relevant until you get to kind of the IG, FPX, and TE area. Who really have to pull their bootstraps up if they want to play towards that top 4. Because remember, at the end of the day, the top 4 go into that upper bracket, the bottom 4 go into the lower bracket, and they'll be playing versus the bottom 4 from the other bracket. So you are taking away your chances, that life opportunity, that second chance. Because if you lose in that lower bracket, that's your donezo. You're knocked out until the next round, which will be, in a couple of weeks. So it's a lot of time off if they're going to be doing that.
That's the one thing that I've noticed is, like, if you don't make it to the bi-weekly finals, you're playing again next week, right? Yeah. But if you make it to if you don't make it to the next stage, you're done for like the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
You don't get to play until section 2 of this spring split. So
look at these points here. So RW obviously sitting right at the top. IG, the other one I want to talk about, because right now they're in 4th, so they're dancing on the edge of that lower bracket. And a lot of that comes from they had a good game too, even though they got knocked out. And that game 1 for the martial arts is keeping them in here. But they can't continue to have like 4-point scoring games. They need to kind of, keep somewhat relevant and keep up with the pack. But RW, honestly, Wolves, 1 good game catches them easily. GG. It'd have to be a pretty good game, but it is still feasibly possible for them to catch up with RW. If I'm gonna be real with you, 3 games, Alliance or FPX would have to have insane round of like 3 20-bomb games, but all of it is catchable. It's a tighter lobby and a tighter board, so it's a lot harder to kind of run away with it. It means RW, they don't really get a breathing room game. They're pretty comfortable in their position if they continue to play consistent. They'll make top 4, but getting first or whatnot, that's up to how they play for the rest of the day. as we've seen the replays from this previous game. And my big takeaway from this meta so far is Transformers strong. Hardy is probably the most annoying character in the meta right now. It feels so impossible to do anything when the enemy team's Hardy's in ult. Like, you parry, and your team goes to follow up, and then the Hardy just swoops in and staggers you all out of anything. He's such an irritating, like, he's like a mosquito character. He's just buzzing around. You can't really do much about him until he runs out of steam.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, the Hottie, the cube is definitely annoying. It's definitely hard to like to work through. But I do have to say that like we see the Hottie, but like I'd say Zip is just 10 times more annoying, right? Because
yeah,
you get away with Zip on 1 HP. And Zip gets their whole team back to full health. Syra is also pretty annoying. All the Enor ultimates. Hottie definitely has that annoyingness, but I think it's the Hottie and Zip combined that makes the most annoying combo.
Yeah, because he's up in the sky. So when you do hit him, by the time he comes back down, he's full health. I think the reason why I find Hottie more annoying is it's very obvious and you can see the impact he's having on a fight. Where Zip's a lot more passive. Like that healing is just ticking up and you're kind of not noticing it until you're like, wait, they're full health again. What happened? Where Hardy's just like swooping in, stagger locking one person, continuously locking them down. It's why the Kylin Hardy comp back in the day was absolutely abysmal to play into because there was so much stagger and it was just impossible to play. Like at least with a stun lock, you can kind of take your hand off the keyboard and just accept your fate. But when you're staggered, it's like you're trying that last second to see if you can break away from the next stagger. Yeah, very, very infuriating comp to play into. But that's on them to figure out. That's on them to deal with, not us. It's our job to excite that moment. But yeah, really, really solid performance so far from RW. And obviously getting ourselves geared up for that game number 4 and see what the teams have got cooked up. Because some of them are going to be starting to run out of comps fairly soon. But I believe I just heard it's time for an interview, so let's throw it over to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let me say hello to our audience. Please, 先跟大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 IG 的叉叉洛。
欢迎叉叉洛来到我们的赛后采访，欢迎小小洛。Okay, so first I would like to say congratulations, you guys get the MVP in the game 1, and it's really awesome because we know TE is a very strong team, and I would like to know so how you guys should communicate before the game 1 and finally get the MVP. 那首先想问一下，第一把真的这个武道王真的拿得非常的精彩，一个是遇到了自己的老队友，是不是？不知道打爽了没有？
很爽。
玩开心了啊！那一波大家是怎么商量，然后可以拿下这个3-3的呢？
因为我们发现他们都是先开服，然后发现很难打，然后我们就先没开，先抱团一起拉扯，然后再找机会慢慢打吧。
So I found that because their team is like every team fight with them is use the monk ultimate at first, and after that we think maybe we can use just fighting, we don't use the ultimate, and after that if they are unhealthy, and after that we use the ultimate, and finally we kick at the MVP in the game 1. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的有奖问答的题目是什么。So we can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot. A lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so today's question is, which hero did IGXXL use in the game 3? 这道题目呢是在第3把当中，小洛用到的是哪个英雄？哎呦，说回我们今天的比赛 ，Let's back to the matches because we know IG for you guys, you have the first time cooperate together. So I would like to know so how is going right now. 那我这边要问一下，因为 IG 其实今年全新成立了之后，其实队员们也是第一次集结到了一起。目前小洛觉得队内的整个配合程度怎么样了呢？
还可以。
觉得就是哪些地方可能还需要再磨合，或者说跟其他的队比起来，目前你们有怎么样的优势？
我们的优势应该就是打3-3厉害吧，打武道厉害一点。
那我们接下来就可以期待你们每一天比赛的这个第一把武道了，是不是？到时候期待一下你们3-3的一个表现。Okay, so for us, I think our cooperate is just like so. We still have like some place to improve. And for me, I think we are really good at 3v3, and maybe we can looking forward together in the game, in game 1 in the rest of the day. Okay, I think our players prepared and let's start counting. 那小洛应该准备好给大家送出福利了，接下来就让我们进入倒计时。用英文说一个 3, 2, 1。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 请小洛公布一下这道题的正确答案是什么。
C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. And congratulations, if you are the lucky guy, you will be Whisper. Okay, so we know it's a new season right now. So I would like to know, so for now, you think in the Trolls game, who will be the biggest opponent for you? 我特别想知道，在这个新赛季、新赛制当中，小洛觉得目前为止的3排哪些队伍是你们最强劲的对手呢？
很多吧 ，TE 最厉害吧，感觉。
TE 是最厉害，主要是觉得他们哪里特别厉害，会成为你们夺冠路上的一个障碍呢？
他们的个人能力跟配合。
So for me, I think every team is now in the Trolls game is really strong. But for me, the strongest team I think is TE because TE, their personally skills are really strong and also they are cooperate really well in the Trolls game. That's why I think TE is my biggest opponent. Okay, thank you for today's interview. 再次感谢小洛来到我们的赛后采访，接下来也期待接下来3场的表现。Thank you for today's interview and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into game number 4. We're beyond the halfway mark here in our day 2 of trios, Group B. Seb, RW have kind of crushed it so far.
I'm loving
new kids on the block, so I'm very impressed.
I mean, with some of their players, they are seasoned veterans, but
yes,
RW is the new name that we've been seeing coming out here, along with IG, and both of these teams have been performing exceptionally well. IG not having the crazy performance that RW is having, but they're still playing pretty consistent, pretty well. And I think that definitely IG has some more newer players, and I think that's obvious that we're seeing, they're not as seasoned as some of the players on RW, and it is coming and showing. The experience that is showing that RW is a lot more prepared. Their synergies are working a lot better together, but IG definitely still has a little bit of a way to come, but they're in the right direction and they're doing a lot of the right things. Some of their plays, some of their decision making wasn't the best in that last game. They did go out pretty early, but they still managed to put up a decent amount of points on the board. GG, the OG team that has stuck with the exact same roster since our very first NBPL, they are doing phenomenal, right? They're having consistent first and second places. They're having good rounds in the duels and everything. So I think that this is a good season for GG to really shine through, because they've always been there. They've always been near the top, but they've never been the crazy champions that we've been hoping.
They had that 1 year.
They had 1 year, but like they
had that 1 year where what year was it? Was it 2014? I think it was 2014.
2014?
Yeah, it was 2014.
2014?
Absolutely bonkers year. Last year wasn't great. It was 2014 where we had the expectation that those guys were going to take the whole tournament, take J Cup. They absolutely swept domestically, and then they fumbled, and I think it was Wolves who came in underneath them and took J Cup. And then last year, I don't think GG really hit the stride that they had prior, and it wasn't as impressive from them. This year, I came in worried because of the way that the lobbies are playing, and the speed and the tempo of the game is too fast for GG's typical playstyle of wait for circle to close, mop up a bunch of kills, kill multiplier carries us through to the MVP victory. Yay, we're GG, we win. But now kill multiplier is gone, less players in the lobby, so you don't get as stacked end games, and sometimes we don't even see the full end game. We see the game close out after. I was worried that GG weren't going to hit that stride that we know for them and their playstyle. But I say this is the most un-GG thing ever. They've actually adapted well. They've adjusted to the new meta.
No, I think they've done a great job.
They've finally kind of given up on that stubbornness that we know of GG, and now heading into Holoroth. Our big tell, Seb, is are they going to drop Imperial? If they drop Imperial, they still have that slight GG stubbornness where they'll drop at the same place every time. But if they don't, if they're more willing to adapt and move with how things go, I feel good for GG. It right now it obviously does look a little bit like it's the RW day, but it's cool to see that GG have shown some change and some life in them.
Yeah, they've definitely come a long way since their 2014 season. When was NARAKA released again, Hiprain?
Well, I can't remember when the game was released, but I can tell you NBPL started
2024. I do believe you were trying to say, my guy.
No, because I've got a 2023.
Yes, you said 2014. The game was released in 2020.
Oh, sorry, I meant 2024.
You got it now. You got it now. Yes.
I see. Yeah.
I was waiting.
Do you know what that is? That's me having an old man brain. That is.
The last 10 years just spaced on you there, bud?
Bro, 2014 doesn't feel that long ago for me. It really doesn't feel that long ago for me. It was 2014. Oh my god, I just turned to ash. It was 12 years ago?
Yeah,
2014 was 12 years ago. Oh,
yep.
God.
Yep. We were all playing NARAKA 12 years ago. In our minds, in our brains, and now
I can't even remember what I was playing 12 years ago.
12 years ago?
No, maybe not. Maybe I was later than that. I shouldn't be talking about that. I shouldn't be figuring out what
I was 10 years old. I was 10 years old.
You were 10 years old?
In 2014, yeah.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Bro, I was like 22, 21.
Yeah, you're the same age that I am now.
Oh, my word.
Oh, that feels bad, man.
I am the old man in NARAKA.
No. He's just fine. It's fine. It's just me that I'm just the young one. Everybody else is around your. I'm the only one that's young.
I don't know how old. I'm pretty sure most of them are mid-20s.
Everybody's 25 plus, right?
Bro, 25 plus for me is child.
But 20, like, I mean, like most of them are like 27 plus, right? Like
that's still young.
I think like
still, they don't. If you're not scared about 30, because 27, you're not scared about 30. You're not. Everyone is. It's just it's filled with like the young. Don't worry. If you want to be an NARAKA caster, old age will claim me soon, and there'll be a spot opening up. Right, let's get ourselves into game number 4.
Okay.
FPX and Alliance be taking that first rotation, but honestly, I actually feel like the pick order isn't that relevant anymore, just because we don't have banned heroes. So, just kind of what order we get to see them, what they're going to play. I mean, I guess if you're 4th, you've seen what the rest of the lobby are playing, and you can go, okay, this comp will work well, or this comp won't work well into that. We'll have to see. I feel like most people are just floating around the same kind of 3-4 comps anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna have to kind of take a look, see exactly like what's gonna be going on with this team, but I don't know. It's gonna be difficult to tell. I'm not like. It's hard. Anyways, coming in, Fun Plus Phoenix and Alliance. Gonna be going for the haughty Enor for that first round pick, and this has been top. So you know, it's good to see. Viper SS1, they're gonna be trying it out. Viper Akos as well as RW might be hopping back onto the Viper Akos. Lockdown comp coming through the Akos action with the big meows. Oh, switching things up. Shunhwan. Oh, are we gonna get Shunhwan Shile again? Yeah, let's go. 2 games of Shunhwan Shile coming up from RW. They made it work in game number 1. Do you think we'll see the 3P hit brain? I'm predicting right now that we're going to see a 3P, just solely off the fact that they're running Shunhwan Shile.
Have you had a caster cursing?
I have.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, we'll just keep that in mind at the back of the game.
All right.
CC comp from SS1. Again, not much to say on that. I love it. It's brilliant fun to watch. See what the other teams are going to be looking to lock in as we head into the 3rd round selection. There's TE and GG. I haven't taken note of who's picked stuff already, so I don't know how many times. TE. Okay, TE lose the game. Straight up. Like, I don't need to see the rest of the comp. Oh, God. I actually feel like if you didn't run the Wu Shen, this comp would actually be pretty good. Like, for argument's sake, Justina instead of Wu Shen. Like, how much nicer is that comp? Because you don't have just like a dud character who doesn't really perform much value for you. I don't know. Call me crazy. I think TE have kind of trolled themselves in this pick.
They're trying to make it work.
Gone for Old Faithful though.
Yeah, well, GG on Monk Takeda is going to be nice to see. They're trying to make it work, but it might not work. You know, we'll see what happens with them. But I don't think TE are going to make any too much work with that. Oh,
hell yeah,
for
IG.
IG. We love to see it. And the Takeda Monk coming out for ZK. Takeda Monk, like, as a Takeda main and a Takeda lover, like, it's cool. But, like, why aren't we playing Takeda with something else? Like, I feel like we need a healer on this team. But, you know, they make it work. They make it work. I like the Temi Monk combo. And then with the Takeda added, you know, it does work pretty well. But I think there's just I can't wait till we get to finally see a Takeda rework.
Yeah. That would be very cool. I mean, I think the biggest issue with Takeda is like he's kind of just been reliant on the same kind of like ability loadout for so long that like you don't see some variants. Like typically we've seen occasionally, like Viper's probably the biggest one where like they'll change up what variants of her skills she'll take. Monk has had like a few changes over the time. We've seen Karumi change from the heal to the shield heal variant, but like it's always Furo and shove and over shoulder from Takeda, like every time we see him. So yeah, I think it'd be fun to see what they could do to make him, you know, have options, because the point of having multiple variants of ultimates is for options. We talked about it with Valda on why we only see one variant from her. It'd be cool to see, you know, you find a balance where situationally and depending on who you're playing with and against, the different abilities would have more of an impact. But that's by the way.
I think that was the
IG on our screen right now. I want to see a little bit more from them because they've been faltering since the martial arts tournament at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean they've had decent runs, but yes, their games have been getting progressively worse. So you know, maybe we're gonna get to see a little bit out. I love to see that Wonfeng is back in the game. You know, he's had a bit of an interesting career, moving from team to team, not really having too much of a crazy place in this game. But now he's with TXJ and XEM. Those are two J Cup legends. TXJ being like one of the... TXJ was on Fun Plus Phoenix, I believe, last year, right? Or were we on... We were on TE. But they had a lineup that was just so good. And, you know, they have split up. Like, Wolves let XEM go to TE. Wonfeng was on Alliance, I do believe. And then TXJ... TXJ was playing with he was playing on Fun Plus Phoenix with Water and Kiki, and that was a great lineup. That was a cool lineup to see, and now we're getting to see him jump to a different team, and it just I feel like the synergy isn't there yet. Like you can see his posture is still there. You know, he's carried over the posture, but it's just not, the synergy isn't there yet. And I feel like they have a lot of growing to do as a team, right? This is the first week. This is just like very, very brand new to the new system as well. So they have a lot of adjusting to do, but I think that they have a lot of potential as a new team. First time for these players to play together.
Absolutely. Well, you know, it's one of those things where you don't have long to adjust, because you can be knocked out very quick. But as we load ourselves onto Horror for game number 4, still very tight towards the middle of the table, and honestly, places 2 through to 7 will be fighting tooth and nail to evade getting thrown into that lower bracket. Want to stay in the upper bracket, want to have one more chance, one more life. But you do get more games if you go into the lower bracket. So if you do want a bit more time to prep for the finals and you want to get a bit more synergy, lower bracket isn't always a death sentence. It's actually a bit more practice, a bit more on-air games. So could always be something they play towards here. But FPX starting off, Water has already gone down. Over, trying to just buy some space here for his team. But with IG now rocking up to the fight, ultimate's already been burnt. IG with the Fireflies will probably have their ultimates up and available. They're going to have a nice third-party opportunities. You see XXL takes Kiki down off screen. And now the members are making their way over to see if they can maybe jump in and pinch away a couple of kills here. Sandstorm gets thrown away. Water is going to make a grand escape. As IG looking now to hunt on to Over. They're heading up over the wall. And they're going to take him down. As Revenge is now looking for revenge, but I think with IG, done a very good job of just securing themselves a couple of early kills here with this third-party play. And Revenge's ultimate is timed out, which means he is a lot more exposed to the members of IG. Cube is broken, and that now means Revenge is basically out of options. You're going to see IG's Zen throwing out the throwing out the spear, securing himself the kill as Han goes for the transform, and we'll look for those grabs. And Roshi is caught into the punch, into the follow-up, and IG opening up the kills. 4 kills at the start of the game, and a very, very successful start there for IG.
Yeah, really nice to see. One thing I did want to mention, what we saw there, we see a parry, and then we see the player dash and dodge, and then hit the parry punish. This is something that I always thought was a really cool mechanic that they added into the game. One of the skill trees that you're able to use is you can use parry and then dodge before doing the follow-up, which gives you a bit more time, because most of the time when you parry, you have to do the follow-up right away, which makes it a lot more difficult. But if you're able to dodge a bit and then use the follow-up attack, it makes it that much more difficult for their team to be able to come through with a peel. You dodge and then you have the gold focus. You're able to play with the timings and stuff. I always thought that it was an interesting mechanic. On release, it wasn't very strong, and we've seen it being used multiple times in the game today. We saw it in the duels, and we just saw it there, I believe, when Revenge got the parry. I wasn't 100% sure. I can look at the replay in just a second of that fight, actually. But we're seeing the basketball skin coming out again for NiHQ, as on the Takeda, he's going to be running it. 5 kills for IG, 2 for Wolves, 1 on the board for SS1TE Alliance and Fun Plus Phoenix, donuts for GG and RW. As we head into this mid-game, players not really taking too much aggression right now. Everybody's sort of starting to get their loot back and trying to run back into the rest of this game.
This is one of the areas where you do have a lull in action. I think when you have a smaller lobby size, pre-Roma Yang 1 is always an area where teams will kind of recover from the fights at the beginning of the game and then play chill. There's AB here on the shell. Hasn't really been able to get too much. Does have purple armor, at least, as a one tool they have to work with. But looks like one thing. And TE just going to playing it safe and sound until Roma Yang, which is about a minute and a bit away before we get over to that. So far, RW have been very successful in Roma Yangs. IG have lost all of their Roma Yangs they've gone into, so those guys are desperate to find a decent Roma Yang start. And 5 kills in, pretty solid opener to them. They can get another Roma Yang under their belt. We'll jump them a little bit up that scoreboard. Just get them closer to a safety area towards the tail end of the day. So wanting to stay in that top 4 to evade having to play in the lower bracket. There's Alliance. Right now, not overly geared up. Actually being hunted here by TE. TE may be looking for the aggression. There is a ballista in the area. Could be pretty nasty as TXJ takes a couple of repeating crossbow shots here. Zem finds the opener onto Yuma. It's going to catch him there. Nice blast, actually. Oh my word, Yuma's health bar. Where did it go? He just disappeared. Zem going to get knocked out of his pillar, but they've got the Tessa Charm that's going to catch onto them. TE, fantastic job here of catching onto Alliance. Crowd control comp coming in huge. They even had the Veins Breath to work with Azuma, just limping away. But once that transform runs out, he's just going to be very susceptible to the grapple tethers and the lockdowns. As TE, that was a beautiful pick. Was not ready for the amount of burst they just threw down there, and Alliance were not either.
And that's going to be Alliance's full life, too. They have no revives and everything. Like, we saw them get eliminated earlier. Big carousel. Oh, we're going to see some crazy solo call. What a dodge. Into the jump LB. Oh, no, he missed it. These aren't solos players, guys. They don't know how to do the crazy combos. But Ryushi, he's not going to be living for much longer here, as it's going to be quite unfortunate for him. One Fun going to be able to get the soul bloom, so he doesn't go down. But it was looking a little bit dangerous for a second there, as they're able to pick up their 4th elimination of the game on the Wuchen Cup. So
I know. Do you remember I was talking about Carsticus and I was like, they're going to lose?
No, RW are not dead yet. And they
No, but I'm talking more about how I said TE were going to lose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, man, here we go.
I'm not sure how I feel about them having 4 kills. I feel like that comms is absolutely terrible. Ooh. But here we are, regardless. Wolves inside the Roma Yang here versus GG. IG versus RW in their one. And then we've got FPX versus SS1 on the other side, as both monks going to transform. Very different vibes from the 2 monks here. 3-3-0 looking for the grabs. Not going to be able to find anything yet, as they're just going to go for shove. Sandstorm's breaking out. It is a total mirror matchup. And already, that is NiHQ incredibly low here. He's going down. Double come out from
Does he
ZK,
get it? No!
He interrupts. I'm not going to let it happen. 3-3-0. Gatekeeping this one so hard. ZK's going to lose his health and his transform at the same time. That is horrific for ZK. No armor to speak of, as 3-3-0 and GG have absolutely walked over this Roma Yang. I don't think Wolves were ready for the amount of burst that was going to hit them. As they've only got ZN left, and he has nothing he can do. He's just accepted his fate as IG on the other side, down a player. Have to look for the 2 versus 1 versus RW, and I think RW are not going to give him the opportunity. I'd love to have seen how this fight had actually broken down with the Sheol. Big win there for RW.
Yeah, AB is going to mess up the 2-1-1 there. He almost gets a really clean 2-1-1 off of the fan. But we're going to see him lose that 2-1-1 out. He still managed to clean up the kill. They are going to win themselves that Realm of Yang. 3 eliminations on the board for them, as IG is going to be brought onto Yang Depletion alongside Wolves and Fun Plus Phoenix. And now we're going to be seeing so much fighting going on, because we've got this Vermilion Birdmite. RW are going to be able to get a... Oh my god, are they going to go Spirit? Well, no, they're just not even taking it. They don't need it, as they're pretty stacked up with purple loot already. And more purple loot is not really what they need at the moment. They've got everything they need so far. RW has found Sem from Team TE. No Yang Depletion, but no buffs either. So this is going to be interesting to see if they are going to want to take this fight. The large Meow has entered the chat, as we are going to see the lockdown coming through off of the big Meow. The ultimate gets brought in. No Tessa ultimate available for them, though. So this is just... They're just sitting here. Oh, now we see the Tessa ult coming through. Youth is actually incredibly low. Big Perry going to come out onto Yuan. He needs that Yushun ultimate available for him. Youth is going to get the Shunwan ultimate off at the last second. Oh my goodness, 1 HP in a dream. Let's get some healing through. TE Zem is actually going to be brought incredibly low, as he's going to go down. And look at how quickly this fight is turned on its head. The members of TE just forcing the back off here. Yuan going to pick up all that extra loot. Oh, third party coming in. Now we've got RW, Yuan trying to back off, as the members of IG just coming in for a huge third-party potential, as the 2 members of RW have went to try and fight the members of, I believe that was TE.
Well, IG able to get a cleanse off there as well, so that's a nice start for them. Monk cleansed. Could just look at the rebirth tech if they want, or they could try and find another third party. IG have been very good at that. In fact, I think the biggest failing of IG so far has purely been their Realm of Yang. So it's something they're going to have to go and work at. But outside of Realm of Yang, they've been pretty consistent. And it's crazy because they won the martial arts, which is basically one big Realm of Yang. So crazy to see that they have been able to pull that one. And IG now looking for the FPX on this third party angle here. Have been able to get some people quite low here. I think IG have been able to cleanse just the one still, so haven't been able to find another kill yet. They do find the Whirlpool from the spear, and it looks like AB is going down. Are they going to get another cleanse off on the side of IG? Don't think they did. I think FPX were actually able to pick that one up, but Over's now getting hunted here by Hang, as they're going to go in and try and escape away, but Transformer's been thrown out. His hand is looking for the FPX members, dashing forwards. There's not too many places to hide away from this Monk, as he's going to look for those grabs. Doesn't quite find that one yet, but Kiki has found himself caught here. Going to take a whole heap of damage. They're going to get the slam down onto him, and that's going to be the kill onto Kiki. So another member gets cleansed here, as IG get 2 members cleansed, and now with RW jumping in as a third party, I think IG are going to look to try and play the back off. RW don't have that rebirth anymore, so they are going to play it a little bit safe. 2 members cleansed is pretty big for the side of IG. It's a bit of a shame they weren't able to find that third, but if they can go find a good spot to go, you know, get a reverb off, they'll be able to get all their gear back, so it won't be the end of the world for IG.
Yeah, they've got the money to come through with that, and we're going to get to see a replay. Oh, and just aesthetically, the new replay announcer. Oh, double grab, double slam, huge. As we're going to see here, he tries to go for another. Oh, the regrab on the... Oh, the re-double grab! SS1, Luo Yi just going to get absolutely blitzed out there with the follow-up damage from the Flying Knives. GG. The double grab, as a Monk, you just feel so good. He's playing Parry Bell, too. And you mentioned something earlier, as you were talking about ultimate variations just being able to be like good situationally, and like having it to a point where if we have these ult variations in specific places, that maybe one will be better in certain situations, but both of them will be competitively viable. I think that you know, Parry Bell is one of those things that is like they Monk opting to go for a different F ability to try and catch their opponents off guard, something that's really cool, and I think that is what they had envisioned for the game. Is we're going to check another replay out. SS1 versus Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yeah, it's going to be the hard crowd control comp versus an ACOS comp. Puts the pillar down, puts the stun down from Mian there. And yeah, this is exactly what you want from this comp. FPX do have some level of interrupt with the Hardy, but there's too much crowd control for the Hardy to make sure he can get all of that out. And then you see Kiki breaking away from the dazzle, but it actually makes the connection onto, I think that was water, as Mian goes very low. They do still have the silence if necessary, but going to be getting hunted here quite heavily. But with the fact that it's a 2 versus 1, it means Mian can just go off, get the full heal in, reset into the fight, and then rejoin and play that interrupt if you get the silence out onto Kiki. It's such a clean comp, and it's actually very easy to kind of understand the win conditions. You just throw everything. It's we call these ease of execution comps, where like, just have a very good read on what you have to do. You hit those ultimates, you secure the kills, and then from there, it's a pretty easy sailing. Now we're on to GG, taking on RW. GG running the Monk comp, RW running the Sheol variant here with the Jeonhan. It's GG 330. One of the best monks we've had in the game for a very long time. Being kind of like a day one top tier monk. Back on that monk, looking for the grabs. Are they handcuffs he's throwing instead of his fourth arm?
Yeah, he's a police person, right? I think he's like he's a police cat. So he's cuffing them and then slamming them with the long letter of the law, right? I believe that's the vibe that they were going for. As AD coming in, oh my goodness, what a Shiloh grab! Holy! And then with the Shunhuan paired into it, oh.
That's disgusting.
Shiloh's busted in trios.
I'm so happy to see Sheol in trios. That was absolutely filthy. With the Jeonhan as well, caught them with the double burst at the same time. That is brutal. This is the big thing that we've seen as the change coming into this season. Is like just synchro ults for mega burst. Before, it was a lot more about tempering. You're like, I ult, and then when my ult runs out, you ult as the backup, and then when my ult runs out, then you ult after that, or like, it's two people who won't ult at the same time, and maybe a support kind of just holding their ult for when it's necessary. But now it's like, we throw everything at one person, we secure a numbers advantage in the fight, and the other team cannot 2v3 us. And even if they did try and 2v3 us, we've probably still damaged them enough from the blowing up of another person that like it's just over for them. Speaking of over's down. I much prefer this playstyle where teams are more willing to just throw everything at one person and just go all in on burst. I think it's a way better way to play the game. And RW, they're continuing their streak of just dominance here. 9 kills, tied to IG, who have managed to jump up into 2nd place from 4th at the beginning of this game. Very, very impressive to see. GG running around with that debuff on. Are actually looking here for RW. See if they can pull it off. I think that's why things like the Takeda and the Zai aren't actually having as much impact. I mean, obviously Zai's not even in the meta right now, but like why characters that play like that aren't having as much impact in the meta right now, because it is just single instance damage instead of like a slow methodical kind of layering of damage and abilities. And obviously ult durations got all tuned down last year as well, so they get less impact out of those kind of slow methodical play. So it's just throw your big burst out, get your kill, be happy. Very good to see. Is SS1 sending Mian into the zone here. He took a couple of shots, I think, from someone there. So he's just going to head his way back over. I think they're just doing a little bit of scouting to see if anyone was in the zone with that Mystic Might. See if they could maybe third party or gatekeep someone joining into the zone. But there wasn't anyone, so they're just going to back off. And GG, 2 minutes 30 left on them before they will be knocked out of the lobby. So they've got to make something happen fairly soon, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean they're in a bit of a tough spot right now, since there's not going to be, they're the only team on Yang depletion, so there's going to only be like one person like trying to go for fights. Everybody's going to be backing off this. No one's going to want to play close to this. It is going to be very difficult for them to get any sort of action. They might have to fight into like RW, which is a buff team, or Wolves, which is the other buff team, right? Those are the only two teams that might be looking for fights right now because they have those buffs. So a minute and 53 seconds left. They're going to try and just all in onto one of these teams here, but it might be difficult for them because, you know, they're just going to play distance. That's what Wolves are doing right now. They know that they're bountied, or they know that their bounties are chasing them, I believe, because they have the bounty. But they're seeing GG doing a bit of reverse bounty tracking here, and it looks like they are going to try and aggress on. And if IG notices, this could be intense. Ults are going to come out. Monk's coming through. Temi ultimates are both released. Jumps are going to come through. This is almost just a one-to-one. The double grab. Does he get the double slam? The double slam looks to be denied. He's just going to hold them there. The slam gets canceled. He's not able to get any sort of grab of value. ZK, though, going to be able to get a punch off. We're going to see the jump up to the higher ground. Temi ultimate's down, and now the entire lobby has noticed this fight. And GG has put themselves in a decent position. XM's going to go down. RW is going to be able to claim that bloom, so no Yang depletion cleanse for GG. Now we're going to see them come in, try and add some extra sauce and some power in. And now we're going to see the drop down from SS1 to bring in. Fu's going to pick up a kill on a GG's 330, and they drop down that Echo Cell at the perfect time. That was so cool.
Oh, AB being heavily restricted there by the Aegis ult, but has finally broken free. Yuan very, very low, though, on that Yuation, so he needs to try and find himself a place where he can get a heal off. Cutting over, though, to SS1. Man, getting a little bit of eviction from the home as SS1 jump in, and it is just throw your CC down and find someone a blow-up angle right now for these teams. Don't think they found the Viper stun. Oh, AB did get caught there by the Dazzle, and that actually might be him losing most of that golden armor. Has been able to make a slight recovery off that. And we're doing all this within the Meteor, so you'll be able to get some ult charge back pretty quick from those Meteors when they hit the ground. Don't want to get hit by one initially. Zem happily to throw down the box here. Keep Lue inside the cage and guarantee TE a kill off the back of that one. Everyone else is playing a little bit more aggressively. IG were able to pick up the Soul Altar, though. So they have a, not Soul Altar, Spirit Well. Keep getting my different interactions muddled up there. RW were able to take down Wolves ZK and get himself a single cleanse. A lot of teams starting to go low as this is such a chaotic final circle zone with the Meteor Swarm, but it means that everyone's just going to perma-have ult up. It's going to be absolute carnage as everyone's fighting for each other. Mian goes down, SS1 knocked out of the lobby here. As IG were able to use their power just to push forwards a little bit more. They can revive, well, heal up Hands, golden armor, make sure he's as situated in the setup as possible. Zen also healing up, and IG can just look for their next fight, see if they can push up onto RW, who right now have a single member cleansed, and with those 12 kills are leading the charge right now. But TE on a 7-kill game as well also could be looking at an angle to pull this game back. And I know I was a hater, so I'm keeping my eyes on TE. I'm surprised to see how far they've made it with the Wu Chen. 7 minutes left in the lobby, Seb.
Yeah, we've got a decent amount of time left, right? These players still have a lot of time. Capture the flag is still available as well, I do believe, or maybe not. Maybe
not.
Oh my goodness!
So cooked.
Yeah, no, he's cooked. He's cooked. Oh, he went into the zone and just took his life because they knew. But we are going to see the bloom coming out here. They leave it for AB. Shunhuan not being the most important member of that composition anymore. Big Meow, the Tesla ult into the large size Meow as TE's Guangfang gonna get that, claim that elimination. Ooh. I did see IG looks to be pressing it out, but now he's got the Wu Chen port to safety. This is actually such good movement tech from them too, because they were on such a different side of the map, but the way that their port allowed them to go, it allowed them to take any line that they needed. Oh, he could have carouselled that if he wanted to. Into the wall. Phoenix Blast coming out here. GG CJS is going to get caught out soon, though. This is not the greatest spot to be in, as TE is going to be coming through. RW is making their press in. CJS is going to be very, very low in HP. And now we've got the Shunhuan coming out. Big Cage going to be coming through here. Youth picking up that elimination. Now we're going to see TE jumping in with the Akos ultimate. No ultimate available for AB. He needs to get that ult back fast. 95%. Just going to go for the heal up on the wall. IG now jumping into the third party as well. And this is the scary part. This is the really scary part. The issue here is that there is a Moonbane and they are inside. So there's going to be, if there is lots of space, there's not a lot of space to move, especially if you're getting hit. But RW look to have survived that. They've cleansed their Yang depletion and they're on 13 eliminations, putting themselves at a total of 51 points on the day. And IG at 30 points. They've got 10 kills on the board for this game. They do have a chance to MVP.
It's going to be a tight one, but IG are able to get themselves on to the Spirit Well ASAP. See if they can just get that last buff. We saw Draco Storm actually in the first game of trios of NARAKA this season of the NBPL actually being so impactful. Having a Draco Storm in the final kind of zones where you can just keep that pressure up. I don't know what the buff is on this one. Oh, it is a Draco Storm. Oh, that's nasty. Really, really miserable playing into that because you just get slow, damaged. It makes life real hard to break away from them if they go on the aggression. And IG waiting this one out to make sure that they have that Draco Storm as late as possible into this final zone. Only 9 players left in the game. Handful of teams left. 3 teams left in this game. So IG gonna look for the cap any second now. They've popped the ultimates as well to make sure that they have that advantage. Sandstorm's been broken out and IG's found Youth already. They're going to get that Draco Storm any moment now as AB going incredibly low off the back of this one. IG continue to apply that pressure, but AB now has the ultimate ticking away. With that Draco Storm, it was just starting to add up here onto the members of RW as he's been able to get himself nicely situated in this house in the corner, but IG are just going to jump in. They're going to throw the Sandstorm. They got that Draco Storm, so they're feeling the aggression, but they do get themselves caught out briefly there by the Sheol catch. AB getting battered around. There goes the charm, though, onto multiple members of IG. Belga's going to get popped. Han can time this with the transform, but he's actually going to hold it out. Zen also holding it down. Han, why didn't you press ultimate? Why didn't you give yourself the window? An absolute fumble by IG there as they lose the player. And TE with the Yuetian actually able to make this happen as the charm comes through once again from TE onto the members of IG. Yuan going low though, and I think the attention has shifted over that way. TE have been able to pick back their monk up, and they still have that Draco Storm. Almost a massive misplay coming out there as Yuan is going to get picked up, and we're back to everyone alive in this lobby. TE, I thought they'd done something miraculous there, but they hadn't quite held it off yet. They haven't been able to completely secure the kills. Everyone is back up and healed. And TE, no Tessa ultimate available to speak of. I do believe we saw the Sheol from the side of RW. That's now down as well. But IG, I criticized for not transforming. They weren't punished off the back of that one. So they now have that transform for this final circle. And we may just see another zone collapse here. A very uncommon thing we're seeing in the new meta with the new tempo changes coming into the game. But everyone's picked themselves an area where they're just going to hold and wait out for this final circle to fully collapse as IG jumping down onto the low ground, looking to pressure up here onto RW. Does take a little bit of a battering heading up the stairs though. TE on that low ground, making it a little bit more comfortable for themselves. Don't want to pressure for the high ground here as Han is going to jump forwards, gets a little bit of damage off onto AB's HP there, just strips away at that shield somewhat as Han has now got himself situated here on the high ground, quite happy just to force them off. And they're going to catch onto Yuan there with the staff. So much work coming out from IG. They're leading on the kill charge. This is their game to win as ultimate has been thrown down there from AB. He's able to catch onto Zen and strip through some of that armor. Zen's in a bit of danger here. Is going to catch him again with another chunk out. And that's just going to be Zen going down. The power of this Sheol is too damn much. Goes forwards, goes grab himself the Soul Bloom just so he can pick up a little bit more of that rage and get closer to getting ult off once again. IG greeting it though here with that ultimate. They want to be using that monk as late as possible. They want to be securing themselves as bigger victory as possible. Can they deny RW the hat trick? Can they deny them the victory here in this game number 4? TE also holding the high ground. They've got a charge of that Tessa ultimate to work with as well. A lot of crowd control available to them off the back of that one, especially with the ACOS, but they're just going to reposition once again, use that Wu Chen to port themselves out. 42 seconds now until that final circle closes up as TXJ goes aerial here. IG only with the two members are going to be trying their hardest, but being down the Valda is pretty rough for them as the cage gets thrown out onto the members of RW as the zone starts to collapse more and more off the back of this one. It's getting harder for RW to find themselves a space to work with, but they're actually just going to use this cage as their area. IG Han staying nice and aerial here, doesn't want to get involved too early. He has the belt to pop. He's going to go for the transform now, and this is the moment as RW get themselves 17 kills. They're going to look for more, but the charm has connected onto Han. He's trying to find the kills, trying to find the stomps. TE getting a couple in response as IG are the last team standing, and I think RW did it.
Yeah, and caster cursing is not a thing. It's called a prediction, hey brain. I was right. RW have won 3 games in a row, and I'm just so impressed. I mean, like, I'm actually pretty surprised that I didn't caster curse them. I'm not gonna lie, but they had such a great performance on that game, and you know, TE having a good one with their 3rd place finish as well. I mean, they did survive to the end with IG, and I mean, IG was doing really good at taking space in the middle, but losing their Valda was just so detrimental to them. The fact that they were able to get Zen out so quickly, like our AB just sending over cannon shots, like the follow-up shots from his team was what really put it into place, right? Because he's able to just CC him for so long in that Shio ultimate that we see it just come over again and again. He goes into the zone, he gets himself that soul bloom, he comes back, and they're able to get that ult timer almost cooked back up again, and they finally have the Yushan ultimate to try and secure another elimination near the end game. And we do see them all get eliminated when it comes to that final thing, but 17 eliminations on the board and a few more after that. There's just not that much that's going to be able to keep up with that, right? You don't 10 kills. You're so much lower in points. You're 7-8 points behind. Even with those placement points, it's not going to be enough. So the RW ROG winners are going to be coming through with a beautiful win in game number 3. The 3-peat is crazy. The 3-peat is crazy, but I think the thing I take away from that is the fact that IG were a lot more tempered with their ults. It was almost the old school style of NARAKA where you wait and kind of like you're a bit more patient with your ultimate. I think in the current meta, not being patient with your ultimate is a total mistake. You know, I think that's what caught the Valda there. You know, they wanted to have that ultimate for the final circle collapse, but they were getting caught by the Shao ultimate in response because RW were happy to burn that ability. And, you know, you can't use the ultimate if you're dead. So sometimes it is just worth, you know, taking the L and not playing at the tempo you want to play at and play at the tempo that everyone else is playing at. So, yeah, it was definitely a bit of a mistake coming in from the Valda there, but you know, it happened. Anyway, answer for treasure sign. What team won game 4? Was it A, RW, B, IG, C, TE, or D, SS1? Guys, it's not a hard one. They've won every game today, bar the martial arts. And if you're picking CTE, you might have CTE because, you know, come on. We know that TE has not won a game yet today, and they know that they haven't won a game there. And I don't know, I just saw CTE. I thought it was funny. We tried to work it in there somehow. But wow, ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten all 4 games under the books already. We've got 2 more to go, with our mirror match being our final game, which is going to be very, very cool to see. TE in 2nd place, IG in 3rd. 4th place is going to go to GG. 5th place, SS1, 6th, Wolves, 7th, Fun Plus Phoenix Alliance, with only 1 point on the board for that game. It's going to be in 8th place. 18 total game score for RW, with that number 1, with only 1 ranking point. So the TE and IG shared 2 ranking points each. And look at that, the Shayol actually becoming our MVP for this. Youth is going to get past the... I'm not 100% sure. I could be very wrong with this, but AB and Youth, well, we'll see it when it comes to MVP times, but maybe they've passed the MVP to every single one of the players. So I know Youth got game 1 MVP. I don't know if Yuan got game 2 MVP. That would be really funny. And now AB is going to have game 3 MVP. So all of them have got an MVP. And it's really cool though. I love seeing when a new team comes in and just starts dominating, because oftentimes we've seen new teams come into the league like 5-2-1 in their first year was just absolutely abysmal. It was just not fun to watch. Watching the likes of like BBE back in the day was just like okay, like we're really jumping this in. They really have a long way to go. And I mean, RW just coming in here full steam ahead right out of the gates. 19, 18, 18. Oh yeah.
Like,
KLA
now
really cool.
YCG, but like when KLA joined, do you remember like how explosive they were out the bat? I mean, like 19, 18, 18 is a bonkers start to the day. RW absolutely crushing it. IG were able to pull it back from 4th into 2nd off that game, so great turnaround of fate for them. But while everyone else is being consistent, RW have been crushing it. These guys might be the team to watch going into the next round. I think the upper bracket is going to be really it's going to be really exciting, because WFG, XKG both looking really good. YZG also looking really good. No surprise, YZG are always cracked. Also, YZG, again, send me your jersey. It's awesome. Or your new coat. It's awesome.
Which one?
They got this new coat. It's like it's just awesome. It looks like something Will Smith would have worn in.
Which team though? I didn't hear.
YZG.
YZG.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's absolutely awesome. I have no contact with the YZG guys. I have no contact with any
I
of the
do.
teams.
I can actually see if I can get you a jacket.
Hook me up. I need a jacket.
We'll figure that out.
We'll figure that out. That's on air, but goddamn, I want a jacket. It's awesome.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Yeah, I feel like all of the kind of like I know they're not new players, but the new orgs genuinely all look so good right now. I think upper bracket is going to be a lot of new teams, and the reason I think that is we're probably coming with fresh ideas, because it's kind of groups put together recently for the season and not teams that have kind of played with their team for a while. Yes. And I think what that leads into is they've kind of been a lot more open to development and new ideas and the new way that the game plays. And that's why we're seeing them perform so well. And I think it's on some of our other teams, I'm looking at SR, to really adjust right now, because these guys, World Champs SR, not particularly playing all that great, unfortunately. They had a really rough day one, and they're now in the lower bracket. But here is a Sheol MVP for the first time in Trio's history here at the NBPL.
Ever, yeah. So his first time being the MVP. And 8 eliminations, 22,000 damage, Desperation, Phoenix Blast, Alchemy, Slow Shot, Sunwing, Titan, Quick Charge, Thundercall. Looking absolutely amazing right there. Most of his damage coming from that ultimate. Most Fan and Longsword being his primary weapons of use. That we saw the Phoenix Blast coming into play just for zoning in that last little bit. Was just he was doing such a good job of making that come through. And yeah, like, it's just so cool to see a new team, like a new org, come in and dominate in the lobby. KLA, yes, they did a really good job of doing that. The 3-peat on your debut games on stage, like, come on, that is so cool to see. Maybe they could go for 4. Who knows? And another thing I wanted to say quickly, I will get back. I promise this won't take too long. But as far as new jerseys go, oh my goodness,
dripped up, right?
Does OUG looks so fire. The Dynaco blue, like the baby blue on white, even SR with the white and the red stripes, every single one of these new revamped teams is looking gas. There's some cool fashion choices going on right now. Yes.
Obviously, heading back now to Padoria, this is our final match where they'll be picking their heroes, and then it will be the mirror matchup. I haven't been 100% sure what we're looking at as our mirror matchup, because there's been so many variations of the monk comp, so I don't think it is a monk comp, because everyone's playing their take on what they think the monk comp is. There's been a lot of the Einor, and Einor was the repeat match last time, but again, I feel like this CC comp also could show up. The ACOS Syra Viper could also be one, so I think it's between Einor and CC comp. I guess we call it like, it's cage fight, isn't it? Because they put you in a cage. So it's the cage fight comp. There we go.
The Octa comp.
Yeah, it's such a cool comp, though. It's such a cool comp. But yeah, I feel like, we'll see the likes of either the cage fight comp or the Einor comp be the comp we see in the final game, because game 6 is the mirror matchup on Morrisile, so everyone has to play the most played comp. Very excited to see what they're going to be putting out. Obviously, we'll be loading ourselves up right now to head back to Pretoria for our 5th game of the day. It moves so quick nowadays, Seb. Like, I feel like we get out of game into game really quick, and I feel like by the time we're done, I'm like, my brain isn't finished. I'm like, wait, we still got more NARAKA, right? But no, it gets finished up real quick now.
Yeah, I mean,
such a high tempo game.
The day's gone by pretty fast. It's already 4:30 in the morning for me. So I mean, it's crazy. 4:30 in the morning. We've been going.
Go on. So I was just thinking, like, you guys all, because a lot of the casting team is in America. I think it's like me, Duncan, and Moxie are the only ones not in NA. And
well, yeah,
you know, it's pretty nice for the Brits. We're pretty spoiled because it's like a 6 a.m. start, and then I'm done by like midday. It's like the ideal work day. It's brilliant. But yeah, you guys get up at like early hours in the morning and just have to tank through the day.
The tech that I will leak is I pull myself into the night before to prepare for one of these events. When I'm casting, either the night before or 2 nights before, I will pull an all-nighter, and I will stay up the entire night and the entire day. I'll wake up at a normal time the day before, and I'll stay up all night, and then go to sleep at around 7 in the morning. I sleep until around 6 p.m. to anywhere between 5 and 8 p.m. And then I will wake up, and then I have 4 to 5 hours before I have to be here for casting, and then that's how I just kind of keep going, and then I'll be awake, and then what I do after to get my sleep schedule back to the normal day is I stay up all day after I cast, and then go to sleep at 5 p.m. So I double reset my sleep schedule, and I don't know if it's like healthy or not. I could spontaneously combust, but like honestly, we're here for the vibes.
I literally couldn't do that. I'm like, Gramps is in bed by 10 o'clock latest most nights, unless it's Friday night. It's Friday night's D&D night, and I stay up
also
later.
You stay up till 10:30?
Sometimes we push 11:30. But yeah, there ain't no way I could do that.
There's
like
just me staying
my
up for
schedule,
5
my
days
tech
straight.
is I go to bed at my normal time. I wake up maybe like an hour earlier than I normally would, and I roll out of bed. That's my tech for NARAKA days. I do not envy you guys over in America. It's a much harder broadcast to do when you have to be up at like midnight. I've done a few casts overnight, and I think I've done 2 casts where you're up all night, and I never want to do those again. So
honestly, like, I am a night owl, so I don't mind it too much, right? Like, it's not like the biggest thing for me of like staying up all night, because I do it anyways on a regular basis. Stay up all night and play video games, so you know it kind of works well for me. Also, I just pulled up on my second monitor the trios VOD of day 1, and I just saw those YZG jackets.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you that is crazy.
I want one so bad. I honestly, I want one so bad.
I think if I can only get one, do I give it to you? Is the question. I mean,
hey man, all I'm saying is the team has never sent me any merch. This is the first time I want one real bad.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, I've got 101 TN from the old J Teams jersey. I have the DRG merch that I got at EWC. I've got all the J Cup merch that I've got now. I have a 521 jersey in my closet that's supposed to be a gift for a friend. I have a Bauda jersey signed by all the Bauda members, and now Bauda's not a thing anymore, so that's a rare one that I've got. I have a couple more things, a couple more stuff, some posters, some banners that I may have taken from arenas and things like that, with permission, of course. Thank you guys at NetEase for letting me take those banners. They're up on my wall now. But yeah, let's get back into the games. The app is always a good time, but we're gonna be taking a look at these hero picks coming through here. Youth Yuan and AB for Team RW gonna be getting that first pick alongside SS1. GG and TE gonna be taking 2. Wolves and IG on 3rd, and 4th is gonna be Fun Plus Phoenix and Alliance.
Alrighty, well, I'm gonna have to see what the guys are gonna be locking in for this 5th and final of the non-mirror matchup games. It's going to be locking in off the bat. I know comp. No surprises, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good right now. You know, Enor, Hottie, Zip, very standard for that first pick. Then we're going to see coming into the next one. It might change up a little bit with the strategies. But, you know, this is pretty standard to what we've seen so far. As they've locked this in here, we're going to move on to the next team. Oh, RW's the logos and stuff is also really clean. Like the red on black is one of my favorite color schemes, and which is what I love about like the NARAKA stage is all red on black. So
it's a cool stage. I really like the new stage. It's very different from before. I mean, it kept some of what's really cool about it before, but it's very less reliant on the effects, like the post effects. Which means when you're in crowd, it's probably a little bit prettier to look at because you kind of get to see everything.
Oh yeah, it's nice that we have a crowd this year too. It's cool to see that we're bringing back the crowd for non-finals events.
Yeah,
because like they've been playing in like the studio stage for such a long time, but now they've got like an actual venue stage that they're going to be bringing back, similar to some of the preliminary seasons. But like the past 2 years. Like 2024 and 2025 NBPL seasons, only the finals were at like a venue that had a stage, right? Or that had an audience. All of the other ones were done at the NetEase studio with their stage that they built, but there was no audience place. There was no space for spectators. They had like a booth, a viewing booth. But yeah. Here we go.
Alrighty, I actually seen too much of the Farrier. Wait, this is a weird Farrier comp as well with the Zhuan Han here.
Yeah, they're trying Shunhuan Cannonball, basically.
Yeah, interesting.
That's gonna be a fun one. If FPX can pull this off, massive respect to them, right? Like, but if it's gonna be a difficult one for them to pull off, and we're gonna see what are we getting? What are we gonna be getting on the side? Viper, Justina, Alliance bringing back the OG. The OG CC comp, Viper, Justina, and Syra. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull it off because it is a difficult one. And I do believe Alliance typically used to run with Revenge. They'd run, they didn't have Revenge before, but I believe they typically used to run the V1 Viper or the V1 Syra. But I don't know if they're going to run the Syra V2. They've been so used to playing the Syra V1. Maybe they'll stick with that. We'll have to take a look.
Alrighty, well. Let's see how this game number 5 is going to go down. The last time they will not be mirror matchup. REG pulled back, honestly, what was a pretty rough start to their day. Obviously, they got that martial arts, but after the martial arts, they kind of just fumbled every one of the main games. And then that last game went very good. They could have closed it out, but I think RW have got a really, really good read on the meta and how to play. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what else these guys are going to be pulling out as we are getting ourselves locked and loaded for this game number 5. All to play for here.
Here we go, getting ready to lock this in for our next couple of rounds. This is gonna be a very fun one here, as you know, this is our last game before the mirror match. So you know, this is our last chance for these players to show off their unique strats and try and put points up onto the board. So they're gonna have a good time in this game. The 4-peat is possible for RW here. They're a very strong team. They're gonna be playing a very strong composition. They have a very good shot at doing well here. A team that I think has done not enough, but needs to do a bit more, is going to be that alliance team. And I think that they might be able to do something crazy with this. The thing is this comp doesn't fight well into Transformers, and the 90% of the lobby is Transformers. So they're going to have good fights against IG. They're going to destroy TE, who have hopped back on the Wu Chen composition. What are we doing here, guys? What are we doing here? I'm with you, Hiprain, on this one. Like it's not giving them that much value at all. Like why aren't they trying to play with Yushan? Why are they forcing Tessa Wu Chen?
Hard to say. I don't understand this Wu Chen build at all, but the players seem to like it. So maybe they know something we don't know. Seeing where everybody is dropping. GG dropping at their standard spot. Bit of a cluster towards the center of the map, but it's harder to read what like hot drops nowadays because you're 4 teams less. You do just see less kind of hot drops, so to speak. Aren't you kind of just dropping in the middle of nowhere near like a bountiful zone or anything? So bit of a weird one on that one. But see if they can just look for a third party, because the one thing I will give GG is they've been very, very effective at those third parties. They've been very, very good at third partying so far. So definitely something to keep your eyes on as we load through into game number 5 here on Padoria. Our last Firefly map of the day as well.
Yeah, no Fireflies for the mirror match, so it gives players a chance to really test the limits of their fighting style before they get into ultimates, and especially with the mirror matchups, having that on Fireflies would be very, very intense. You'd see a whole bunch of the exact same ults going off all at the same time right at the start of the game. It'd be very cool to see though. So hopefully we might get one of those, like maybe if they change the mirror match position in the games later on. But we'll take a look at that. SS1 now fighting against Team GG. GG just on an absolute rampage for these early game fights. They're going to take Fu out, and now they're trying to go for another elimination. That Temi ultimate going to do a very good job of just locking down Luo Yi there. Now he is not going to be able to escape. They've got one more player that they could try and go for here, but SS1 look to have backed off of this already. That last remaining player has dipped out, as we're going to take a look at Alliance taking on Fun Plus Phoenix as well as RW.
Well, Alliance looking to find himself a pick there onto RW. RW on a pretty rough one there. Ooh! Rushi goes down. I thought RW the ones being hunted, but they just turned it back around. Beautiful pick there. Youth looks for the kill onto Revenge. Doesn't quite make the connection. Has to break away, though, from that Viper stun. Last thing he wants to get hit by that is from XXL, who... Here's the IG third party we were talking about. They're going to jump in with all of that crowd control. AB trying to make an escape away, but he is just pinned by the members of IG, and down goes AB there. IG opening up their first kill of the game as they are not done. They're chasing here onto Revenge from Alliance. Han has been caught by Yuma, but Yuma realizes that all of his allies are gone, and now he is in a 1 versus 3. The parry comes through. IG just walk away with 3 kills. Absolutely flawless third party from them. As FPX are going to be able to finish up the last member of RW as well after all of that.
It's really nice to see that coming out from them, as we're going to take a look at some of the players over on the other side. This is going to be Fun Plus Phoenix versus IG. IG, after having a good, successful first couple of fights with 3 eliminations on the board, they're going to be happy coming right into this fight. Big parry going to come up from Water, though, onto XXL. We are going to see the punish damage not really give too much value. And now Water hopped into his teammate's Fairy mech. Powerful Dazzle is going to come through. The only issue I'm seeing here, he's going to be able to come out of this into a Yushan ultimate right away. Will Water be able to get the heals off, or will he die in that ultimate? We're going to have to see. Over doing a really good job of peeling for them. He's going to go for the heal now. Now that the Akos cage has come through, IG's Han bringing it back in. Now the Yushan ultimate available for Water. Are we going to see the Viper Silence coming out onto one of these players? Over backing out here. XXL is going to try and drop the silence in. Ultimate has been released. Will they be able to get this off onto Water? The damage comes through. So much damage comes out. Water goes down in ult form. Overhold's going to be good. XXL is going to hit it into the net judge. Now it's a 2v2 situation. The overhold comes out for the player of IG. Han with the dual halberds trying to make the play on the Kiki. Backside over, just going to use that F ability to get some space in between him and the other members of IG. Zen still trying to give up the chase, and now that ultimate is online. Oh, we've got the salty res too. Big Meow gonna come out, dodged perfectly. The 1.0 gets the bloom. Han cooking right now. He has ult available, getting caught into an edge just by the shotgun burst follow-up's gonna come through from Kiki. Oh my goodness, what a elimination. Zen still alive. Are we gonna see the respawn here, or is Zen just gonna play around with it? We do see the IG respawn here.
Alrighty, nice. They're from the side of IG, but, well, Cage goes down. FPX find themselves pinned, and Zen is just going to microwave them inside the fighting pit. That is brutal there for Kiki. Doesn't get caught by the dazzle, luckily for him. And IG trying to keep this pressure just going a little bit harder here onto the members of FPX. The mech has been called, though, and I think IG are just going to scatter. They don't really want to get caught by all of this. So they're just going to back away, but Zen needs to be careful. Takes a cannon shot to the head there. They are just going to continue to chase up a little bit more. Water going to break away. Keeping that pressure on. Water goes for scale rush potentially here. It's just going to miss that one a little bit. Gets a bit of damage here onto the members of IG. IG, though, still feel like they got a bit of fight in them, or they are fighting on the Bane's breath. That's going to do a fair chunk to those members. IG have this big advantage here fighting on that, and FPX lose yet another player. IG, I think there's a bit of anger here because they felt like they deserved that Game 4 victory. And they did not give it up easily. There's going to be the revives. Water down fully. They're going to have to res Water with a token. And they don't have that much money, so it's going to be quite an expensive misplay there from the members of FPX.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. But, oh, the Big Meow going to come in. Youth going to go down. Oh my goodness. RW are fully eliminated. Fully eliminated. No 4-piece coming out from them, but they are at 56 points, which is 17 points higher than the next place player. And IG's already had 7 kills into this game, so they're going to have to get 17 more points if they want to even come close to RW's score. GG still far away as well, so even though they had one bad game, it's not that at the end of the world for their scoreline. They're still going to be in first place, basically no matter what at the end of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, whoops, just going to grab himself a little bit of goodies there. 0 kills right now, so they are in a bit of a more dire situation. Roma Yang spawns up regardless, and Wolves are going to jump in. See if they can maybe put those kills together here versus GG, but GG with purple armor around the board. A little bit more health to speak of, and it's going to translate into a much tankier Monk on 330 than ZK here. ZK transforms slightly ahead of 330. It's just going to get some damage thrown off. The stamp on the old punch between the two of them. Not really going to translate into a kill as the Sandstorm breaks out, and 330 gets himself a grab. Is he going to be able to get the punch off or the slam off? Yes, he is. Massive chunk out there. Nice opener there from 330. He's going to jump in one more time. Looks for the grab up onto one. Can't find it. Does actually, sorry, get ZXN. But CGS goes down. GG are down a player already. I was so focused on the Monk action. Wasn't really paying attention to what was happening on ground level. And Wolves are absolutely going to walk over GG here. The Fu Ren shove's just proving too much. LXM on his lonesome has got his own Fu Ren shoves to work with. But I don't think it's going to be enough. That is going to be LXM going down. Beautiful kill there for the side of GG.
I love the GG Wolves matchup. You know, we've seen it a couple of times now, and it's so evenly matched. It either goes fully in one way or fully the other direction. It really depends on. There's so many different elements that it depends on in the fight, but it's really cool to see. It's like it's never always one team just dominating. Oh my goodness, we need an ult here. Oh, what an armor swap! IG with the beautiful armor swap play. Now we're going to see the Akos Cage gets absolutely nobody, but the powerful Dazzle is going to be able to come through. SS1's just going to get absolutely tanked. Luo Yi taking so much damage there as the both overholds coming through. The 1.0 is good. XXL, just, oh my goodness, the Big Meow to come in for the Peel. They let XXL go, and he's able to back off for a second there. What a crazy entry and exit from the members of IG to let XXL get the full heal. Now he's jumped back in. Huge double parry from SS1, and now that's going to be able to come through. That's SS1's Mian. Oh, the big meow. Oh my goodness, look at them getting so happy for winning that round too. Like, so many of these teams are just business. The second they win that, XXL just jumped out of his seat with joy. That was so cool.
They'd lost every Realm of Yang they'd been in to up until that moment. So that's a huge win for IG, and it's snowball for IG as well. These guys are very far ahead when it comes to the kills, and now they're going to be able to get even more kills. There's Rishi coming down. Oh, it's the classic Viper play. It doesn't look like it's really stunning many. ZK actually... Rishi, he line of sighted himself. He just put himself between the tree, so that's pretty rough for him. Now the Dazzle's going to come out. They're going to look to try and find the lockdown onto ZK and stop him from getting that slam off onto Yuma. Yuma just about going to be breaking free here. ZK going to look for the regrab. Yuma goes for the freeze. ZK not going to be given the opportunity, but Yuma goes down regardless there off the back of that one, as they were able to secure themselves the kill. And now 3-3-0 and GG joining into the fray with this Realm of Yang debuff on. Going to at least get one cleanse off here, as they're going to continue to pressure up onto the Wolves players, who are desperately trying to limp away from this player. 3-3-0, feeling confident, wants to step up and see if he can find some damage onto the members of Alliance. The question is there going to be a third party? Because that is where it could get really dicey here for 3-3-0 and the rest of GG. 3-3-0 actually holding his transform here because he wants to get the cleanse before he can transform, just to make sure that they get as much value out of this as possible. There goes Revenge. There goes NiHQ. GG, great little third party there. Soul Blooms up, and they're able to cleanse all of their members, and that means they can just play away now and clear out from the danger.
I love that 330 was just spamming Assassin's Lunge there too. He's got a blue dagger in hand, right? And he's just spamming his Assassin's Lunge. I'm gaming, brother. Or we're bringing that out, and you know, it's a very parryable attack, right? Like when you start using it, like when players don't know that you have it, it can be a bit intimidating, right? And there's definitely some ping tricks that you can use. Well, obviously these players are playing on land, so there's no ping, but there are some tricks that you can use with Assassin's Lunge to get some like pretty crazy combos off, but it is often ping dependent, so not the most optimal line, but it's really funny to see 330 just spamming Assassin's Lunges, because he knows his teammates have them stunned off of those light attacks. So he's able to throw as many blues as possible, and if he wants to throw the most amount of blues while continuing to move forward, Assassin's Lunge is the optimal play. It's just so funny that it is a good play.
Yeah, absolutely. I did notice for XXL actually is running around with Vulpine Essence, so even with IG going inside the Realm of Yang, didn't have that proc either, so they got that going forwards. Again, it's the crowd control comp, man. It's so good at farming kills. GG have 10 though. So it's not like IG have got this win in the home run. They've got a lot of work to do versus someone a team that is a master of final circles. GG very capable and very good at taking those. So keep your eyes on that front. Is IG are in the area. SS1 looking to pressure up. There goes the Wu Shen port, but very easy to follow, very easy to announce. And FPX also reading that this is a potential here. Fu now loses that transform, so it's going to be a little bit harder. As you can see, IG also want to get involved in the fight. I mean, this is a room where they can find a massive amount of crowd control. It looks like they are just going to back off. Nobody's full sending it, but 14 seconds here onto SS1 until these debuffs finish them up, and we're just going to lose our second team of the game. RW out as well. Totally missed that they went out with a single kill, so they've been very good today. I think they're okay to lose one, but SS1 on the other hand, 0 kills. There's only one game left, and next game they need to make it up into at least top 4, so they need to make it to 4th if they want to make it evade that lower bracket.
Yeah, that's the scary part, is you have to be top 4 in your lobby, and if you're not top 4, you don't make the cutoff and you're done. You're just not playing for the rest of the series. You get one day to beat top 4. I guess there's losers bracket. We do have losers bracket to play through, but if you lose out a losers bracket, then then you're pretty much cooked for the rest of the season. But now we're going to be taking a look. Wolves coming in. ZK going to get the first grab. Isn't able to get the second one. Is this Wolves versus GG again? Oh my goodness, this is hilarious that we're getting this mirror matchup. This is the 4th time that we've seen this fight in 2 games. As we're going to be coming in. Wolves with the Fury and shoves, and it looks like Wolves have been on top this game. GG going to be able to get the kill onto XN potentially. F ability is going to come in from the Temi, but the Fury from Wolves is going to block lots of that. We're going to see LXM taking a lot of damage. Really be able to get the Wisp off in time, and it looks like Wolves able to get that kill as their player XN is going to be able to get out of dodge as well and go for the heal. Now they put it into a full 3v2 situation. Will we see any sort of value coming through? The Assassin's Lunge spam coming out. 330 is going to end up going down, though, with the musket shot finisher. And now in the 3v1, Wolves are actually up 3-1. GG's only won 1 fight against them.
Yeah, that is crazy. Also, big thing to note, IG, who are currently getting picked on by FPX, got the Mystic Might for free. No one contested them inside the realm of Yang. And GG is right now their stiffest competition for first place at the end of the game. GG now on debuff. So that is quite big there for them. FPX just forcing a little bit on to the members of IG, but IG are just going to back off. They've got golden armor here onto XXL as Kiki has been isolated, loses a lot of HP here, looking for those bow shots. I mean, that is going to take one good shot here, and IG's XXL could be able to take out Kiki, but Kiki gets a massive chunk off there onto XXL, and he's just going to regroup with the rest of his team. Has still got that silence available. Over has been caught by the knock-up here, as it looks like they're going to continue to pressure up onto the members of FPX. IG keeping that pressure going, and the Yueshan will not be holding that form for too long. That transform is still being a nuisance, as here they come with the Dazzle, looking for the lockdowns. Who are they going to find? Water de-transforms, gets hit by that Dazzle, and now he was a thorn in their side, and he is plucked as IG secure themselves their 12th kill of the game. 11th kill, sorry, of the game.
11 kills. IG really bringing up the numbers. It's very cool to see. 10 eliminations for GG, but they're on that Yang depletion. Over, though, from Fun Plus Phoenix. Not looking to be in the best situation right now. They've lost a teammate, so that's quite unfortunate. 4 kills on the board for them. Alliance with only 1 elimination. They still haven't been able to put up numbers. This comp is not going to be scaling them very well as well. Over going to be getting caught out by the members of Wolves. They're really trying to find this. They've got Mystic Might, which is interesting. IG has also managed to grab that Mystic Might, which I thought we would see more of the White Tiger's prowess, but it looks like that's what Alliance went to get. I believe they may or may not have grabbed that from a Spirit Well. I don't think we saw them win around Liang. Okay, so over here, just trying to hold off for as long as possible. Oh, there we go. Good catch coming through with the follow-up from the outside. Everyone's going for him now. XN does manage to pick up the kill with the Flying Knives, as we're going to flip over to GG versus IG on the other side of the map.
Alrighty, well, GG looking for the grab. They obviously got these cleanses to get, and that's going to be a nice grab onto Zen. Zen going incredibly low here. I think he's just picked. IG will find the stun here onto 330. Oh no, they got the grab out. So XXL's going to get slammed down. It started so good for IG, and it's gone so wrong so fast. There's another slam down. XXL is going to be able to survive. The stuns didn't make the connection. IG lost their Syra. They don't really have their ACOS for much longer as well. CJS is going to go down in the middle of all of this. They haven't been able to turn it around as Han puts the pillar up, and he just needs to get the hell out of dodge, using his own pillar to scale rush away to safety from Wolves, as Wolves are pinned in place. I think Han's got away. I don't know about XXL. I think he stayed alive, but they lost their Syra. IG had such a good start, but now they need to play for the revives once they break away from all of this action. GG also paying the price with their Takeda going down.
It's IG. Oh, there comes the Vulpine Essence that we saw them having earlier. The
parry.
NbPl and B, and IG are gonna fall. That is crazy. No MVP for them. GG managed to have 2 players that are gonna try and get CJS back up. It looks like they're going. Where are we doing? What are we doing? Okay. Pickup. We're getting equipment pickup. Now we're going over to the catapult. Let's see this. I guess we're going so far into the zone to heals. Yeah, if he dies to the zone, like, watch the kill feed, ladies and gentlemen, because that would be funny. Okay, no. You got the rebirth. You got the rebirth. Wow. Crazy business here. As we're making some high level plays. I don't know why we're not showing that, because we don't really have much else going on. But it looks like Wolf's going to be setting up for the play here. Oh, look at this! They found 330. CJS going to be coming out from the revive. LXM with the armor swap, I do believe. It looks like LXM was able to take out Fun Plus Phoenix is over. Fun Plus Phoenix, they're engaging onto some odd fights right now. Oh, big grab. He's going to get slammed out. The follow-up grab is going to come through. He tries to go for the double. Does manage to confirm the kill before the kill shield comes out. We're going to see the PO coming through. Aiko's Cage going to come out from TE, and they found the perfect instance of third party. Big charge going to come out. It doesn't do so much. It doesn't do the damage on the player he needs it to. CJS is going to go down, though. That's the elimination there. GG can go fully out here, too. And TE are going to clean this up. Alliance coming in on the third party. It looks like 330 might be able to make a break for it here. XE, oh my god, 330 got out. 330 got out. The Wu Chen port out as well is going to come through, but oh my god, they're jumping in. They're jumping in onto the members of Team GG, or the Team Wolves. Wow. XEM going to get blocked over, and now TE could be getting eliminated here.
That's a rough loss there for TE, and down goes one thing as well. Wolves keeping themselves in this game. 11 kills. They're looking to contest onto GG, but GG with one member left and no health. Roma Yang depletion. GG probably going to be losing their opportunity at MVP off the back of this one. They're just going to land a couple of extra shots in, and Wolves hopefully be looking to put themselves up to the 12 kill mark off the back of this one. It's 3-3-0. I don't think you're going to be surviving this one, buddy. He's just going to try and get a couple of cheeky pot shots in to ZK, but those pots are not going to be healing enough for him to be able to make it back out. So that'll be the end of GG.
If he does pot, though, it does give it. I believe it does take away the kill credit because he has healed in between the damage instance. So I do believe that is the reason for the heal there. So Alliance. Oh, Alliance gets the kill. So okay, so they get the kill. 330 is still alive. Oh my goodness, no way, no way, no way.
That's crazy. He has no more pots is the problem.
And why are we not movement? Oh, no way.
Oh, he got some more pots. No, there was nothing there. He bought a rebirth charm. He bought a rebirth charm.
Oh my god, this is insane. Hipbrain. Does he get it?
He
gets it. He got it off. He got it off. Now CJS gets all the loot. He gets all the good weaponry. I guess he's not taking it, but what are we doing here?
What am I watching?
What are we watching? Hello? Are we just throwing it this way?
Do you remember a long time ago where GG revived themselves 30 times inside the zone? They just stayed in the zone and just kept picking each other up, and they managed to eke out quite a few placement points off that. I think that's what they tried to do there, and honestly, it worked because there's only 4 teams left, so they got placement points off that. That play might have looked a bit troll, but it was actually really intelligent. That was such a good heads up play from GG.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to hold out. Like, they could have held out for a little bit longer if we would have just seen him try and make the break for the zone and just like attempt it, right? Because there's no harm in that, right? The only issue is if he makes it in on 1 HP and a team sees him, then he's giving another point to another team, right? Yeah. So he is withholding the point, but like TE is on one player as well. If TE goes out, then he gets a 3rd place finish there, right? But the 4th place finish, holding out for that long, it's really cool to see. Wolves going to go for that final spear. Well, we're going to see the monk coming through. That's one grab already. That is almost the 2nd one. Punch is going to come out. ZK going to be stunned out here in the middle, but we are going to see the powerful dazzle coming through as well. Now, XN with a good block using that Tumult ultimate, and now Alliance has burned 2 ultimates. They're going to be forced to back off of this very quickly. They almost have full cap too. Jeez, this is crazy. Wolves are dominating this lobby right now.
Oh my word, well, looks like ZK have been able to find themselves pick hit. Roshik goes down. Wolves get caught there by the court catch. Freeze comes down from Alliance.
Oh, parry!
From the Justina onto all 3 members, but they're not done fighting yet. This is obviously the big fight to determine who's going to take this game. I think Wolves should just have the MVP at the end of this one. Down goes TXJ, does throw out the urn to try and just play a little bit of an interrupt, but TE are knocked out of the lobby, and Yuma is going to go down, and there it is. Wolves with 15 kills. I think that was 14 actually at the end of the game. Will take themselves MVP. Good job, Wolves.
Yeah, very, very solid performance from Wolves. They're going to pick up that game number 5 victory. ZKXN doing such a good job at just keeping the pressure up. We saw Takeda doing a really good job as well, jumping into lots of those fights, just with the utmost aggression and intensity. It's really cool to see how well that Wolves have come. Like, Wolves have come from being like a very bottom place team to being like one of the top in the league, which is like, it's really cool to see. They've been inconsistent throughout the past couple of years, but like 2025 season was great. They won J Cup 2024, I do believe. And
yeah, they did.
They're last year they won. No, not last year.
They were 24. Yeah, so they were. Last year was SR.
Yes.
It's because we're so early in the year. They were the 24 champions, so they were the reigning champions for 2025, and then 2025 champions are now SR. That's where I got confused.
Yes.
But yeah, Wolves are one of those teams who, when they get going, they just get this taste of blood, and they're so good at pushing that.
Yes.
Their problem is they're very, like you were saying, they're very inconsistent. So sometimes they just jump around a little bit, and they don't really achieve anything in their games. They've always been a bit of a coin flip team where they'll have like explosive games, and then games where they just absolutely fumble it and do nothing. They'll die very early and knocked out of the game. But I'm sure IG are probably kicking themselves right now. They got bit griefed by GG, and then Wolves came in and tidied the whole thing up. IG had such a solid start, and it's good to see they got their Realm Yang victory in, because I was starting to worry that Realm Yangs were not something they were good at. I still have my concerns. I think it's one of those things they're going to have to go work on and improve over the next few weeks. But it was good to see them find that victory finally, because, man, they've been denied. And they did get a second Realm Yang in that game, but it was an uncontested one, so I don't count that as a victory. They just managed to sneak it away.
Yeah, I mean, for me, what I find is to be one of the funniest things is that that we've seen. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. IG as a team, they look like they're having fun up there. Like every single time we flip to their player cams, they're like celebrating, jumping out of their chairs. They've got to like sit back down to play the rest of the game, and like they just look like a team that's there for the love of the game, right? And that is great to see, right? A lot of these teams are there, they're having fun, they're having a good time, right? But they're locked in. You know, they're taking this extremely serious, no jokes, no having fun. We're grinding, we're locking in, we're winning, but they're having fun with it. And I think that matters more than, they're putting up a good amount of points. They're still in the top 4. So if they're doing that while having fun with it, honestly, I'd say that's more of an optimal line.
Well, what team is leading the point total now? Is it RW, IG, GG, or TE? That is your question for you guys at home. A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat. Check your Whisbots, because that's where you'll be informed if you are chosen and you are the winner. So some goodies for you to grab there. I don't know the exact answer because I haven't seen the scoreboard, but I have a pretty solid guess of who it's going to be. I think at the very least, it's a coin flip for you guys at home. There's 2 teams who could have it. So 50-50 if you're not 100% sure. But yeah, it's good to see, we've had such a dominant day from RW, from the fact they got that hat trick in the middle of the day. And now we're starting to see some of the other teams bite back, especially some of the orgs that are more storied and more veteran status here in the NBPL, like Wolves. Still, GG showing some teeth, but again, they live in that GG bubble of like always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Like struggling to find that actual MVP, that actual victory that matters for them. And a team who have yet to take themselves a world champion spot and have probably been one of the teams who've deserved it for a very long time. But you know, you can only get it by winning, and they've been a little bit inconsistent in their performances over the years, apart from one good year. And funnily enough, it was Wolves who swooped in and took the glory from them, just like this game.
And you know, it's funny. I just saw a message in the chat. It said, you know, Wolves 2014 J Cup champions. So that's a good one for you there, Hip Brain. As
Damn it.
you're not gonna live that one down. Anytime it's a 2024 reference, it'll be a 2014 reference for the rest of the time.
Yeah, forever now.
Forever. Yeah, we're never gonna let you forget it. As we're going to be moving on. We've got one game left today, chat. It is going to be very, very close. And
this is the mirror matchup as well.
Yeah, the mirror matchup is going to be interesting because I wonder which like, because they take out of who's been played the most, right, comp wise. And
yeah,
then,
so it's there's a couple of factors. First of all, it's who's been played the most, like what comp's been played the most today. If it's a tie, then it's like success basically of that comp. So it's the comp that has scored the most points, I believe. And then there's probably a couple of tiers down in case somehow it's tied on points as well. But it's realistically, you're probably going to see the comp that's most played, because I don't think we have like a 50-50 split of two teams right now. I'm not 100% sure what comp that is. The three I would choose from right now is probably the Einor comp, the kind of pit fight comp, or with the ACOS, or probably the Takeda monk variant, to be honest. I feel like that's the monk variant we've seen the most today. I don't think it's a monk comp. There's been a lot of monk comps, but they've all been so varied that I don't think there's one which is tied up with the other two. So I'm going to assume it's Einor or pit fight. But we'll have to see. We'll find out soon anyway when we get onto that game. Obviously, we still need to look at all the numbers and all the fun bits from the previous game. Hopefully, those numbers will be coming up soon. We can have a look at the scoreboard and see how our teams are faring after that game 5 and what the stakes are going to be going into game 6. Because for anyone who is tuning in late or missed the beginning of the day, season's different. 8 teams playing in each day. We've got a Group A and a Group B right now. The winners of Sunday's games have gone into the upper bracket, while the losers have gone into the lower bracket. And then exactly the same thing is going to happen here. So if you are top 4 at the end of the day, you go up to the winners bracket. You'll have the likes of YZG, WFG, XKG. I can't remember who the 4th team was from Group A, but it'll be those 3 plus an additional team. And then the losers go into the losers bracket. The top 4 out of the losers bracket go through to fight the losers from the winners bracket, and the losers from the losers bracket are just done. So it's a scary time, because before it was bi-weeklies gave you a bit of breathing room. If you made a mistake, it was sure that weekly was a write-off. But if you lose in that losers bracket, you're sitting out until that bracket system is done, until the Swiss is done, and then you'll have another shot at the second Swiss. But there's only 2 Swisses per season. So if you lose both your group matches and that first losers bracket, you play very little NARAKA this season. You're playing 2 games, 2 days of NARAKA, and then that's it. So 4 total in a season, which is a very, very small amount of NARAKA to be playing.
You're playing 10 real games with 2 martial artists, right? Like that is the absolute minimum that you can get. So you would be getting a total of 20 games with 4 martial artists if you were to lose everything, right? And compared to the winners bracket, who are going to be getting like infinitesimal, I'm not doing the math, more games. 56 points total for RW, absolutely crazy. 45, so still 11 points ahead. But Wolves, GG, and IG very neck and neck. 45, 44, and 44. TE at 34, so that's 10 points below. I think it's basically solidified. Like, the teams that are at the bottom right now.
I don't think it's solidified. We just saw RW kind of biff it, get 1 point. Like, if one of those teams has a bad game, anyone can overtake them.
There's 10 points in between. So with 1 game left, one of the bottom 4 teams is not going to be able to make it into the top 4. I doubt.
I think that's perfectly doable. Like a goose egg or like a 1-pointer. 12 points isn't that hard to come by. I mean, a win is 18 roughly. So I think it's very achievable. I think it's very tight right now. Obviously, you know, there has to be a bit of a perfect storm. If the top 4 teams all get about 5 kills, it suddenly becomes a lot harder for like a lower team. But I think 5th and 6th place definitely have a shot at qualifying for that upper bracket. I think we're not locked in at all. Obviously, you know, those 4 teams, if they all start to have good games, it becomes, it gets to a point where it does become mathematically impossible or very unlikely. But we're not there yet. I think we still got a little bit to work with. But see our MVP for this 5th game on the Monk. And we see here for the side of Wolves, it's ZK. 20,000 damage coming out from them. A lot of that from the nunchucks, actually. 9,000 damage from the nunchucks to do that one. No, like, major soul jades, but monks typically don't run around with big soul jades unless the game's going very well.
Yeah, we've got rev up and bomb shot that we can see coming for the those dual flintlocks, the new ranged weapon that's coming in the game. This is our first time we get to see it in competitive. I guess it's just not really the most optimal weapon at all. I don't really like it. I haven't seen very much use out of it in trios or solos. So, you know, it's an interesting one. Maybe they're going to do some changes to it. Maybe there's some tech that I haven't seen yet with it. But overall, it seems like a pretty mid-range weapon to add to the game. Because it's a cool concept. I appreciate it, right? Especially with, you know, it fits a Valda player's vibe very well. Mr. Hairbrain, Mr. 2014 himself.
There's some cool combos you can do, but they're just not showing up. Like, I haven't seen any actual dual pistols. I mean, seeing GG, I can't remember who the last guy was, holding dual pistols was a surprise because I haven't actually seen them getting utilized. And I mean, Duncan was showing me some combos. There are some stuff you can do with it, especially with the Soul Jade. If you get the Soul Jade, you can do some absolutely bonkers damage out of the dual pistols. But like, I don't think they're consistent enough. I think, you know, the thing is flying knives, I feel, just offer everything you want from the dual pistols and more. And that's why we're seeing someone like that so high value. You know, they're just a better mid-range weapon. And they're also pretty good melee. And they give great movement. They're just miserable. But I thought we were to a break there for a second. We didn't, but we will probably be, I assume, going to a break fairly soon. There we go. Let's go to a break. We'll be back after this for the final game. See you in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back one more time. Welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm Seb. I'm joined alongside Hiprain, and we are here to bring you our Game 6, our final NARAKA match of the day. We're here with Trios Group B, and it's been intense so far. RW taking the first 3 games, IG winning out the 1v1 scenarios in the first games. I guess it's the 3v3s. The martial artist tournament that we have at the start of our day. And our last Game 6 is going to be a mirror match, where we're going to find out our comp in just a second here. And if you've been doing the math alongside, you're going to actually get to see which comp it is before us. As you can figure it out. But, you know, I'm not a mathematician, so we don't do that
honestly,
ourselves.
there's been quite a few good comps today, and quite a few comps we've been playing quite a lot, so I'm not actually 100% sure. Like I said, before break, we have an idea, but we're not 100% sure. We're just going to wing it and find out what they're going to be locking in for this last game. Obviously, heading back to Morris Isle for our final game of the day as well, so good old faithful. And this is the only map that isn't Firefly as well, so depending on the comp, if it's like really ult-reliant, it kind of equalizes out the lobby a little bit, because if some people are all getting Fireflies and some people aren't getting access to them, could cause an issue. But I guess Secret Tunnel exists, which always has Fireflies, so there is a little bit of a window of opportunity for these teams to get themselves a slight advantage on the ult charge front. I'm really hoping it's the crowd control comp, because I think that would just be so funny, like everyone just stunning each other permanently, ACOS cages dotted around everywhere. I think it'll be absolute carnage if we get that. So I'm hoping that we're gonna see that, but we'll find out, because going into that game momentarily. But yeah, I think one thing that, seeming as I've done both days and we got a bit of time, if you're okay to let me waffle a little bit here, Seb.
Go for it, bro.
One of the things that I'm finding quite interesting about this group and last group, and you know where we're at right now with the season, is that Group A was definitely more aggressive and tempo focused than Group B. Group B are quite happy to let it go a little bit later, and I mean it's not like a dramatic amount of time. It's like a few minutes here and there. But I think in Group A we were seeing at least one team getting eliminated, either pre-Yang or post-Yang. Where in this lobby, I feel like it's only after Yang 2 is we're guaranteed to lose the team. We've had a couple of games where they haven't had everyone go out until that second Yang. Also, I think, you know, we've seen the circle close a couple of times here, but we didn't see the circle close at all. We got close to it on day one on Sunday, but we didn't actually see it fully close. We've seen it close at least once here. So it is interesting to see how the lobbies differ. And then I think the next big thing is how the lobbies are going to differ once we put them together. Because obviously we've got our top 4 teams playing our top 4 teams from both groups coming up in the next couple of weeks, or in the next week or so. So that's going to be really interesting to see how these guys fare versus each other, and how the lower guys fare versus each other as well. Very exciting. I really like the Swiss setting. Very fun.
Yeah. I heavily appreciate the new tournament format, right? 8 players for me. We could have 12. I feel like we could have 12 in this format, but then we just need more teams, right? But I feel like we could get more teams. That would be like the thing that I'd be interested in. That we could start seeing, like, if we went back from 8 to 12 and kept this format, and then had Group A, Group B, Group C, then I don't know, they just have to change the numbers around a little bit, but keep the Swiss stage into a playoffs with losers bracket, and then into that finals like that. I think it'd be really cool if we could adapt that to 12 players and then invite global players, and then give global players an opportunity to learn and grow and play in the NBPL. Like, if we had Zay in the NBPL, if we had Bajin, shout out Bajin, if we had like Hypernova in the NBPL, I feel like they would have so much more of a potential to sort of get themselves to that next level that they would need to compete, and then global would have a better chance at Jacob.
I do feel like keeping NBPL the way it is good for the sense where, like, you want regional stuff, but I mean the only thing is if you want to, I do think, you know, it'd be nice to have some more representation at an international level, so you would have to invest more into the EU and the NA side of competitive play.
NBGPL would be sick. NARAKA BLADEPOINT Global Pro League.
Yeah, I mean that also could work. I mean, it kind of kills J-Cup for me personally, because J-Cup is the international tournament.
Yes.
That would probably be my only criticism of it, is like if you did it that way, you basically would just make an NBPL season 3 like a Winter Cup instead of like a J-Cup. So
okay.
I think personally, I think you'd be better investing in like global infrastructure and make it so eventually you could have equal representatives, like equal numbered representatives from each region playing at the tournament at J-Cup. That's the ideal scenario, right? Man, that one player from RW, the guy on the right, he's been at like 79 to 80 BPM all day. He is pretty chill. Everyone else is actually sitting
everyone
at
else is
100.
just
It's crazy.
120 to 160. As
That's so bad, by the way.
as yeah,
160
it's
is a bonkers heart rate. I don't think I get that from a run. I think I hit like 145 on a run.
really.
Yeah. 160 is incredibly high.
Is it like genuinely like concerningly high yet, or is it like wow, that might be something we need to look into. Like, can we get like a wellness check on some of these players? Like,
I assume it's nuts. If their heart is always at 160, then yeah, you need a doctor. But if not, you should be fine. Right. So we head to Morris Isle for this final game of the day. Here's the INOR comp, obviously. One day we'll get the CC comp taken over, but INOR has been the go-to comp for everyone in the lobby. Purple Armor off the bat as GG and SS1 going to find themselves in a little scrap here. GG, very unlike them to be so aggressive off the drop. They're normally a team who, A, suck in fights early, and also just don't play that aggressive early. They'd rather just kind of gear up. So it's good to see that they have adapted somewhat to the meta changes and are willing to go, you know, full ham into other teams.
here we go, jumping in. This is gonna be TE trying to get some good
Drop water wheel.
Oh my goodness, it's gonna come. It's gonna come.
Pistols!
Are we seeing it? Are we seeing it? Pistols, the dual pistols come
on,
out.
drop the water wheel.
SS1's
Honestly,
food
the
goes
water wheel
down
goes
and he gets
so
the
hard.
pick. We're gonna see the pick coming through with the flintlocks. That's very sick to see. As SS1's Mian now getting chased down. Is TE able to put a point up onto the board? I think this is the first time TE have played anything other than that Wu Chen comp all day. Oh my goodness, the juggle into the katana juggle into the whip sword juggle with the flying knives follow-up. So much damage output as CJS is going to go down as SS1 Louis picks up a kill. But now in the 2v1 situation, Big Perry going to come out. Oh my goodness, he falls. Does he get away from this? No, the catch is going to come through. Oh my goodness, he missed the uppercut. LXM making the same mistakes that you make in your own ranked games, and shows how human these players are. As now in the 2v3 situation, TE is going to get this huge third party onto the members of GG.
Alrighty, well, GG getting heavily chunked out here. Have popped the zip ult for a bit of healing. GG looking for the vertical there with the longsword. Gets caught in the uppercut into the power from the flyer knives. Quick reposition comes in, and you see now they have the pressure of the Huddy just to stagger lock here onto TEZEM. LXM though will be losing his ult, so he just quickly cubes all the way to safety, but 330 is being heavily chased down here. And it's getting very dicey. TE are just going to take this moment to at least get a single pot off as 330. Don't think you're going to be around for much longer, mate. Down you go. And this is the one thing that is going to be miserable about this final game. It's 8 zippings, man. There's so much sustain.
Here we go. TEZEM. It's going to be getting a bit of heals. The early game fights are done, right? So we're gonna have a little bit of main game, mid game, just hanging out, getting themselves some extra bit of loot, some goodies. IG already blueberries for the full armors. We've got some purple weapons for XXL. I don't know where Han is. Looks like he's not really close to the rest of his team. As Fun Plus Phoenix getting a little bit of loot going. Gonna get the cinematic pan cam over their looting spots. Pan cam.
Like that.
Panning over as IG's Han has got himself a purple spear, but now he's gonna get caught out. This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, spotted. There we go. Oh wait, not spotted? Are we just gonna ignore the fact that okay, no, there we go.
I remember the way we're looking at the camera is probably not how the players are exactly looking.
Yeah, they've definitely got it, but I mean he was in his FOV range, right? So it's a little bit interesting to see that we missed that, but he could have just been playing it off like he didn't.
Could have been in menus as well.
Oh yeah, 100%. Fun Plus Phoenix over now. He has done a lot of damage, but XXL Gonna be coming. Oh, what a no ult zone! XXL is gonna get taken out very low here. Tries to go for the parry. He's forced to cube up as Han gonna pop the cube and then cancel ult immediately. Oh, the overhold would have been good there. Over. He's gonna go for the cancels, following over onto XXL. It looks like he's managed to get himself a bit of healing in with that zipping ultimate. Now the no ult zone could be playing in the favor of Fun Plus Phoenix. But it could also, oh my goodness, he's not going to be able to get too much off of that though, as the Nezh's Might could be coming in, as we're not going to see it. LMB, and he brings it back around. Han is going to be getting taking extremely low. Jump LMB is going to come through. IG's Han goes down, the double charge comes back on the other side, but now the no ult zone, they're playing on the other side of it, and this is going to be a lot of trouble for the members of Fun Plus Phoenix, or for the members of IG, sorry. Fun Plus Phoenix is going, oh my goodness, he gets the slam in. A stun is all he needs as he comes out of that ultimate due to the no ult zone, and IG are going to be sent back to the solo ultimate.
It's good to see FPX have some life in them as well. They've been very underwhelming so far. And have a look at the scoreboard. TE on 3 kills, Alliance on 3 kills, FPX on 3 kills. The leaders in the top 4, 0-1-0-0. It's exactly the situation I was talking about. There is a world where the likes of TE could catch up to IG if IG fumble the bag here, and they could overtake IG and lock them into that lower bracket. So it's definitely all to play for right now for our upper teams. Although you do get more games. If you go through the lower bracket, you get 1 extra round day of game time compared to everyone else. Because you have both the lower bracket and then the upper side of the lower bracket before returning to the final kind of spot. So there is a world where it is valuable to get that extra game day in, a little bit more practice on stage, a bit more time to kind of get used to each other and how each other plays in a competitive environment. Because scrims are a very different beast from playing on stage. Like when it actually matters, when it actually counts, it's a very, very different setting.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's oftentimes lots of difficulties that these people pose, and now we're going to be seeing Team TE. It looks like they're getting ready, and that's the thing. You said it, and I didn't believe you. And it was like TE is trying to pull off the impossible right now. They're trying to get themselves at least fit. Like they're trying to, if they win this round, they're going to be able to knock out that 4th place player and get themselves into the winner's bracket. So everything is riding on this game. They have the best chance of being able to qualify for that top 4, and they really need to win every single interaction that they have, basically. And right now, it's riding all on the line. TZM has lost all of his armor. He's going to get himself impaled here. He's able to dodge out of it. He's trying to look for a little bit of a push onto some of these other players. RW's Yuan, almost gets the impale through, but he's not going to be able to connect with it. Impale comes out there. That's a lot of damage onto the zipping. Zipping ult's going to come out immediately, as I don't know if we've seen zipping from Wonfong yet. Wonfong's actually going to get incredibly low. He needs to pop that ultimate soon. TE Zem, though. Zem doing a really good job of backing off. AB going to come in with the triple charge. Will he be able to get any extra damage? Now, all of them going for that reposition here, as they using that cube at the very last second. I do believe we still have cube up for RW, and we saw a couple of those players use it there as they got their little reset in. Big focus attack going to come through. Zem not going to be able to confirm, but he gets a little bit of damage off on to Yuan. Yuan now on the back end. Big parry going to come through. Lots of drop down damage for Zem. He brings that F out. Even more follow-up damage coming through. The 1-2. Parry attempt from AB, but he sends it the other way. 1.0 release doesn't drop down. Myriad Winter Street with the focus follow-up is going to come through from Yuan. And now Youth very low in HP on the backside. Looks like they're going to go for the follow-up onto him. Gets the 1-2 with the fan, and that's TXJ with the elimination. Now AB, the drop down into the F ability isn't going to connect. Gets a bit of damage, but the F ability from AB is going to counter. 1 shot onto Yuan, 1 more shot onto AB, and there we go. TE are 6 eliminations, and they've won themselves the Realm of Yang, beating out RW, our top place team.
Yeah. RW, the front runners, going down there, putting them on the debuff is going to be detrimental to them. It's going to give T another little job to play their catch up, get that much stronger here as we're going to cut over to FPX and over. We're just doing a bit of shopping right now. As we're going to see a replay of the FPX Realm Yang. This is them taking on GG inside here. I actually missed entirely who won this one, so it's going to be a bit of a fresh angle for me. There is so much sustain inside these Realm Yangs. That's probably like my major big criticism when you have the zipping comps and everyone's on a zipping comp. It's just so much sustain. It's so hard to actually guarantee those kills. Zova doing a good job of, you know, hanging some damage here into 3-3-0. You find the zip. That's the best person to attack here. And he's done a fantastic job of that. They just get knocked back into knockback, cubes away. It's 3-3-0. The zip has to be the target, but it has a cube from the Hardy to break the zip out as well. Over will be able to get a cheeky pot off. And they just continue to hassle on to the likes of 3-3-0. Take the zipping out. Once the zip's dead, the fight becomes a lot easier to win because they're not just perma-sustaining. Over was doing a fantastic job of keeping the pressure up, but then gets juggled back, and at that point, the fight goes real rough here for the side of FPX. Although they did almost get a kill on CGS, so Wolves are struggling to find that window. Finds a good knock up onto 2, actually. Oh, hello, FPX. Didn't see that turnaround.
What a
Beautiful.
comeback.
Very, very nice comeback. I don't know how many kills we missed during the replay of the Birds Might fight. Looks like most people are just running it back now. GG have only just spawned. Alliance also just spawning. Both of these teams with the debuff. 1 minute 30. They really slowed down on that one. And look at this, TE. They're within reaching distance of IG now. I told you it was able to catch up one.
Yeah, I mean, they're 4 points away, and if IG don't manage to get themselves an elimination here, they could be looking at the bottom bracket. And I mean, IG, one of the newer teams, so it's not the end of the world if they go to losers bracket on the first tournament. Like, this is their first ever time together as a team, but looking at RW, they're leagues ahead of them. Even though their individual players have more experience, they're still a brand new team. So you got to commend them for doing that. They are on that Yang depletion though right now because they did end up losing that Romy Yang. And it looks like we have seen kills from all of these players. And I don't even know, like, where is TE? Do they still have buff? Where are they going to be jumping into this fight in a second here? Oh, big jump from Yuma onto 330. The Impel is going to come through, but the ultimate does get launched because the counter F ability from the Enor on the opposite team is going to block a little bit of extra damage. Yuma is taking quite a bit of damage right now, though. It sees that his teammate's in trouble, goes for the peel. Now the ultimate's going to come down. TE with a few seconds left on their ultimate, on their Vermilion Bird's Might, which is going to get completely used up now. RW fighting against GG. Everybody's here now. All of a sudden, the whole lobby decided to join forces to take out the Yang depletion players. With 8 seconds left, GG's going to go down, and all of these teams are just about to get eliminated fully.
Alrighty, well, there goes Alliance. Wolves able to secure that kill. Wolves able to secure himself a more comfortable spot at the top of the table. There's ZK. Takes a little hit there from the side of Wolves, just backing off now after all the action is somewhat dissipated. RW, though, been heavily picked on, have still got a single player on debuff, and I think that might just be the player who died there. Yeah, they lost their Hardy. It's going to slow down any world for RW, and Wolves now within reaching grasp of RW at the top of the table. It's one of the things I do like about this lobby size, is it does feel like everyone is catchable. FPX, I mean, it would have to be a disgustingly amazing game from them and a terrible game from IG for them to overtake and catch up and get a top 4 spot, but it is feasibly doable. It has to be a 20 bomb and a first place with 24 points. It is there. There is a world, but we're going to cut over to the second round with Yang. SS1 going to get their hands on this one. FPX are going to join them though inside the pit. Two teams going toe-to-toe here. And again, like we saw in the previous Rama Yangs, there is a lot of sustain. 3 seconds left on the timer. Over. Gets himself aerial here. Has the staff to work with. Just going to get himself a nice little chunk of damage out. If he can find that window to get a scale rush off. Oh, nice use of the staff, actually. Oh, Fu being bullied by the whip sword. The zip heal, though, is going to keep him going. FPX actually holding until now to throw down that transform. waiting for a good opportunity to get the most value out of that lightning. So he's going to get the execute off here onto Fu. Lots of burst damage comes out, and that should just be Fu going down immediately, taking out the Einor before he even got to transform. Is criminal. FPX now got their eyes set on this Zip here, looking for the kill onto them. If they can take him out, it's going to just remove all sustain, all opportunity to be able to take this game in. Looks like that might just be the end of days here for Man as they are getting run down. Or Mian, sorry, getting run down. Staff should be able to finish them up. Your Zip here will out-sustain here now as FPX is gone. Beautiful fight. Massive victory for them as TE are up against Wolves.
The most ideal situation in any sort of mirror match is you get yourself into a spot. Oh my goodness. Zem grabs his gold staff back just to get it parried out of his hands again. And it looks like someone else managed to grab it. It's TXJ that's going to be able to take that there for him. Just making sure that they have it by the time that they exit that realm of Yang. Jumping on B-Spam is going to be coming in for TE Zem. Big parry going to come out on the side of Wonfong. Wonfong going to get himself parried in that situation, and now one player has died. ZK's gone down. It's now a 2v2 situation. The 1-2-3 going to come out into the 1.0. Follow up release from the Rampage off the Hong Sword. Now we're seeing Hottie ultimates come through. NiHQ has his Hottie ult available. We're going to see the skies get taken. Cube's been placed. We're going to see one player cubing out, and that's going to be Wolves. XN trying to make something happen. Big parry's been released onto the other side. And that's XN going down. Now TE facing off against NiHQ. This is make or break for them here. If NiHQ can win this 2v1, then I doubt, oh my goodness, they timed out. They timed out. No buff for anybody. And I think that's basically the end of TE's reign right there.
Alrighty, well. TE getting undone off that. Very rough for them. 12 minutes left in the lobby. FPX hunting here. Don't have the debuff. They don't have to take this, but nonetheless it might. Feeling confident. They're going to look for SS1. They probably want to just put a wrap on this game, see if they can get as many points as possible. And I guess that is really the main plan here for FPX. Get as close to 4th as they can. IG, they've managed to kind of just stand still on 0 points. And honestly, if they can just get a decent placement point and a couple of kills, they should be able to lock themselves in. TE are 2 points behind, and they have to find these kills, though. As SS1 being hunted down. Going very, very low. Over looking for that window to find the kill onto them. Lue able to cube away to safety. Just backing off for the moment now. And it is slowing... Well, I say slowing down. The tempo is actually really picking up because everyone who wants to make it into that top 4 right now is fighting. I don't know where IG are. I don't think we've seen them since the start of the game when they lost that fight. They've just played casual and safe the rest of the game. Zip healing comes in here onto Lue just to get a bit of damage off. Cubes out to safety. FPX, though, not done with the pressure. Mien is now the one who is in their sights. They want to get this cleanse. They want to get this kill. There's the parry. And there goes the Zip. Losing your zipping is heartbreaking right now. As we're also going to see another member of SS1 go down. FPX climbing up that ladder, Seb. They were in 8th place at the start of this game, and they are currently in 6th. They've got a long road ahead of them, though, if they want to make it to top 4. 10 minutes left, 13 players left. I mean, they kind of just have to kill almost everyone like to be able to get it.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of like the it's the difficult section is like, sure, they're doing great right now. IG hasn't put any points on the board yet, right? So they are getting very close, but they really need to step up right now, and their game could be over in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, right? So it's a very fine line that they're walking, right? They need to get those points up, but they cannot die. So they need to get those points in the. They need 3 soul blooms. So they need 3 kills. If they get the 3 kills and they can proceed to the late match, they're gonna win, and they're gonna be able to get themselves those points that they need, and they're gonna qualify. But if they can't get a kill in the next 2 minutes and 15, they're done. And that's it. The
problem is the only other team running around with the debuff on right now is Wolves, and Wolves have been pretty damn good today. So TE gonna have their work cut out for them if they're gonna look for another debuff team to fight. The depletion can add up too much, as it looks like TE closing in on Wolves here.
有人盯上我了。
And this really could be the decider of top 4. If Wolves win this fight, IG probably should have just about done it. I don't think FPX, actually now I'm really running the numbers, can do it unless they let people pick them up and then kill them again. Like, it's very, very unlikely that FPX can do it. So this fight could determine who makes it and who doesn't to that top 4 spot. IG holding fast, and by holding fast, they're basically invisible. I have no idea where IG are on the map. I haven't seen them in so long. Soul Altar is going to spawn up. Spirit Well, sorry, is going to spawn up. People are going to be getting themselves a little bit closer. Looks like TE have actually found a potential kill onto Wolves. Not being given the opportunity yet. Zem is going low though. They're going to continue just to harass and stagger lock onto Zem. Zem trying to make a breakaway for it, but you can see NiceQ looking to line up that shot. Doesn't quite make the connection hit. There goes another burst. Everyone's going to get hit with the debuff as FPX were able to pick it up, and now IG are going to have to fight. They're going to have to keep this going. They just need to outlive the members of TE, and they will lock themselves into 4th place. TE have been able to take out Wolves, though. 1 member down means they're going to be able to find themselves a cleanse off the back of this one. FPX has caused absolute carnage for the lobby here as TE backing off. They're about to lose that kill, though. 25 seconds on Zem. I don't think TE are going to be able to survive long enough, unfortunately. They're making a run for it. But with 15 seconds, there is no way they're finding this kill. Getting a cheeky cannon shot on the way over. And here goes Zem. Goodbye, Zem. See you soon, mate.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's one for
IG got the kill as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, IG got the kill.
Injury. Technically, we're still alive with TE. Fun plus Phoenix have managed to get themselves 12 eliminations as well. So, I mean, they need how many more? They need 24 to 48. They need 21 more kills. Okay. So...
Yeah, here's the problem, though. For FPX, which I didn't account for, is placement points. If one more team goes out, IG will get their placement points. So along with that kill they just picked up from the musket shot, a single team getting wiped out, which, let's be real, T running around for single player, not going to be hard to knock them out. Suddenly IG will now be getting another 2 points, I believe it is, or is it 1 point? I can't remember how
1
many.
point.
It's 1 point, so then that puts them up to 46 points, which means there's no way TE, if they're the team getting knocked out, are going to be able to catch up to that. And there's no way that FPX are going to be able to catch up after that extra that extra point comes in. So I think it is an incredibly tall ask here. IG have done the right thing of playing it safe, but they do have the Realm Yang depletion on, and it's only RW left with depletion. So IG are running out of time. There's a world where TE could out-sustain them here. That then 1 point puts them to 44 points. And if they can steal away 1 extra kill or 2 extra kills here or there, they'll be in the money. As it looks like RW are just going to be getting this kill here off Wolves, able to secure that cleanse. This may be the deciding moment here for all of the teams as Youth in that transform is looking to see if he can line a shot up to find that execute off. I don't think that window is going to be given to him, but he's going to run into the zone and see if he can find the members of IG who are so low. IG are in serious danger here. Hans being able to transform, XXL being able to also transform and jump out to safety, but 58 seconds left on the clock. It is getting dicey here for these players. XXL looking for the members of RW. It is incredibly close. The placement points, this could be all of the difference. This could genuinely decide if TE make it to top 4 or not. XXL drops the transformation, 34 seconds for him. He needs to find the kill. Yuan is going to be the one they go for, but can he find the Soul Bloom in time? Yes, he can. He's been able to cleanse himself. IG lost a player, but they held on fast. They managed to just about hold fast. They need to see one more team go out, though, if they're going to deny TE, if they're going to deny FPX of a single hope of getting through into that top 4. IG's XXL got his cleanse off, as did another player. I know Yeah, they got their zip as well. So IG have 2 players left in this final circle, but still somehow there are 5 representatives. It needs to go down to 4 before we start seeing placement points getting gifted out. And IG have an incredibly low health zipping. TXJ is going to go for the suit up, and that's going to be Zen going down. IG have just a single.
Wait, that means that it's TXJ that got the kill.
Wait, who got the kill? TE.
TE!
TE got the kill.
TE has Zen back up. They got a player back up too. They're 2 people now. They're not just 1.
No, TE got everybody back up.
Oh my goodness.
Wait,
we're
are
cooking.
TE going to deny IG? XXL's transformed here. That is so big. This could genuinely be such a big decider. He needs to kill TE before they stay in this game too long. Placement points are going to be an absolute detriment here to the side of XXL, but he has no backup, he has no healing, he has nobody to sustain him, and I don't think XXL is going to be able to do this for IG. I think IG are looking down the barrel here as Water takes him out, and this is so close. I think with the placement points, they've done it.
We're going to have to wait and see. One Fang has gone down, though. So that's going to be, if they don't get any more kills here, they might not get it.
No, I don't think this accounts for placement points. They get 1 placement point.
We're going to have to double check after this, but we're going to see Zem go down next and TXJ down.
Oh, this is tight.
This is going to be very tight. Very tight, because we just saw the placement points update, right? FPX just went, oh, well, no, they got killed. So I think that's how their points went up. But it's either, it might be tied. It might be tied for 45, because I don't think they're going to get more than 1 placement point, right? We're done with all the 0.5s this year. There's no decimal points. It's you get 1 or you get none. And Youth is going to go down in 3rd for RW.
FPX.
And now FPX is going to be trying to see if they can get the kill onto Wolves Night HQ. And look at that. Fun Plus Phoenix was such a great final game. Where was that? Where was that? Where was that the rest of the day? If they would have done that game 1.
If they'd had a slightly better game in one of the games today, they actually could have top 4'd here.
Yeah, they could have top 4'd.
Unfortunately, the rest of the day did not go to plan for FPX, and it was a bit of a fumble. I'm very excited to see if the placement points were accounted for on the scoreboard. I'm 99% sure they weren't, but there's a world where what happened was IG held on long enough that there was an extra placement point given to them. There's a world where that could have played into the factor, but right now we don't know. We'll have to see when the scoreboard comes up in a little bit, but we at least know that RW and Wolves have qualified for that upper bracket. I can't remember who the other team was at the top now. I was so focused on
RW, Wolves, GG, IG, TE, FPX, SS1 Alliance. So that's the scoreline.
Lovely. So IG have made it.
Yes. Well, okay. That's
we
the
don't
thing.
know yet. We don't know.
We don't know yet. Yeah. I have replay pulled up on my second monitor just so I can have a little instant stuff while we're casting. And at the end of the game, that was where the scoreline was. Is RW and Wolves in 1 and 2, GG in 3, 4.
I think TTT are waiting.
Yeah, they're waiting to see because they have no clue, right? They're sitting here. They're gonna get told that they have to go, but now they don't even know if they've qualified yet, right? Points are being calculated as we speak. Our lovely production team has another team of people who calculate the points and they make all the graphics and everything, and they are going to be making sure that everything is all on the up and up. And then they will be giving us our scoreboard in just a second, and I'm very excited for this. This is gonna be so cool to see because I really I admire the TE comeback. I like IG right now. I like them as a team, and I really hope that they didn't sell that. But if they did, then it's pretty cool for TE. And I mean,
it'd be a miraculous comeback for TE.
Yeah,
it'd be such a great underdog story if they were able to do that.
Yeah,
I think IG are fun, but they've got a lot to work on. They won that martial arts tournament, yes, but I do think they really need to work on some of their in-game stuff because part of me thinks they play a little bit too old school and a bit too slow for the current meta. Also, those Roma Yangs, questionable, man. They are 1 and 4 on Roma Yangs today, so they've got a lot of work to do on the Roma Yang front. But yeah, I'm very excited to see what the future of this team holds. I think TE look quite exciting now. You know, they've always been a team who have been very hit or miss over the last few years. And there's been periods where we're like, oh, TE are going to be the greatest thing ever. And then they kind of fumble the bag a little bit. So I'm excited to see what a lot of our teams have got cooked up. But regardless of who makes it and who doesn't, we've now kind of sorted like our top 8 teams and our bottom 8 teams, at least off the first day of play. And now they get to kind of sort each other out again. It's a cool little filtration system you get from a Swiss tournament. So we'll get to see some really fun stuff. We get to see some of the kind of weaker teams really figure themselves out and flex their muscles against each other before they go up to where the better teams are, or some of the more consistent teams are. It's genuinely going to be a really, really cool tournament. And I'm happy I got to cover both of the A and B for the first week. So I really got to kind of get to know some of the teams and what we can kind of expect from them going later on into the year. Very exciting stuff. But here we go. Let's have a look at our scoreboard at the end. IG just about did it. Okay, so the placement points wasn't enough for TE, and IG made it into 4th place. So RW, Wolves, GG, and IG will all be making it into that upper bracket finals, which means all of these teams has one extra life. For TE, FPX, SS1, and Alliance, if they lose their next day, if they bottom 4 their next day, they're out of the tournament. Like, that's them done. Well, not out of the tournament. Out of the tournament for this half. The second half of the tournament is when they'll come back. And Alliance and SS1, you know, these guys have really got to step up. 20 points each. Not a particularly great score on the first day.
Yeah, no, it's unfortunate to see, but we're going to take a look at some of our highlights as we do see these players getting eliminated early. Alliance was able to put up a few points on the board before getting fully eliminated out of this game very quickly. IG lost their off spawn, and you know, even though they almost sold, they did make it to that finals. But Funflow Phoenix is having an incredible game, and it's just their inconsistency. Like Water Kiki, like I feel like without TXJ, they're just not really like that. You know, it was TXJ. That was their main guy, and they lost TXJ. They don't have TXJ anymore, and now their team is just not exciting to watch. Like I have a signed TXJ poster right here. Like we love TXJ, but now that he's on TE, it's like TE is a lot more fun to watch. They're doing the things that old Funflow Phoenix did, because TXJ was the core of their team. I haven't seen a lot of play from Over yet, but Water and Kiki are dope guys. I need some more. I need some more from Funflow Phoenix, because that last game was impressive. As Kiki gonna be the MVP with 30,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 9 assists, 50. No way. Cannon was his main damage source. This guy's a zipping.
The other day as well. I mean, he had Rocky Orb and Meteor. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah. But like, it's hilarious to me that he had Dreadful Whale and Dagger's not even remotely on the
and Fan is 12,000, and he had Dreadful Whale. Like, he could have swapped that over at any time.
Advanced heal and group heal as well for 22k healing, 30,000 damage. That is a monster zip. That's a fight I'll do it all myself. Like, giga healing, giga damage, monstrous performance on the zipping. Really, really good stuff to see from these guys. And it's a bit of a shame, actually, because whenever we talk about FPX, I always can't not go back to 2023 and early 2024 when like FPX were the most dominating team in the NBPL. And it's a shame to see that they didn't quite hit that stride, and they've not been able to keep that up ever since. They've been a team who occasionally have a pop-off game like this, but they used to be like the guys to beat, and now they're kind of just typically quite close to the bottom of the tables every time we look at them.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick interview. We'll be right back after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Yiger, and now our player is standing here with me, and let him say hello to our audience, please. 那子龙先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 RW 点子龙。
欢迎子龙来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to a post-game interview. First, we would like to say congratulations, like RW today, really great, bravo. performance. And I would like to know so how you comment on your team right now. 首先要说一下，今天 RW 的这个发挥真的就是我刚才用了很多个形容词，想说真的太棒了。今天拿下了3把，对不对？哇，今天怎么会有一个这么好的发挥呢？平时兄弟们也会有这么好配合吗？
平时配合也很好。
没有了
啊，没有了。
有没有感觉在配合当中还有什么问题是接下来要去进步的呢？
很多小细节吧，以后再加进一下。
好，我们期待一下。To be honest, I think we really cooperate really well today, and also in the training time we also cooperate well. But sometimes we still have some detail need to improve, and after that we think in the future it will be the most important part that we need to figure out and then to correct. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天的题目是什么。So now we can see the question is, how many kills did Team RW get in the Game 6? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中 ，RW 一共拿下了多少击败积分？说回刚才这把比赛 ，OK, back to the latest game, and I know, yes, that sorry for you, it's like really nervous at the end of the time because you are the only person who left in the game. And I would like to know, so in your team, so how you guys just communicate and are you came down right now? 那先来讲讲最后这波，最后队内就剩下自己一个人了，哇，特别想知道那波怎么藏呢？整个当时的心率，整个感觉怎么样？
压力很大，我这样好好活下去。
I'm really in a big pressure. I really want to survive to the end. 那同样说到压力很大，我们看到回阳镜当中，哎，方圆的这个心率也很高，是怎么回事 ？So in the realm of beyond, we also can see that 方圆 really high heart rate at the time. So what happened? 可以跟我们讲讲吗？
可能他当时被2个人追，就是有可能没跑好吧，让2个人找到他，他可能压力就比较大嘛。没了。
我明白了，今天这波回去之后，兄弟们得抱头痛哭在一起，真的压力太大的一天了，是不是 ？Okay, so I think in the realm beyond, it's because Yuan is just like escape because there's like 2 opponents just focus on him and really have big pressure today. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那接下来方圆sorry， 那个子龙跟我一起进入我们的倒计时，好不好？来，我们一起比一下，准备。3, 2, 1, screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 那也有请给我们公布一下正确答案吧。
B.
Yes, the correct answer is B. Okay, so we know like because the latest game is because all the hero combination is the same, and I would like to know so how you think about this hero combination. 那这边也要问一下子龙啊，其实最后一把的这个镜像阵容啊，我特别想知道，就是子龙觉得在3排当中，这个镜像阵容目前的强度如何呢？
很厉害 ，T0。
I think it's a really strong hero combination. It's really strong. It's like the T0. And I would like to know why. 能不能给我们解释一下，为什么在你心目当中它是一个 T0 的阵容呢？
因为这个阵容又能拉扯又能打，还有音子屏的回复特别厉害。
So for me, I think this hero combination is can escape, it can fight, and also because it have the ultimate of the 子平印 and it can like help everyone. So I think it's a really strong hero combination now in the Trials game. 好的，再次感谢子龙来到我们的赛后采访，再次感谢你们，也恭喜你们今天获得了一个非常好的成绩。接下来就期待你们接下来赛程当中的表现了。Okay, we're looking forward to the races at like the day after tomorrow, yes, and in the winner bracket. So let's looking forward together, and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Hello and welcome back. Getting ready to wrap up the day. Look, we'll talk about the heart rate there. I honestly can barely hear, but I know they were talking about it. Heart rates were high. Heart rates were very high. These guys need to do some cardio, I think, before we get onto onto next week's games. Killing them. I mean, I know the pressure's there, and I also think it's one of those things where because there's less of a window to kind of have punishment. Like if you fail here, you have one more day and then you're done. Like the stress is going to be higher for these guys than it probably was last season. So I'm sure that's playing into it. There's a lot of new factors, new teams, playing with new people for the first time. So I think we will see that stuff kind of fade away over the weeks as we get on with it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. There's a little bit of rust. to playing on stage. All these players are, you know, some of these players, it's not their first time ever playing with each other, right? Like they've played with each other for a decent amount of time in scrims and stuff, but it's their first time on stage together as a team for lots of these teams. A lot of trades have been done, so you know they're still going to be shaking out kind of the cobwebs of their old style, their old teams. They've got to make sure their new synergies are working. They've got to make sure everything is kind of going in the right direction for them. And you know, as of now, it's just not really like these teams really need to start to kind of, you know, get into this scenario and the swing of things with the NBPL. And obviously the first week there's going to be a bit of jitters. There's going to be a bit of a, you know, warming up to do, right? And so as soon as we warm up to this, they're going to be able to come back and they're going to come on top and everything's going to be great. But, you know, this is still a learning experience that these teams are going through right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard when you simultaneously are learning, but also have like, you know, a limited space to do that learning. Because like we were saying, you know, you can learn a lot while playing in scrims, but like playing on stage and translating everything you do to stage is a very, very different beast. So the more stage experience that you get, the better. Hence why I actually do think the losers bracket, you get an extra day of games in. Obviously stress and everything will be a lot higher doing it that way, but you at least do have that little window where you could potentially, you know, play for. But you know, I'm excited to see what the rest of the tournament's got coming up. Obviously, we'll have a look at the bracket, I believe, in a moment. You can see exactly who's playing who. But I know I've talked about it quite a lot today, but genuinely, it is going to be really, really interesting seeing the loser bracket and the winner bracket and how they fare out, because obviously the losers of the winner bracket have to play in the second stage of the loser bracket before qualifying again. So it'd be fun to see, you know, the losers bracket kind of sort out and some of those weaker teams figure themselves out, and then see if they can push past some of the winners who lose in that bigger bracket later down the line as well. You know, there's a lot of little factors that are playing into it, and you know, it's a fresh season, it's a fresh style within the tournament, and I think it's all for the better. I think we're getting a much better, much more interesting tournament via it. So I'm very happy. Yeah. Just nerf Transformers because they're really boring. Really boring.
And they're cool, man. They provide such a different element to the game than your normal melee.
The problem is there's so many Transformers that I feel like they all do the same bloody thing.
No,
I know they all do something slightly different, but it's just like
slightly
spark.
What is the difference? Okay, how is there slightly between Yushan and Monk?
Okay, Yushan, it's just a big health bar. Like it's a reset on your health bar, which is used as a safety net. Let's be real. Aino and Yueshen are very similar. Yes, they have different themes and designs and stuff, but like they effectively are the mobile transformer. Where this is going to sound a little bit crazy, Feria and Monk are the big kind of bulky transformers. And you can't change my mind on it. I know that they're like Feria is a ranged variant effectively, where Monk is like a kind of pick variant. And they all four of the Fat Transformers have a different identity. I'm not going to say that they're the same character. I just don't like it when all four are meta. Especially when Monk's meta. Get rid of him. Remove him from the game. Boring. He's had his time in the sun. Anyway, here's the standings. Old man shouts at Cloud. So our top 4 teams, RW, Wolves, GG, and IG, have qualified into this upper bracket, as you can see here. So YZG, XKG, DRG, 521, RW, Wolves, GG, and IG. That is our upper bracket. These guys will be playing on the 29th. The losers will be going down into that second bracket below, and then on the 27th, which is next Thursday. Next Friday, sorry. It's WFG, WBG, OUG, SRTE, FPX, SS1, and Alliance will be playing versus each other. And then, as you can see, on the 5th, oh God, are we using bloody American dating system? That's so stupid.
This is the Chinese dating system.
Oh, they use the same one as the Americans, do they?
They use it's month first, day second. That's
what the Americans do as well.
The whole world.
You're in Canada, to be fair. You might use do you do day month?
No, my computer says 3/24/2026.
Oh God, makes me. Oh God. Anyway,
24/3. Whatever, what are you talking about?
I think 23rd of August or something.
Kids
right?
and their darn Transformers and their 3/24 and their skateboards. Get with the program, Monk.
Hey man, skateboards. I'm a '90s kid. Skateboards my thing.
Yeah. No, you're actually a very like cultured unk, right? Like, you love your modded cars. You love all this stuff. Like, you know, you're a very cool guy, Hybrid. I've got to say it with all due respect. Even though you hate
bad for taking a mick out of me for being an old man there. Is that why you're glazing?
A little bit.
Don't worry, mate. I call myself old more than you will. Don't worry.
Oh man,
yeah,
it's an absolute pleasure to cast with you, Jake. It is genuinely.
Yeah, well, you know, as you haven't got me for long, so until age takes me. So enjoy it while you can.
We're gonna be putting you in a home soon enough.
Come on, Grandpa. This is actually the end of this week, so to speak, but we'll be starting again on Thursday for solos, and then I believe from there on out we're doing our NARAKA tournament as normal, Thursday through to Sunday. This was just a bizarre week, so you actually get a very condensed period of NARAKA for the first kind of 2 weeks, where there's only a couple of days off. Then we're back with everything carrying on as normal going into the rest of the tournament from here on out. Obviously, next Thursday, this Thursday coming up, is going to be solos. We'll be sticking to the regular martial arts into 5 games of absolute carnage over on solos. I haven't done solos yet, so I'm excited to see what's going on over there when I get over there. I'll be back on Sunday for our next round, which is our losers bracket finals. No, that's our winner bracket finals. So not finals, winner bracket, next stage of winner bracket of the Swiss tournament. So yeah, very exciting stuff. Seb, it has been a pleasure,
very
mate.
Cool.
And I can't hear when our producer tells us, so I'm just gonna go off you when
she said it a while ago. She said it a while ago.
I'm sorry, producer. Right, keeping everyone up. It is us done. So thank you very much for joining us, guys. We'll be back next Thursday for more NARAKA action. See you later. Bye bye.